Hello, everybody. Is that better? My microphone is muted. Forgot to unmute it in OBS. So as soon as the sounds catch up here, we'll be good to go. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me now that I've unmuted that. That I don't have another derp somewhere else. Get close, getting close. Stream's almost caught up. Hello? Anyone hear me? Hello, everybody. Oh, there we go. I got sound now. My microphone is muted. Okay, I have to unmute it in OBS. Okay, let me mute this playback video. Okay, guys, now we're actually live. Yay! Corkley, I don't know if you're still there, but you're welcome to join me in TeamSpeak if you want. We're good to go now. Let's put some posts on Facebook and Twitter that we're actually live, and be good to go. Minecraft forums as well. We got a Facebook page. If you haven't liked me on Facebook, I do have an actual Facebook page. There's that. And let's do Twitter. Actually, I've got Tweetdeck open. Yada. New tweet. Let the dev stream begin. Ding. Tweet. Okay, we're good there. Hello, Nicole. The stream does have a delay, so if I don't respond to your chat messages instantaneously, it's either because A, I haven't seen it, and I'm not paying attention to my other monitor, or B, it's just a delay and I've already responded to you. It just takes a second to get to you. Let's go to Minecraft forums. I do have a page here under Whip Mods for my mod. It should be towards the top somewhere because I posted within the last 24 hours. If not, we'll jump to it through here. There we go. And let's just edit the top post. No. Let's not edit the top post. Let's just post a new one. Dev stream is live. Let me know, or come join the stream to see what's new with the mod. And post reply. Come on, do it. Yay. Okay, so let's get into this. So today, there is a lot of work that needs to be done on this mod still. I kind of want to tie off some of the loose ends, if you will, just because there's a lot that needs to be done and just finished up. Some of the cooler things that I might want to do, there's work on this excavator, which if you haven't seen the excavator, let's go ahead and launch this mod here and see what it is right now. It's kind of has a placeholder 3D model, so it's not going to look the best right now, but it was really important that I be able to see something that was easy for me to understand what the code was doing as far as manipulating the arm on the excavator. So I made it very basic and different colors on purpose. That way I could see which section of the arm it was compared to the excavator body and stuff like that. So you'll see that there's this red, blue, and yellow sections to this thing. And I've got a blaze here from me messing around with testing stuff. Go away. You're just going to spoil things. Go. Go. Get in the water. Die. Anyway, so you can see here, I've got it set up so that there's this arm, and the arm is controlled by just looking at different things in the world. So it will actually point to those objects. So if I point to this piece of grass here, you'll see that the arm kind of pulls itself in and actually points at it. If I point further out to, say, that beacon, it will move over to the beacon and extend itself out there, and it's actually pointing at the beacon. The idea behind this is this excavator will have a jackhammer head on the end of it, and it will be able to break blocks with it. So if I get in here and drive over to the mountainside, you can see I've cleared out quite a bit, and if I point over here, our excavator arm head will come over, and if I hold the control button, which is my block break button.
Joined your channel.
Hey, Corkley. What do you want to go by now? Do you want to go by that, or do you want to go by what I'm used to just calling you?
Oh, it doesn't bother me. Quirkly.
Quirkly? Okay. Anyway, what I was saying here is so the excavator arm will break the blocks. You'll probably notice that as I'm moving up, it doesn't actually change. That's because there's some complicated trig that goes into calculating the angle of this arm. So it's doing a distance calculation from this point to the point that you're breaking it at, figuring out basically two different versions of a triangle. And let me just throw up paint here. I'm able to explain this. Yeah, paint.
Unfortunately, I'm not on the stream. My phone didn't like it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm also explaining it for the people that are watching, too.
Yeah.
Which, there may not be anybody now, but who knows, later somebody might come along and watch it.
Yeah.
But,
So you're getting a lot of views to them?
There was you and somebody else in there earlier, and if you're not watching now, there's also somebody else watching right this moment. So there's two people watching right now. It says the peak number was 3, so for just starting, that seems be pretty good, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, so the way this is figured out here is there's arm 1, and let's see if I can get this other one in, arm 2, and then there's this distance from the excavator itself out to the block you want to break. And this is figured out by basically breaking it into 2 different triangles. So we know the distance from here to here because we can do a simple distance calculation. And then we can divide that in 2 to get the distance from this part over to the excavator. And then it's simple trig because we know this distance. We can figure out the distance of this because it's our machine's mod arm, and I've made it, I think it was like 3 or 6 or something like that. So I know that distance, I know this distance, but because I know 2 distance points, I can use trig to figure out this angle. And once I figure out this angle, I know every other angle on these triangles because this is a 90-degree angle here, and this one here is just 180 minus the 90 for this, minus this gives you the angle for this one, and then just double that, and it gives you the angle to go for this arm here. And that's how the trigonometry works. Now, in order to make this whole thing work better, I kind of have to move this whole thing, and if there was a rotate function in Paint, which I know there is. There is, but not enough. So I basically need to move this whole thing and rotate around this spot, lifting this up or down accordingly. And that's the only trig that I have left to do. And it's a simple, well, I guess it's not simple, but it's simple. I keep saying simple. It's not simple. It's trig. So there's that, and then that's the distance again, and then this is the height. So we can figure out this angle here to figure out how much I need to offset this bottom line by, and then everything will line up perfectly in game to make it look like the arm is actually breaking that block up there. Lot of math involved in it, but it worked out really well. Once I broke it down into simple enough pieces to be able to understand what I need to do myself, it was like a Thomas Edison light bulb moment. So I kind of enjoy challenges, but they can be a pain at times too. And that was,
yeah, I'm with you.
That was one of them. So I need to do this piece here today. So let's put that on our to-do list. Let's just start a new page for today specifically. Oops. And bring that down into view.
Hey, Tech, you might want to disable monetization for this video.
What's that?
I've had people get in trouble for using Paint.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, I'm not
Well,
kidding.
I didn't intend for that. It was just a place to draw.
Yeah, I know.
Both arms, Nicole, are the same length. And that's part of the reason that it makes it so simple. If they were different lengths, it would be a lot more complex because then you couldn't make it a double triangle, double right triangle out of it. Okay, so today's to do, fix the pitch of the arms on the excavator. Also on today's to-do list, I'm going to take the to-do list off here for a second so that I can do this. And hopefully this will work if I snap that over there and this over here. Bam. Good, I can still do this, I think. Yes, okay, so I need, that one will skip. We need textures, right? So textures, and we need them for which items? The conveyor. The conveyor again. Oh, the crusher. We need one for the plow. The planter. And the sprayer. The wide bed truck. And I don't know why I spelled wide, but tracks, transmission, loader bucket, dumper, bed, turbo, harvester head, and finally a crane. And I'm not sure we're going to keep the crane in the mod. I have to figure that out still because I'm not sure what its purpose is yet, and the excavator. So I need textures for those. What else is there? Let's take a look around the mod. The bulldozer itself. Bulldozer needs a new model. Okay. The dump truck, that's all good. Oh, the combine. Where is it at? Oh, okay, the combine has a texture for that, but it needs a overall texture. Needs basic texture. Also need to code the combine's breaking of blocks. The bulldozer needs the same thing, needs recoded for its new size. The loader's pretty well done. Maybe some tweaks to the model eventually, but for now, just to get some of these angles a little bit smoother. When it's triangulated from Blender, when you export to OBJ, I think some of these faces got a little messed up like that. What else? Dump truck. The dump truck does need some modifications to its model. It needs to have a actual cab because when you hop in it right now, you can just see through everything. That's just because they're only single faces. All the other ones actually have cabs you can see out of because they're open air cabs. But that one, we're going to have to work on that. 3D model for dump truck. And then Project Scorpion, which is just going to be fun. I think that's probably enough of a to-do list. I'm not sure if we'll get to everything on here today. Some of these texture things we'll put down at the bottom because, yeah, it's textures. I keep putting them off. And hopefully we can just crack them out real quick. But yeah, let's get into this. So let's try and fix the pitch for the excavator arm first. That's going to be a challenge. The code is pretty complex to do all that math. Let's get into it though. So we need to go to my entity excavator. And in here, the very bottom of this section, I'm calculating arm angle 1 and arm angle 2. Those are the two ones I just explained. Got some little notes in there to myself on trig functions. So let's see, we need to do arm angle 3 and we hello, feedback.
Sorry.
That was weird.
Just playing with my phone here.
Yeah.
I was gonna go to the kitchen. I was gonna hook it up so I can watch you stream and
Oh.
chat with you. Oh,
Let's see. So we need arm angle 3. That'll be the one where it's the bottom section there. So we need that'll be equal, and we need to know the distance from the block, which is this, from the excavator that the block is. So that'll be our hypotenuse. No. That'll be our adjacent side. So we'll set double A equals that. And I've calculated the C value up above as the square root of the length times the length plus the width times the width, which is not going to work because that's the wrong number, right? No. That's that times that. Yeah, that should be it. That should be it. Yes, that's right. So double A equals that, okay. And then we need to know the opposite side, so double O equals, and this is where it's going to be just the Y value, right? Because this is along the XZ plane. This needs to be along the Y plane in Minecraft. So current position, no. Wait a second. Yeah, that's right. So this will be the Y's minus each other. That'll give us the height up or down, because it could be negative. Why does it not like O? Oh, because I already defined O as a variable. There we go. So this means that we need to find the arc sine, no, not sine, arc cosine of, no, the arc tangent, sorry, math dot a tan, and it's going to be adjacent over, no, opposite over adjacent. And then we need to multiply or divide by math dot pi times 180. Is that the right number? We will find out. And the reason I've broken it down and gotten to the point where I am, I know these two arm angles are correct. I don't know if this calculation is going to be 100% correct, especially with it potentially being a negative number on this opposite side, or the height really. It could be above or below the excavator, and that could really throw us off, potentially. So that's at the position of that. We need to get the position of the arm, not the position of that down here. Because the arm is offset ever so slightly from everything else. We're up to 5 viewers already. Wow. Hello, everybody. Anyway, back to this. So, model excavator. And we need to do it before the first arm is drawn. So we need to do it in this section. So we need to do a gl11.gl rotate f. And it's going to be a float again. And we're going to cast it to an entity excavator. And we're casting our entity over to it. That's passed into this function. And we're getting arm angle. Or angle arm, I guess. 3. And we're doing it on that axis. 0, 0. Not sure why I have an F there. I must have had an actual value there at one time. There. Okay, so in theory, if I did all the math right and understand things properly, which is a highly unlikely I don't, this should work. Let's find out. And it's also possible I could be rotating it in the wrong direction, and I need to multiply this by -1 down here, which is what I had to do here. It's also possible I did it wrong in the case of it being a negative number to where it's rotating down, and we'll have to add instead of subtracting or blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe we'll need to add these angles together on this single function. Let's just experiment together. And we're doing it in debug mode so we can do just that. So let's first test to see if we broke anything from where it is now. Doesn't appear to be the case. Ooh, whoa. Do you see that? It's rotating up and down when I look up and down. Oh, that's exciting. I think we might have got it already. Excuse me. Let's make this bigger. Yeah, let's use grass pieces. Oops, going backwards. Go back to first person. Get out of my way. It's definitely rotating up and down like we wanted to. And it goes back almost too far. So let's go up to that block up there. I'll see, the math's not quite right because I was actually pointing at that block and it's down 1. So it's probably due to the fact that it's coming from down here at the center of this thing instead of where this is actually at. So I need to do the math to calculate from center point over to here and then from here up to there when I'm doing this down here. Where is it? That's the loader, not the excavator. Well, I'm doing this piece. So we need to cast this over somehow. That makes me wonder, did I do something else wrong somewhere else? Because I'm doing it from this spot. The position, the center point, not the point of the excavator arm's origin. You know, so it's going to be down here in the center of this thing where the shadow's at, instead of here where it's connected. That could be why it's off as much as it is. Excuse me. So to get to where that is, I need to go back to my excavator here, and I need to figure out the translations we do. So the translations, let's rotate, rotate. There's the translate for the second arm. There's the translate for the first arm. And we've got this one already extended or saved in a variable. This is the up part of that, so let's do an arm pivot up. Let's F3. Arm pivot up. So that we can use that in our formulas. And I've messed up the name. There we go. And it's going to be, what was it, 0.8? Yeah, 0.8, negative 0.8. 6.8 F. Yes, terminate. It's because I was running in debug mode still. And into the excavator. Dot that. Guys are all being very quiet in the stream. It says there's 6 of you there, but no one's saying anything. Any suggestions, questions? So I need to come back here now. And we need to offset it by this up position I just created. This one here, so it would be that plus, well, minus, no plus this. Okay. Hey, Uber. How you doing? And yes, I recognize who you really are. You can join us on TeamSpeak if you want. We're sitting here in the stream channel. So we did the arma up. So let's test it with that. We're gonna also probably have to do the forward position, which means our C calculation or for A is off. So, oh wait, that doesn't count the arm pivot forward, doesn't it? It does. So C, which was its current position, and then it's offsetting by that. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. I think this will do it. Debug mode, so we can test and change on the fly. I love debug mode. I don't know if you ever checked this out, Matthew, or not, but if you go to the live control room while you're streaming, it shows you on a specific page all of the bit rates of the different viewers. So somebody's watching in 240, somebody's watching in 360p, somebody's watching in 480p, and then there's an other category too. It's kind of interesting. So you can see, you know, are you streaming too high or too low for what people want to watch, kind of thing. There's other figures on here too. Okay, so here we go. Oh, I think I got it. That one's still funky though. Why is that one funky? I'm pointing to this block here, and it looks like it's pointing at it, right? That one's good. Good there. Good there. Like as soon as it's moving into the block, it seems to break it. To me, that looked like it was in that block. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, I know what it is. Pretty sure I know what it is. So let's come down to say here.
User joined your channel.
Hello? There's 2 of you now?
Yep, one Android and one me.
You've been replaced, huh?
Yep, unfortunately.
I think I know what that is. Or is it because I don't have the distance calculation, because that's technically further? Because the distance from here to down here would be one number, but up to here would be another number, right? Because it's also adding in that distance. So I need to increase the distance calculation a little bit to offset for that one too. So how do you calculate distance in 3D space is the question. So that's a quick Google search. I'm sure it's probably like a squared plus b squared plus c squared square rooted maybe. I don't know. Formula, distance formula in 3D space. So it's x squared minus, or x2 minus x1 squared plus y1 minus y2 squared. It's exactly what I said. It's the three numbers squared, then square root it. So our distance formula is off. And our distance formula is the c, I think. Yes. And I also can't just subtract out the arm forward like this here. I need to do it up. Wait. I should be able to do it like that. Okay. So double H EIGT, because I don't have H2. There. H2 equals current POS Y minus this dot POS Y and what was our number down here? We added that to it. That should give us our distance there. And I just need to do an addition and then multiply it by itself like that. That should give us the new square formula, which is looking like it's not going to work properly. Oh, maybe it is. Got something going on where it's causing it to go backwards, though. Okay, so that's right. That's above it. Why is it above it? Perhaps I was doing some offset originally to compensate for it being off. So that's rotating the body around. Yeah, well, that looks legit. There's no magic numbers in here that I see for translations anymore. Everything's predefined as a variable, and we're using those variables in this formula over here. We're taking off the arm pivot forward distance on this one, after it's already calculated the total distance. See, and that's probably where it's off, right? Because maybe I should not do the math for it here like this. Maybe I should get the distance between those, the origin of the machine, and then calculate the distance to that first point. So it'd be like from here to here to here. That's not the same distance as from here to here, which is what we're calculating. We need to just calculate from here to here, straight up. So in order to do that, I need to figure out the X and the Z offset for my specific forward point based on the rotation of the main body of this thing. Now that sounds highly complex, but I've kind of already got some math that does that, because that's how I figure out where the buckets break blocks at. So let's look for that thing. It's in here somewhere. Not topple tree, not clamp angle to 360, which is good to know that I created one that does that, because I do that all the time. Calculate Z offset. Unfortunately, I don't have this defined with a specific angle in it. So I need these two rewritten so that they also take an angle. So let's just overload them by doing this. What is y'all defined as? A float. Let's just make it a double for my purposes. We can always cast if needed. Double, rot. There. So what this function... Continue, I didn't mean to do it that way. Does is it takes the rotation that's passed into it and the distance and figures up how much of that should be impacting the z-axis and how much should be impacting the x-axis there individually so that we're all good to go. And why does it not like this? Oh, because it's this dot rot. And clamp angle to 360 once a float, of course. Not a double. Float. So we just cast those to floats. Bing bang. Good to go. You know what? Let's just do it this way. We can cast it whatever we call it. We can really make the decision if we want to cast it or not. I would have to cast to a double and this cast back to a float. That wouldn't be very efficient, would it? So back in here, I need to go find the right line, this one. And what was the name of that function? I forgot already. We need to calculate the x offset. And the distance that we're working with is the arm forward amount. And the rotation we're working with is this dot main body rotation. And we need to cast that to a double apparently. No, float. Without an uppercase F. There we go. And why? Let's see. There we go. That should, based on the rotation of the machine. Hello, Shadow. I'm making a heavy machinery mod. I'm about to run it here in a second, so you'll see it. I can give you a quick run through of it. So this should make it so that the Z position and the X position are offset by the arm pivot forward amount, which is where the arm's actually located. This one down here we can get rid of then because we're already adjusting down here. The arm pivot up is appropriate to still adjust for like this. It might need to be a plus, and these might need to be minus or pluses. This might need to be minus down on here. I don't know. We'll figure that out as we do this. I think it's appropriate to do that here though because we words. It's always a constant amount in one single direction. It's not rotating around an axis like the other 2 points are. That's why we have to do this special function. So let's run this thing. Yes, save. Okay. Hopefully you're still there, Shadow. I don't know. Okay, so these are more accurate representations of what the mod's about. This one, the entity's going to change, but it's about heavy machines. So I can go in here, I can pick up stuff in my bucket, pick it up in its inventory.
User joined your channel.
Hey, Laza.
Hey, love.
What's up with this?
I'm streaming my mod development.
Oh yeah, but when I'm pushing to talk, something strange is going on.
I don't know.
Hmm.
You sound normal to me.
Okay. It's like when I'm holding down Q, it's cycling between the. Is that Matthew?
Oh. Yeah, that's Matthew. It's probably because he changed his name. So Shadow, if
Yeah.
you dump items out into the dump truck, it's picked up by the dump truck. It has its own internal inventory. You can haul them off. Lift up the bucket of the dump or the bed of the dump truck, and out dumps its items onto the ground. So you can move items around that you've picked up in the world from the loader. There's some blasted or explosives in here that I've added to the game. Let's just show them off. They're pretty cool, I think. So if we do this over here. So these
Matthew.
explosives you'll only be able to get by drilling. Go ahead, Laza.
Is Matthew there?
He said he was walking around his house, so maybe he just can't talk right where he's at.
Okay.
So if I ignite
Gosh,
these with...
I don't know how to use my push to talk on this cell phone.
Yeah, it's kind of a pain. That's where I was saying it could improve the Android app for TeamSpeak. It's a little funky. So you can see there, I've added this blasted stone to the game that has gravity to it. So if we take this over here and start putting it down, it flows down the side of a hill because it has gravity. Need to make it so it breaks into grass, though, it looks like. Replaces grass. That's an important one to do. But yeah, so now that we've got a pile of it up over here, if I were to place down a loader, hop in the loader can pick this stuff up.
What happens if a player is standing in front of
The stone that falls.
Yeah.
If you're in a bad spot where it will fall on your head, it behaves just like gravel or sand and will suffocate you.
Okay.
I've had several bunnies that have given their life to this mod's testing because I've blown up the side of a mountain and there's a bunny at the bottom of it, and all of a sudden you hear this because it's dying down at the bottom, taking suffocation damage. Anyway, there's this blasted stone. You see here, this is blasted diorite and this is blasted granite. I have taken into account all of the new 1.8 blocks from vanilla. I also take into account all the ores from vanilla. You take it over to your dump truck is the idea. And if I lift the bucket up, it'll stop breaking blocks. So if I take it over here and I'm trying to target this just right because I don't have its bounding box perfect yet. And I shift right clicked it on the dump truck. But anyway, you take it over to what will be our crusher, our stone crusher. This is something from the real world that they do in mining situations. They blast stone, they load it with a loader, they put it in a dump truck, take it over to a processing plant, and they run it through a crusher. This is a cone crusher. That's what that black thing in the middle there is. And they typically will process ores through that, break stone down into smaller sizes, and then have conveyors out of that. And some of this is kind of just prototyping, basically, so I might have this running in the wrong direction. No, I don't. Cool. So if I throw items down on there, you see they get pushed along. There'll be some type of animated texture on this at some point that shows it's along there, and you can rotate it and all that. So the crusher will crush your stone into cobblestone. It will crush ores into dust, effectively doubling or maybe tripling them, and then spit them out and put them onto the next thing down the line. The next thing down the line probably would be a screen that you'd want to do, and a screen will be like your item sorters from other mods. That's, again, something from the real world that is part of mining operations. They screen the material, and it just separates out one size from another, one thing from another, that type of thing. Yeah. So that's it real quick. There's also a farming tractor, and it has different attachments you can put on it, like a plow, planter, sprayer, that type of thing. And then, of course, a combine so you can pick stuff up. We have a truck to haul some of these smaller machines around. And then this is a prototype of an excavator, which its model is awful looking, but we're just trying to get down the concept of how this arm moves right now.
Do the players die if they're run over by the vehicles?
They don't yet. I say it that way because somebody on Reddit, when I posted about this, had suggested being able to run over hostile mobs, so zombies, skeletons, stuff like that. And then they suggested also that if you were to run over a creeper, the creeper would just explode, so you could take some damage from it. So you have to be a little bit careful about what you're running over. And I think that would carry well to if you ran over a player, it should do damage to them or potentially kill them outright. It just makes sense, right? I mean, you've got a several ton machine running over you. You're probably just going to die, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, so why is it's we're getting close with this. It looks like it's too high. And if we go too high with it, it flips backwards and points straight, which I'm not sure what that's about, but we can figure that out later. That's kind of a special case. I want to fix this part first. It's just too high. It's like it's a block above where we want it to be. Wonder if that's something specific in the code or what. Because its current position is the target block. The target block is the block position plus 0.5, so it should be the very center of the block we're aiming at. The current Y position shouldn't ever be set to above something. Okay, is it because of this? Wait, are we running in debug mode or not? Because that didn't seem to make a change. Let's make sure we're running in debug mode. Sorry, I was taking a drink there. It's interesting that it will compensate that far, at least, to get the block there. But it's aiming too high. The distance is right if I were to rotate that down to where it should be. But that angle is too extreme. It's almost like it's double what it needs to be. Arm angle 3. Let's try this. Times -1. Just flip this side. Bam, it's inside of it now. That's probably the opposite direction though. Yeah, it's too low. Yeah, and it's going, no, we don't want that. It's going the wrong way. Okay, so let's do some debugging here. Where's my logger? Arm angle 3. Arm 3. So if I save that, go back here. I've got this section down here so we can see it. So 22 degrees. That should be like almost 0 degrees, right? To get to that block. Why would it be cool if vehicles that are made of steel, metal, take damage when it's raining? Pro red. That's like not intuitive. I understand you might want to make it so that people only work when it's not raining, but it's not something realistic. And I'm not going for pure realism in this thing, but most of these machines so far, and there's one I have in mind that's not, are based on real life machines, so oh, it's still up too high. So let's get these other arm angles in here, see what they are. Oops. Let's just do that. Put these in order. So 1, 2, and 3. Oops. No, I said. There we go. And run. Okay, so let's pause this so it stops flickering. Yes.
What?
Oh, I'm talking about what I'm doing. So it's 29 for the first angle, which sounds like the right value that we need altogether. Where is it? Yeah, that's the first angle. Then 120 for the second one, which sounds right because we want greater than 90 for that one. Get out. Oh, it's paused. Okay. That's not even. Oh, it's probably from the original orientation. So the original orientation straight up plus 120 gets you down to there. Okay, and then this is also added to 22. So the 29 plus the 22 gives us 40. That's not right. It's only doing one of those two angles, isn't it? It's actually rotating at the 22, not the 29 plus the 22. Because straight up and down is the normal orientation. So it's rotating it off of that. So it's, yeah, it's actually rotating at 22 degrees. So that means in this, here, this second one is the problem. Yeah, see, that puts it right inside of the block. So it's only doing the one angle. So I need to do the difference between those two angles to get it precise. Because that would be next to nothing, right? No, that still doesn't sound right. Let's get another example here. The one that's up higher. Right there. So 39 and 47. We're rotating the 39 right now. If we rotated the 47 in addition to that, but it's negative 39. We only needed to be the difference between those two. I think it's still the difference. Why does it just make sense for that, but not the other?
Just to make you puzzled.
Yeah, exactly. It's working very, very well. Right? That should do it. Got a typo somewhere? More parentheses. Oh. Ooh. Okay, it's off to the side for some reason. I'm not sure about that.
User joined your channel.
Hey, King.
Hello.
What you up to?
Not much.
It's still on that block, so that would work. Then down here, it's up too high.
What are you making for like ore processing in your mod? Cause like I was just wondering.
So, like, this will be a crusher. I know
Yeah, I
that
know that'll be a crusher.
the stream's delayed. What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I just saw like in the description it says working on ore processing. I'm like, whoa, what are you doing for that?
Yeah, that crusher, it's a tile entity, so it'll suck blocks in when it's done. It's not done, but just put the blocks in it, and it will basically be like a macerator type deal.
Oh,
Double them and then spit them out the side of it, and they'll go on to the next machine kind of thing.
okay.
That's still acting like it's behaving like this point here is down here and adjusting from that. So, excavator. We're taking the position of the entity plus the arm up pivot point, which is a negative number. That's why. Bam. I think I just got it. Okay, we broke something though, because that's not right. The rotation around, I don't think I changed that. We're using it, but we're not modifying it anywhere. So let's go to this function here. Oh, it's clamped to 360. Maybe that? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, because it's plus 90 maybe. No, that's probably not right either. Yeah, it's worse. What's that block? It's as we go up, it gets further away. But if I were to break the block, it's still that block. So the current position's right. It's just the rotation number's off. So where are we setting that? Excavator. It gets calculated down here based on the alpha values, so it is impacted by this change here. Shoot. So we need to take this, do that. This is a dirty hack to fix it, but it's gonna fix it. Get rid of this. I can take this out, this out. This out. That should give me back to my original code up here. Boom. So this calculates it in 2D space, this calculates it in 3D space, and uses that for these fuckers down below for the other rotation. Bam, we're right on now. Okay, now how far does that extend into there? Into the next block a little bit, but don't know what you're really going to care or notice. Start using it for what's intended to be done. It seems to be working pretty good. And ignore this yellow transparency thing. I did that for sanity while I was playing on this because the model's so awful. Wait. Okay, so if I put this up here. I probably have some upper limit on this thing. I probably should enforce an upper limit on it and make it so that if it's X number of blocks above it, it just can't do nothing. So this is where it is. So if it's 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks above, that's the limit. Kind of makes sense to me. Because in the real world, you're not going to be able to mine above the... Like an excavator can't dig above itself real high. It can dig pretty high, but not well above. It's designed to make go below.
You can try to excavate above, but that will probably be...
Well, isn't there like a limitation how far the arm will extend? Like you can't extend it straight up, can you?
Oh.
I don't know. I've never driven one, but I've seen them run several times. I've never seen one extend like that, where the arm could go straight out and then be lifted straight up at the first. You know, there's like a shoulder and then there's an elbow, so the elbow point can't go to a straight line.
Oh.
Out of both segments, can it?
For below, it's probably not a good idea anyway.
That's true. For below, it might be able to.
Well, what I know of, there is no extending above itself. Just, it can go straight out. That's about it.
Yeah, because if you put it straight up like this, and then lowered that arm, the first segment with the shoulder down, you would probably tip it over because you're gonna have a lot of weight extended out there.
Probably.
Especially if you had the bucket attachment on it and it was full. You know what I mean? Oh. Anyway, I need to make it so this never happens because that's like the default position for it apparently, and it's annoying me. So never let it go 180 degrees straight up. Always have an angle type deal. It's quick to make work of this these blocks though. I mean, I could mine in down to bedrock in a few minutes time probably with it, right? If I don't just drive into a wall.
I wonder what happens if you dig into a ravine and fall down. Do you kill the machine?
No. In
Yourself, probably.
fact, if you're watching the stream, you'll see something funny. If you're not, don't worry about it. I'll explain it as I'm doing it, but I want to do it anyway. So if I put a bunch of my explosives underneath the machine, because my explosives are not like normal TNT, they detonate all at the exact same time. normal TNT, you know, you light one, it goes off, and then it lights the other ones, and they take a few second delay before they actually explode. Mine all go off at the same time, so you can really launch things if you want to. So I'm going to do just that. So redstone. Boom. And away it goes. And eventually it'll come back down. I know what that's caused by, the fact that it looks like it's just sitting there. It's because it's too far away. Your client from the server doesn't know where it's at, and it will just go flying past us here in a second. When I get close to it, holy cow, it still hasn't fallen. There it is. And no damage on the machine. The machines have no health right now. They are indestructible.
Okay.
No way to kill them. The only way to pick them up right now is to shift right click on them and they drop their own item.
The machine's just really slow at falling. I'm just watching the thing like slowly drop to earth.
It's not slowly falling, it's the way, like, if you're more than 64 blocks away from it or 80 some blocks away from it, you don't get updates on its position anymore. I probably need to change that so it's a higher number. Anyway, so you just don't know that it's falling. It's still falling though. So if I come out here and do this, if I place one down on this, I guess they don't fall at normal Minecraft speed, but
All right, now on the excavator, you plan to make the bucket size a little bit bigger, right? Instead of just one block.
no, because it's not going to be a bucket. It's going to be a jackhammer attachment on it. And that's why you'll be able to break stone with it. Because you can't, in real life, dig stone with an excavator. Unless you have a jackhammer attachment on it or something like that.
Well, that actually be kind of a cool thing to have the bucket and that jackhammer.
It would, but I like doing the animations to get the arm to where it is now has taken me approximately 2 days worth of math in my head and actually doing. To get the bucket, the last little, the wrist action on it to work would be probably another couple days worth of time. And in addition to that, how would you control it? Right now, you control it by looking. I'm not pushing any buttons to control where that arm is going. It's, at least to me, very intuitive to control it at this point. If I had to push to control the bucket individually, how would I do that? How would I know when to rotate the bucket around to make the digging action? And also, I'm putting the tip of the arm of it inside the block that you're going to break right now because that's going to be the jackhammer attachment, right? It should be inside. It should be digging into it, kind of thing. So I don't know about doing a true excavator with a bucket on it. And also, right now, I can break block, not have to stop. With a real excavator bucket, you have to dump it out somewhere, right? How would you do that? They would have to have an inventory.
There's a lot of animation to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of animation to all of it. There's a lot more controls, and that's the real reason I'm trying to avoid it, because I'm trying to keep these machines. You control them with your WASD like you do normal Minecraft, and then there's a control button which does something and a space button which does something on all the machines. I don't want to make it too much more complicated than that. And in this one, you can rotate it this way so that the arm's off to the left and still push forward and go away, because it's actually two separate rotating things. The tracks rotate one way and then the main body rotates another based on where you're looking. So there's that control. Then there's the two individual arm segment controls, and just pointing a mouse is way easier than saying first arm go up, second arm go out, with different buttons. Rotate me around with a different set of buttons. Forget it. I would never be able to control it. I might be able to code it to work, but I wouldn't even use it myself. It'd be too many buttons. Now, if somebody has a better idea how to do it, let me know. I think for now at least, we've got this thing working in a pretty good state. The animations are there. It needs a better model so it actually looks like an excavator. And it doesn't sit in your face, but that's a whole nother thing. See, that one's outside my range of this excavator, so it stops. We can dig down further. It almost reminds me of the Buildcraft quarry. Like, it's just an arm going around digging stuff up, right?
Yep.
But you're manually controlling it, so. And you can actually lead it too, the way it works. It tracks where your cursor is, so if I go over here, it'll go over to it, right? If I could point out an actual block. But if there's blocks in between here and here, so let me actually place them down. So those redstone blocks there, if I point at that first piece of dirt and the bucket goes there and I hold control and then hurry and get to this other piece of dirt, see, it breaks them all in between. There's a little bit of jerkiness to it, and I had to figure out what that is. Not sure why it does that sometimes. Because you can actually get it to move faster if you move slower. It's weird. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where I can already start to just get in it and play with it for a while. Just testing, so it must, I would assume it would work in survival too, for actually using it. It's like the dump or the bulldozer and the loader and stuff. When I was testing with them, I ended up just playing around with it for a long time because I was having fun. Oh, okay, what's next on the to-do list? Bulldozer needs a new model. It desperately needs a new model. So let's load up Blender and have at it. Okay, so open. It's not even in my list. I haven't opened it so long. You know what? Let's make a backup of the old one first. Because it's so beautiful. There we go.
So, King Cab is, and Cam is a old YouTuber of ours.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
you still do put stuff on YouTube occasionally, don't you, King?
Yeah.
But he's been around since I started doing the servers, I think. Since the early days.
Yeah, I've been meaning to put stuff on there. I just haven't like my editing software is like kind of like it's always like crashing on startup for some reason.
Oh, that stinks. What do you use?
What?
Like,
I'm using the one that came with like my capture card. I'm using like the Roxio like video wave or whatever, but it's just so poorly optimized and it's like it's always
Okay.
like crashing and stuff.
Okay.
That's the only thing I have though besides Windows Movie Maker. I
Yeah.
have to like invest in a better one at some point.
I've used Adobe before and all that, but their Creative Cloud subscription is pretty expensive. I kind of wish they didn't do that because then more people would probably still be using it.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, I'm with you there, Tech. I wouldn't use it. I went to CyberLink Power Director.
Okay. Is that any good?
Pretty good. Well, it's up there with Sony Vegas and Premiere. In my opinion.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's just as good as those?
Yep. Plus, it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, and you know, for basic things, Windows Movie Makers will do the job. I mean, and you can record with OBS, which I didn't know originally, because I didn't know OBS was around until I started streaming with XSplit, and you guys are all like, "Why'd you buy XSplit for a year, or whatever you did? You can just get OBS and download it, and do it for free." That kind of felt stupid then.
Yeah. I never actually like recorded things with OBS since I have like Fraps, so.
Oh yeah,
I
Fraps is
stream, whenever
yeah.
the few times that I stream, I do use OBS.
Yeah, if you've got Fraps is the way to go with recording. I mean, it makes huge files, but it's straightforward and easy to use.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's set this thing here. Grab this, and let's try and get an image of a bulldozer from the internet so I can look at it. Don't want anything complicated. Not too complicated, at least. This will do good enough. Oops. Okay, so
So what? Yeah, when you're done with your stream attack, mind kind of help me out getting myself going
getting you going with what?
with modding.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I know how to do 1.8, 1.7 modding. Well, anything before that, you'll have to figure it out because I don't know. I don't know how they set it up before that. It very well could be the same, but I'm just not aware of how it's done.
I assume it's pretty similar. Well, it looked like you have to copy MCP and.
But I don't even have to
Forge.
do that in 1.8. That's what I'm saying. It's very, very straightforward. It's download Forge, run a command, it downloads MCP, deobfuscates Minecraft, and you type another command in and you'll set up your Eclipse environment, you open Eclipse, you're good to go. It's that simple.
Wow.
So all the other stuff, I don't know how to do because I've never had to do it. It does it for me. Okay, it's too high. Let's negative 0.5.
Well, at least it'll get me in an environment where I can actually probably contribute a little bit to your code.
Okay. Shoot, we
Still
could
adamant about. Sorry about that.
go ahead.
Still adamant about having the swinging arm on that dump truck.
The dump truck. Swinging arm. What?
Piston, I mean.
Oh, the piston. Yeah, after doing the excavator, it's probably possible. That excavator was a pain to figure the math out for it. But now that I realize it's all just basic trig and you got to figure out, you know, the distances from that and stuff like that, it's not that hard. It's been a long time since I've been in high school, but I did really well in trig classes, algebra classes, all that stuff. So while I haven't used it in a while, just like watching a quick YouTube video on it, it all came back and I'm like, oh yeah, I can do this now. It's just trying to get to the point where I realized I needed to use trig to do it, and then I was fine. So what I'm doing now is I'm setting up for making the new bulldozer model. Grab this, and I'm using Blender 3D if no one's seen this before. Scale on the x-axis, bring, oh, yeah, still those selected. Scale on the x-axis, bring those closer together. Just trying to make a little bit of a rounded edge on it for that. And then let's select all 3, 4 of these faces, pull them down. It's probably too wide, and that's actually back to vertex mode. Over here to my modifiers, set up a mirror modifier. Go to front view, see-through mode. Box like that, delete it, vertices, bam, we've got it mirrored. So what if I make change to the right side, it happens on the left side. Okay. So, is that too wide? That's too wide. So, box select those in see-through mode. That there's probably good. Bit long. Okay, and then let's grab all those. Oh, I need it in line mode. Subdivide twice. Grab, scale those both in the Y position to bring them closer together. Back to the back. Trying to make the place for the seat.
I was looking at your, can't think here. Your model going there for the body of it, well, the main body of it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a little too slim in my opinion.
Too slim? Let me... Oh, it's not gonna let me put it in the stupid stream. There's the blueprint I'm looking at in another window that I'm going off of. So just this is the frame, so the tracks will be on both sides of this. And then the, what do you want to call it? The blade will be on the outside of that, the blade arms. So it's going to end up being a lot wider, but this is just the engine kind of thing. So if I delete those faces. Okay.
I kind of like that rustic look of the model.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, isn't it? So if I do... I kind of want to flatten this back part off. How is the best way to do that? Oh, okay, do this. So I delete that face, delete that face, and then select this, this, and this, and do F. Close. Delete face. Delete your face. This is not what I want to do. If this wasn't in mirror mode, I would be able to work with this. So let's apply the mirror. I have to go back into object mode to apply the mirror. And now I should be able to select those two and these two and face it. 3, 4, 5, face. Perfect. Now I can select this and face that. There we go. So now if I grab this, that's what I was afraid of. There. So I can adjust the height to where the seat is, basically. I don't think we want it to be that big. Or that much lower, because this is Minecraft and you need to see. You know, if you're sitting here on this thing, which I can't really represent this very well in Blender, but if I were sitting there, I need to see past the front of this machine to really run it, right? There's looks in Blender, and then there's looks in Minecraft that are actually functional that you can play with. Needs to be both. Oops. Ah! Yeah, it's not. Let's give it this kind of squared feel to it. Okay, so let's go back to front view. See through, box select, delete, vertices this time, and mirror modifier. There. Oh no! Well, let's do it this way then.
Still streaming?
Still streaming.
I had to run out to the store and get some beers because they closes the beer sale here at 6 o'clock.
Oh,
Oh, yummy.
you don't want to
Make
be
sure
without that, huh?
Not today, I'm going to a friend.
Ah,
When will I catch a break? Well, long time since I only did nothing in the weekends.
yeah. That's good though. You got friends to go see, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the opposite. That's awful.
Next week, not. I'm going to see my mom.
Again,
She
a
li-
good
she-
thing.
she-
Don't complain. You've got a mom to go
No,
see.
I'm not complaining. Just saying that one more weekend that I can't have all alone. So
Yeah.
2 weeks I will probably do nothing. My mother lives, it's 1 hour to drive, so
I guess that's
Yes,
not too bad, but still, that's
no,
it's never fun having to be stuck in a car for a long period of time.
no, and when I'm visiting her, I'm always being there all day, so
Yeah, yeah. You gotta make it worthwhile for driving that far.
and the food is
So now we know the real reason why Laza goes to see mom.
part of the reason. 90% part of the reason.
So you just get in the door and you're like, Mom, would you cook me?
You can smell it very early when you get there, yes. She always makes everything from bottom. So she has
From the bottom.
finished food there. Is like, I don't know what you call it, but pre-made food from the factories. No. That's a no-no.
Oh, good old home-style cooking.
Yeah.
Oh, my undo queue is not long enough in Blender. It's yeah. 64 is not even long enough. Not for me. Dang it. This is probably a start over. Yeah. Start over.
Where's it?
What was that?
I was about to say, could have just start over, I guess. But you had the right idea. You have the elongated and
Yeah, I messed up the
such.
back end though, and I was trying to make it, and then I realized I should just extrude out the back end, and that would work perfect. But it was too late at that point. It was too far gone. So if I take this, and then I take that, and that, grab those down, and then I can take these faces here and extrude them, and I've got the part I was trying to make in a few seconds instead of all that time just derping it up. And then if I go back into line mode, I think I can take oops, if I take the there, and then shift, 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 shift. There we go. So I can move that up and down as needed now. It's all about having your loop cuts at the right spot in Blender. If you do that and maintain them, its editing becomes really simple. Loop cuts are those lines that go all the way around the model. So if I select that, that's a single loop cut. If I select that, that's a loop cut.
Sorry
Bless
for
you.
that.
Okay, so
The
now
funny
let's-
part I also sneezed, but I don't have push to talk, so I didn't sneeze in your ear.
Laza was nice and muted himself. Come on.
Well, it's strange. We were sneezing almost the same time.
So these will be the tracks is what I'm going for now. Even though they don't yet look very track-like. A couple subdivisions will help a lot. What's that? Scale vertically. Scale on the y-axis. Oops, I said scale on the y-axis. And then same for these. Actually, I can just do this. Scale y. Let's see. Scale that way. Gives it a bit of a rounded feel to it.
Yep.
Scale.
You might want to add another
axis.
subdivision on that probably.
Well, you're gonna be several, about a minute behind me though, so it's
Yeah,
changed a
oh,
lot
that's true.
since what you're saying.
That's right. Yeah.
Um,
Why is the stream so far behind?
That's a question for YouTube. I don't know.
I'm not on looking now, but last time it was 30 seconds or something.
Yeah, yeah. That's about what I've experienced every time. Every time it's 30 seconds to a minute, somewhere in there. I imagine they probably try and buffer it or something because I'm sending them like a 1080p picture and they're converting it to all the different qualities that YouTube broadcasts. So there's a lot of processing they have to do on their side.
Oh,
I'm probably making a CPU in a server room somewhere very, very hot right now.
what if you had transmitted this in something they didn't have to do process so much?
But they would, because
Yeah.
they if I send them 1080p, they'll transcode it to all the other ones below that. I guess I could send them the lowest quality, but then
Yeah.
it would be in low quality.
Oh yeah.
I would imagine it still would have the delay though,
Oh.
because I have to send it from my computer. They have to then buffer it so that people can watch it and not have individual hiccups if their internet messes
Oh
up.
yeah.
All that kind of stuff. Does that look
Oh yeah.
good, Matthew? I mean, I'm not going for
Uh,
perfection here. I'm not.
I would bring the tracks back.
Bring them back
Further?
on the side. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. They need to be kind of longer, don't they? Maybe even taller if I look at that model or the picture I sent you. Let me scale them vertically.
Yeah.
And then let's go to this view, grab it back up to the ground line there, and scale them this way.
1 second.
Let's.
Waiting for good old YouTube to catch up. Maybe
And then this needs to go up a bit, I think, to make it look like it's not dragging on the ground.
oh,
Yeah,
that
that
looks
delay on
not bad,
Twitch
but
as
I
well.
would bring that back towards the back of it a little bit more.
Or Tech, is it YouTube or Tech Twitch?
I'm on
YouTube.
YouTube.
Okay, is it? Do they have the same on Twitch?
Okay,
The
it's a little
delay?
too fat.
Yeah, there's a delay on Twitch also.
Okay.
Not sure if it's the same amount, but there's a delay.
Yeah, I think it's vertically it might be too high. And you might want to bring the. I still think you should bring the um back a little bit towards the back of it for the model. The way it looks like it's like it's actually past the back of it, kind of.
The model's back behind the track a little bit, and you're saying the track needs to be behind the body.
Okay, the body. I mean, drag it towards the back.
Drag the body towards the back.
The track.
The track. I mean, it's almost at the back right now. I kind of don't want to put the track behind the model because I also have to throw a bounding box around this and do collision detection and all that. So if I throw something way out there in either direction, then it will be off. The bounding box will be. And I got to put the blades in front.
Oh, okay, I see. I got you. The lower end is the actual.
Yeah, the lower end's the
Where the
back. That's where
cab's gonna be.
that's where the seat's gonna be basically.
Oh, duh. All right.
So let's grab those. Let's subdivide that twice. And
Okay, that's.
let's see. So
see,
if
yeah.
I
There we go.
take that. No, extrude.
Um,
And then that and extrude.
top of the body might need to be a little bit taller. Where the top yeah, well, 6 subdivisions.
Yeah, I did those subdivisions. That's too many. Thank you for saying that. I'm not sure if this is what you meant, but that was too many subdivisions because I didn't want them to go that way like they did because it's selecting all the points. I want the lines instead. So subdivided like that and then 2. Because I'm getting too much geometry in this thing otherwise for Minecraft to handle effectively. So if I subdivide that into 2, there. Now I only subdivided that small area instead of the whole thing. It's like this line here. Edges gone
Maybe I
off.
can try giving it that model a little bit more detail.
Yeah, seriously, other than like some of the stuff we talked about the other day with the dump truck and specialty parts. So this one's gonna have a specialty part. This will all be one object over here on the right. So this will be the body and the tracks. I don't plan on doing anything special with the tracks right now. But the
You don't
bucket,
treat them as
it's
separate objects, right?
the bucket will be a separate object so that I can animate it moving up and down this time around. You know, before on the bulldozer, it just plowed through stuff and did it above or below based on the controls you're using. It wasn't any animation to it actually showing that it's doing that, but it did it. This time around, I'm going to have it actually animated so you can see that. So that'll be a special object that we need to coordinate how it is because, like, how do I say this? I have to set the center point on those objects I'm going to rotate in code to be just right. If they're not the origin, this little orange dot right here, if that's not just right, then I will have a field day with trying to get it to work. I'll basically edit the model to make that the origin point again. Okay, so now I need to add another object. So I'm going to add another. I'm in object mode. To get this back here again, I didn't mean to click. Dang it. That 3D cursor is where it puts the object. So if I add mesh, we'll start with a cube. Go edit mode, and I'll grab it and I'll take it out this way. I'll shrink it by that axis down to an appropriate size, vertically too. Grab it, bring it back and up. Go to this view. Well, that's probably a good spot for it to pivot from. Scale this way, scale this way. And add a mirror modifier to this. Perfect. You know what? That's too far out in front, isn't it? In edit mode, add a cylinder, rotate it along the y-axis 90 degrees, grab it, pull it out there so I can see it better and work with it, and then same thing this way, pull it out where I can work with it. Z mode. Box select everything from there over. Delete vertices. And we've got the start of a blade, right? So now take this center line. Actually, I need to grab this further out so I don't mess with anything else. Grab it out there. If I take this center line, go to proportional edit mode and grab and pull this way, we can kind of bend this thing how we want to get rid of some of the curvature of it. Oops. Then I can take this, grab it, pull it back. You know what? Maybe I should just do this. Delete vertices. Dang it. Delete vertices there. That might do as a good blade. However, it's only one-sided at the moment. Which means in Minecraft, if you look at it from this way, I think from this way it'll disappear, but this way it'll be there. So I need to select all this, extrude, scale. This way.
Now, if you added some depth to that, blade, like having like a, I can't say it. You like just copy that and like then bound it to the front of the blade. Give it some depth. It might not disappear.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing actually. I've
Okay.
extruded, which means it takes a single face and then pulls that face off, leaving the existing one there. And if you look at it from a flat plane, if you extrude
Okay, I
that
see.
plane, it turns it into a cube because it puts all the sides around it too. So that's exactly what I was doing, is what you described.
Okay.
So if I scale this now,
This
and not in the y-axis, no, not in the x-axis.
delay is killing me. I'm trying to figure out what you're doing.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, that blade might be a little too. Oh, you just undo.
Yeah, I'm trying to adjust because I didn't mean to scale in the sides like I did. You had to constrain it to the specific axis I wanted it on. Okay, so now if I just take this link, grab ZX, pull that together, and then I can pull that back like this, and pull it up like that. Squish it a bit because it's too tall. Kind of connect it like that, I guess. That is one massive blade. It needs to be
Yeah.
adjusted down a little bit, its width. Let's see, go top V, I guess. That's probably good. So this outside edge just needs fixed, is all. Oops. Z mode. I'm gonna guess that these normals are not calculated correctly on this, because when I go to this mode here, everything looks dark and weird looking. So if I do this, I might have to do an object mode. Yeah. Select it.
I had a feeling. Yeah, the blade might not be proportional to the body.
Which direction is off?
Vertically.
Vertically too tall? It is pretty
Yeah.
tall, isn't it?
Although think I've seen some bulldozers with a big blade like that.
I can flip the normals. I can't recalculate though. That's weird. What's up, Plaza?
was just looking at the internet newspaper Norwegian one,
Mhm.
and there was yesterday. It was there was a island that outside the Norwegian main coast that had winds up to 50 meter per second.
50
Wow.
Isn't
meters
that
per
hurricane times 2? Almost.
50
Um,
meters per second to mph. Yeah,
like it.
that's hurricane force winds. I
Yeah,
think it's anything over 75 miles an hour, and that's 111 miles an hour.
and they had no power at all. I haven't gotten the power back yet, but
Mm.
the the community, what you call it, the spokesperson, the person in charge, what you call it in a small communities, call it
Mayor.
mayor, the mayor. What she said is she wasn't all. She didn't say that all is well, and she said we hope for a population boom in 9 months. How can you say that?
It's because there's no power, is why she can say that. That happened in the United States. The baby boomer generation was caused by, I think they said it was caused by a massive power outage that occurred in the East Coast. 9 months later, a bunch of babies were born.
Yeah, but still, what about hey, all is well? You can say that later, couldn't you? Oh, well, all is well. They had to, yeah, the
Yeah.
sellers and stuff.
Sometimes you have to make a joke and laugh. I just looked it
Yeah.
up. That wind speed is a category 3. It's a lower category 3, but that's a category 3 hurricane.
Yeah.
That's crazy fast.
Yeah. Lots of houses have just blown to the sea, but
Yeah, I bet.
it's expected probably. Oh well. I'm going. I'm leaving for a friend in 5 minutes, so I
Good.
need to get ready. So
Okay.
I see you guys
Enjoy.
later.
Yeah.
Later.
In 6 hours or something. Yeah. Goodbye.
Yeah.
So I got the bucket. I've got the body. I need to set. Nah, this
User
is
disconnected from your channel.
Matthew. This is the part what I'm about to do that doesn't make sense. But if I don't do this, I will have severe problems. And that's to take all of the stuff on the bucket arm that I just created and move it not to where it needs to actually physically be on the model, but move it right there where that orange dot on the screen is at the point where I want to pivot this thing. It has to be at the pivot point for it, because if I were to rotate this right now, that's where it's going to rotate around, right? If I were to move it back to where it was and rotate it now, it's going to rotate all funky. And that's what actually happens in Minecraft. It rotates it funky like that. So if I take this and select everything, move it down in edit mode to where I want it to pivot, it'll work right. Because what I had to do then in Minecraft is then translate that item back up to where it needs to be. Actually, I might even be able to do it in here now that I've got it. Now I'm thinking about it.
You just got the knock.
No, that was me tapping my foot on the floor.
Oh,
There's nobody home today
I
besides
was
me.
about to say. That's a little weird.
They probably won't be home until at the earliest maybe 3, but I wouldn't expect them back till like 4 or 5 or later. So I'll be, other than eating dinner and lunch and stuff, I'll be streaming most of the day doing this. So now if I rotate this, that just made my life a lot easier. That's good to know. So I just needed to set the origin to where it needs to be for that specific object. Now it should be good. And then that's the center point of everything. It could still possibly be off, I guess, on those arms. I'll try it like this. So save it, And then the export process is export wavefront obj file. Need to uncheck materials. Need to check triangulate faces. Need to flip the Z to be forward and the negative Y to be up because Minecraft is funny. And go to source, main, resources, assets, machine mod, models, and then save the thing. Where is my original? Okay, so I'm gonna rename the original too, just to keep a backup copy of it. Source, resources, assets, machine mod, models. And it looks like I named it model bulldozer for some weird reason instead of just bulldozer. Old. And model bulldozer 2.old because I don't know which one I'm actually using in the code. So let's drag the code open. Model bulldozer. It is model bulldozer 2, and I'm going to change that to just be bulldozer to be consistent with all my other new model naming format stuff. And bulldozer.obj. Export. Oh, we don't have a texture for it yet, so it's gonna look pretty funky. Nice username there. Not gonna say that one. Hello.
I just caught that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good username. Applaud you.
Let's just call him BBG. Yeah, there's no texture for it. Not a proper texture for it, so it's gonna look funky color-wise on the screen, but we can try the model out and see what it looks like in-game. Actually, it's gonna try and use the old texture, but there's no UV mapping, so I don't know what it's gonna look like. It'll probably just flicker, is my guess.
Yeah.
'Cause that's typically what they do. Okay, do I have one down already? Doesn't look like it. Bulldozer. You can see the scale compared to the other ones. It's not that bad size, actually. I need to fix that center point. Obviously, you need to get rid of, do merging. Looks like the extrusion of the blade went the wrong direction. I took it in. I should have took it out because it's derpy. That's the easiest way of saying it. I can't see this back side of the thing. Everything else is okay. You can see how it's changing color based on where I'm looking at it. Yeah, the normals are all flipped from where they need to be. Let's flip those normals. Come on. Blender. There we go. Select all. L for linked. That grabs all the link stuff. Flip. Flip. Normals. Yay. Save. And export yet again. Z forward, Y up. Well, that's good. Save. Have to restart Minecraft for that to take effect.
Using OBS right now there, bud?
Yep. Perfect. See, flipping the normals made that whole thing just look right. The blade no longer is derpy. And that was actually the problem with my rendering originally. You know how it wasn't shaded? It was all just one solid color. Kind of looked like a I don't know, somebody took a paintbrush that was all the same color on every single side and there was no light casting on it. There was no normals. Still works the same. Need to redo the math because it's now a different size, obviously. I don't know if the size is right, though. I mean, the bulldozer's going to be about the same size as a loader in length, right? How do we compare here? We're quite a bit smaller. Quite a bit shorter, but shorter's okay. Let's go back in first person again. How does that... Can't even see the blade. Don't know what you need to see the blade, though, do you?
Not really. I don't think.
We could lower the front a little bit, or... Well, I guess also my player's in the wrong spot on this. For
Right.
where, for where he needs to be. Let's adjust that. So let's close this. Model bulldozer, entity bulldozer. So the offset X and Z. So we want to move him back, let's say 1 for starters. And we'll run this in debug mode so we can test it without having to restart. We can change it. It's really weird. Like, I've had several people comment on the stream, but that YouTube app, I don't know if you have it on your phone. There's a YouTube creator
Yeah.
app or something like that, and it only tells me when specific people comment. It doesn't tell me that everybody comments when I'm doing it on YouTube at least, or when I'm streaming on YouTube at least. It's
Huh.
weird. That's a pretty good guess. I was close. Let me move back a little further. 1.5 maybe. And because that's in the entities constructor, so I need to place it down again for it to change. There we go. Now we're sitting in the right spot. That looks good. Might need to change the height a bit. So bump him up, so like 50% of the model. Now, if I had a seat there, that'd be perfect. And that's probably what I'll do. I'll put a seat on it. You can see a little bit of the blade doing this, having it further back and up. And wow, that calculation doesn't look too bad for the blade. Look at that. It's just, wow. That size is the same as the other one, apparently. But the other one was off because it would do it too early one direction. Try this way. That's not bad. Like, as soon as it touches it, it breaks. See, this is the part that's off. See, it's breaking the blocks to the right of it instead of exactly where I want. I had to get way over into that block to the left to actually break it, and then you end up writing up above, and that's just annoying to me. I need to use the new math out of the loader. And the width is pretty good because it's about 3 blocks wide. So it actually looks like it's breaking the proper number of blocks.
You could always try making the scale of the model bigger. So you were trying to want to make it bigger.
I was wanting to make it bigger, but I don't know that I want it to be able to break more blocks than 3. I mean, what do you think? Should it break a wider path than 3? Should it go up to 5? So if I aim at these guys here, it's breaking a 3 wide path and it fits down that 3 wide path. Should it clear a 5 wide path so you have a reason to use the bulldozer over the loader? Because the loader's 3 wide.
Scale, maybe 4 or 5 block radius.
4 or 5, okay. I'm not sure about doing 4 because the way my calculations for everything is basically it takes the center point of this entity, goes out a specific number of blocks, goes there, and then it calculates off of that from a 90 degrees the blocks adjacent each side. So if it was an even number, I'd have to change the calculations quite a bit. I'd have to find the center point here and then do
Oh, that's right. If it's an
Yeah.
even number, it's going to be like 0.5.
exactly. And because blocks are not in a space that's floats, they're all integer based. So this is at, I don't know, 5 and 6. It's not at 5.5. The block is. Block positions are different than actual world positions. I could see it breaking 5 wide though.
Yeah.
If we make the model bigger, of course.
Yeah.
So let's scale the model up a little bit. So let's say it's at 3 wide now. Which, let's see, how many? So 1, 2. Wait, that had to be 1. This would be 2. It's at 3 blender units wide basically right now. So if I grab both objects and scale them up so they're in the middle of this, I don't know if you can see those on the stream. There's little lines between, which the stream is probably so far behind you can't see it anyway. Never mind. I'm just gonna scale in every axis.
Used XSplit, you might be able to do a live stream for people that's in the Newspeak with you.
What do you mean? They can hear you on the stream, or they should be able to.
Oh yeah, I mean for like people who are in the TeamSpeak with you, maybe do like a separate stream.
But what benefit would that be?
So people can see what you're working on. And they can commentate on it.
But
As
it would
in real
still
time.
have the same delay, right? Because I'd still go to YouTube. I have OBS's delay set to 0.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about, for example, people who are in TeamSpeak, they can have the live stream, whereas like, so you don't have that delay.
But what would I stream to that wouldn't have a delay? Because the delay's not on my side. It's not OBS.
For example, you can use like
So if I stream to YouTube, it's got a
Windows
delay.
Media Player, for example,
Okay.
some type of port forwarded.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying there. That might do, but I don't know that I have the internet bandwidth to do 2 streams at the same time with my current.
Possibly,
Data.
maybe a
Because I get like a 5 meg upload speed, and XSplit YouTube, or not XSplit, OBS and YouTube say I'm using like 3 of that already.
Oh, okay.
So
Maybe might be able to get away with a like for example a
low quality one, but that's
low
about it.
quality.
Yeah.
That might be all we need, really.
Let's see. Also, my frame rate suffers for streaming at the same time.
Yeah, I know that one.
Let's see. So that's good there. The other thing we can do is too, all I have to do is save this work, do a commit here in GitHub. When I do that, it triggers a there's a GitHub hook to, let me get this started while we're talking. A GitHub hook to a Jenkins build server I created. So as soon as I do a commit, it triggers a build of the project. We could download it to multi-MC, actually run that instance, and then I could log into the server, reboot the server, and as soon as I trigger the server to reboot, am I still broadcasting? Okay, my light's not lighting up in TeamSpeak anymore when I talk. That's weird. Anyway, when I do that, the server is set up now so that it goes out to that Jenkins build server and gets the latest copy of the mod and restarts itself automatically. So all I have to do is stop the server and restart it, and it grabs the new version.
Okay.
So within a few minutes' time, we could both be on the server showing each other the same thing. The hard part would be just having to download from the build server all the time the new version of the mod and restarting Minecraft. Okay.
Like I said, I can automate that probably a little bit.
Automate what though? That's what I was just saying. I
Been
automated.
downloading from the Jenkins server.
Oh, on your
People
side?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I did on the server. It's pretty straightforward on the server side because the server, like test server, is the same for the Jenkins. So it just copies it from the folder location. This is a lot bigger. It needs to break more blocks, obviously. But that's a lot bigger. Need to adjust the height, obviously. Need to adjust our back position. Because I can't see over this thing anymore at all.
Yeah. Okay, that definitely looks more realistic. Considering
it
the
does?
size of their other machines, probably.
You think it does?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty good, I guess. The same height, I guess, as that one. Let's get this over here. I don't remember, is it transportable? It's a rideable... No, the item is where I put the transportable piece. Machines, bulldozer. It is transportable, so we can throw it on the truck and try it on the truck. See how it looks compared to the truck. I'm afraid it's too wide. Yeah, it's going to be too wide for this truck, because this truck is not that wide. Yeah, look at that. The tracks don't even sit on the side of the truck. So the solution to that could be the bulldozer can't ride on the back of the truck. It's too big. Because I've done that for other things already. The combine doesn't go on the back of the truck, for example.
Yeah, a lot of machines are a little too wide for in real life, anyways.
Yeah. And to me, now that we've scaled it up, the blade looks like it's too far out, but also we haven't tried to lift it up to the second block height. But also, the blade is too tall for a single block to break, right? I mean, look at that. Once the delay is gone. I've put 2 blocks in front of the blade here. It's about a block and a half tall now. But I'm afraid if I go any lower with the blade size, it's not going to look right. For the size of the dozer now. Wow, that delay is extreme. Like, I've got the stream in another window, and it still hasn't showed me put the blocks down.
Yeah, that was another reason why I was like, just maybe doing a low quality stream. To,
I think no matter what we do, there's going to be delay.
not as bad though if you do like a
Maybe a
better
Hangout.
stream. Yeah.
Google Hangout may be better, but that's going to be really bad quality. So you see the height now?
Yeah.
So, like, just having it break that bottom block doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
It almost needs to break a too high 5 wide area.
Oh man, people would just love you if you did a machine that did that.
But that breaks the whole mechanic of it then, kinda. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Because how would that work? You can't run it into a shear wall. Because if you did, you would hit your head on the blocks above it. Because if it only broke too high, the machine itself would get stuck in the thing. Because
Right.
it couldn't fit under the 2 block high. Plus, you would hit your head, like I said. And you would take suffocation damage. So there's that. If you lifted the blade up so it breaks the next only 1 block higher, you could still climb out, even though it's breaking a 2 block high section. So it wouldn't break this bottom, what is this? Andesite, but it might break the podzol layers I'm placing down. So you could still climb up and out. Because that's one of the things I liked about the bulldozer is you can basically make a staircase with it very easily by raising the blade up. And I'm not 100% sure about how high I want to allow the blade to be raised. Originally, it only raised one because that's what made sense. But now that we've got a model and we're going to move the blade up and down, should we allow it to break things that are higher than one block? Don't know that that makes a lot of sense, because you wouldn't really put the blade a lot above the bulldozer itself. So if it's higher right now, it'd be like right there, and you've already got the top of the blade above the front of the dozer, which isn't really realistic for a dozer. I think that's probably needs to be its upper limit, and then one down be its lower limit. So there's not
Did
going
you
to be
just-
much travel on it. Can I what?
So you don't basically you'd still do 2-block break there.
Yeah, do a block of, or do a breaking of whatever height it's at, plus one above it, and then allow you to move the blade up so that the bottom block it breaks is one block above where you're writing at, and it still breaks a block above that, or breaks one block below where you're at and the block that you're at. So basically dig like that, those two. And I know you're delayed, but
Yeah.
you'll. Hopefully I explained it good enough that just talking about it explained it. So really, from the layer you're on, you could break the layer you're on, the layer above that, and the layer above that from the dozer, and then the layer below. So you could break a total of 4 blocks total height with it, going up and down. So really all I've done is added that block up there to what I originally could do. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
And of course
What
we've
do you-
increased the width by an extreme amount.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's start working out the logic of breaking. You okay?
Yep, Johnny.
Oh, okay. There's weird noises and then you went at the same time.
Yeah, this mic picks up a lot of sound.
Yeah. What are
Fortunately.
you using for your mic?
I am right now using a Razer Kraken 7.1.
Oh, headset.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds pretty good. I've got an actual independent mic from my headset. So I've got what is it? A Rode microphone. It's called the
Yeah,
Podcaster.
I really need to get a professional mic. Well, semi-professional.
Yeah, and this one's not even technically like pro grade really. It's they have one that's considered pro grade, and it's the Procaster instead of the Podcaster. But it was not cheap either. But the nice thing that I like about what I did when I did it, like I didn't just buy the mic. I bought a boom arm that attaches to the back of my desk. So like, you know, those old style lamps that they had as the Pixar logo, the little lamp that would hop around, how he's got that little hinged arm on him. It's one of those without the lamp on the end, and instead on the end of it, it's got a thing to hold the mic that's really just like a bunch of elastic bands that isolate it from any vibrations. So if I bang on my desk, you might be able to hear me actually hitting the desk, but the vibrations don't carry through to the mic at all because it's completely isolated.
Yeah.
So-
You got a shock absorber right there.
Yeah, shock absorber. That's what it's called. Thank you. I could not think for that for anything. Does Podzol not turn back to dirt when you place something on top of it? It doesn't look like it does. I wonder if that's a Forge bug. Did we just find a bug? Let's play vanilla for a second. If it takes less than 30 seconds to load, we'll try it. 1, 2, 3. Kind of wish Fiery would join us because he seems to be pretty interested in the mod and has had several good ideas just like you have. And I kind of want to get his input for the size of this thing if he thinks this is too big. Kind of just want to get anybody's input. That's part of the reason I'm streaming. I want people to say, hey, that looks ridiculously big now before I code a bunch for it.
Taking a lot of screenshots there, I say.
Yeah, that was a mistake. My
Hey.
keyboard is on a pull-out tray, and like the top row is I can't see it. So I just push buttons until I get the right one.
User joined your channel.
Hey, Kaiser.
Hey, Gazer.
Hello.
You're just in time. I was just saying I wish more people would join and give me their opinion.
Ooh,
I,
opinions.
I'm working on the bulldozer model, and gave it a new model, but I've scaled it up quite a bit to the point where the blade looks like it should be breaking a 5 wide area instead of a 3 wide area. Now, I think that's okay because that gives you a reason to use the bulldozer over the loader to break dirt, right? And
Yeah.
then in addition to that, the blade is so tall, it looks and scaled to itself, but the blade itself is so tall it looks like it should break a 2 high area in addition to 5 wide. So I
Okay.
think that's okay though.
Yeah, it's a bulldozer.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
gonna
it's gonna just plow through
make a bit
stuff,
off
right? It's gonna get the job done. Now, I guess the
Yeah.
side effect of this is if I go to bounding box mode, the bounding box is still tiny on this right now, right? Because I
Yeah.
haven't adjusted it. Yeah, so we don't want it to be tiny. We want to scale it up, but is it going to still be able to push over a tree? Because it may not be able to get under a tree if I were to put the bounding box to the right size.
be able to take out jungle trees.
Could
Yes,
take out
you can
jungle
get
trees.
some
That's
logs.
true.
But
I have to just try it, I guess, and maybe I can compensate by allowing it to push on the leaves if needed. Well,
Yeah.
this is too high
you
though.
should be able to push on the leaves.
Yeah, like
Maybe just take out the leaves. Like,
oh,
it
as
would
a
dig.
block, it would break if it's in its blade.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
That's
like
true.
it would dig the dirt.
That's a valid point. It should
And then
do
when
that.
it gets the logs, it can take out all of it.
Although if I limit the bounding box to just the main body and not where the blade's at, because the blade sticks out, wow, almost a block
yeah, it does.
past the front of the body. Yeah, I'd call that about a block. Then you could still get under the tree for 1 block, right? So the machine might be there. The blade would be right here. You just missed the tree, I guess. But you could raise the blade up, scrape the leaves off, and get under it and knock it off. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good.
Yeah, that's a winner. Okay, so let's do that. Keep the size. Let's set the size of the entity. Where did my... There it is. Oh. Getting distracted. Need vanilla 1.8. Play. I found out there might be a bug in Forge. I need to see if it's the same way in vanilla. Like I placed Podzol down and then put blocks on top of it and it didn't turn back into dirt like grass does. I have no idea what this world is. You sound like you're pretty tired or something, Gazer. Did you stay up all night?
Yeah, I did, but I just had a big nap
Oh.
in the daytime.
So you just woke up either way.
Yeah, my brain's a bit fuzzy, so yeah, you could say I'm tired. But I got stuff to do, like clean up and get a meal going.
So you logged in TeamSpeak and they're talking to us instead.
No, I was always on TeamSpeak.
Oh. That's right, that's right. You were on when I logged on.
Yeah.
You just
Laz was
didn't
on
say
there.
anything.
No, I wasn't there.
Podzol.
Left my computer on.
Let's do grass. My computer's not liking me running 2 versions of Minecraft, Eclipse, and all this other stuff, and streaming at the same time. Not sure if it only does it during the day or what. Let's put a layer of grass on top of the grass here and see if the grass all turns without any of the pods all turning. Then we know it's that way in vanilla. Oh, one grass block, 2 grass blocks turn. So Podzol doesn't turn back. That's interesting. So you could make a line in your dirt wall in vanilla. But still have it kind of blend.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Moshe, you got something to fix.
I don't know that it should, though. I mean, Podzol's supposed to represent pine needles and stuff, right? It's not like the pine needles are going to die. They're already dead.
Huh.
That's why I wanted to test it in vanilla, because I didn't know if it should.
All right.
Okay, if I see one more grass block go, yep, none of that Podzol went. So let's just call that, if it's a bug, it's a vanilla bug too. Forge is doing the same thing.
Oh yeah, streaming on YouTube. But no.
Yeah, people actually watch on YouTube. Twitch
Yeah.
is... Yeah.
Yeah, you get more viewers on YouTube than you do on Twitch. Oh.
Yeah, I originally thought streaming would be Twitch.
Maybe Hitbox, maybe.
Thank you for following me on Twitch, though, Gazer.
Yeah, because why not?
I might stream there again someday.
I
But-
might stream there again someday, but
Ooh.
that was only over tutorials.
Tutorials of what?
I was just making tutorials of whatever I was doing at the time.
Oh, okay.
They seem to take them down after a while.
Yeah,
You know.
Twitch doesn't archive your stuff anymore.
No.
They got out of the business of storing videos. Like, you can
Well,
go
there's
into
a-
your settings.
I was
What
gonna
was
say
that?
there's an option for having a temporary archive streams.
Yeah, but they're only around for a few days and they chuck them.
Yeah, I did keep backups. I just did tutorials of what was it? Automating stuff. Like I was doing. It's quite old now. The what are they called? Those peat bogs. There you go. From forestry back in the day when they were circular.
Okay.
They had a block for the peat bog. That was a while ago. And stuff like that.
Okay. Ooh.
But yeah, that bulldozer texture is, well, it's a definite improvement to begin with.
Well,
Yeah.
the texture's not there yet. Like, if I fly
Well,
around this thing, it changes colors still. But the model you're saying?
Well,
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that one I actually
they
put
were the
some
words.
effort into this one, I guess, versus the other one.
You gonna make it so the blade moves up and down?
Yep.
Yeah,
Why
that's
not?
gonna look good.
Have you seen the latest crane, or not crane, the latest
Excavator?
excavator?
Tell me what you did to it.
I didn't change the model, but I've improved quite a bit. I'm going to call the calculations for the arm needs to be done. Let's put it that way. So it actually moves up and down appropriately now, too, to where you're at.
Okay.
Before
Do you know
it
what version
didn't.
that was.
You had no... The version you would have used yesterday only calculated the distance away from the
Okay, so you
excavator
improved it since then.
horizontally. It didn't calculate vertically at all. Now I've got a vertical
Yeah.
calculation into it too, and it actually points to the block that it's going to break. It's... I wouldn't
It
call
did look
it
like
foolproof, but it's a lot better than it was.
I was
And-
driving along just going straight for in the. I haven't seen the new one, but
Yeah, and it works like we were talking about. If you move forward.
February 6th.
You can rotate the tracks independently of the
Yeah, I
arm,
did see that.
but it needs a model and all that. Like the model I put in there's just for me,
Oh yeah,
for
I-
coding, because that's why it's so many different colors and all that kind of junk. Is I just
as
needed
you said,
to.
functioning over
Yep.
quality first of all.
Yep.
Which is absolutely fine.
Okay, so that's at what size? That's at 5.
Yeah, I
Let's
was
check
using
4.5.
build 33 and you've got 34. I'll have a
And
look at that.
the current version is not even up there right now.
Okay, yeah.
Like the
I
current set of
understand.
code, I haven't even committed it to GitHub. Today's
I might as
changes.
well look at 34.
Well, if you want to look at it, I can commit it real quick and it'll automatically build a new build for you.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't know the difference between 34 and 35, I guess.
Whether or not the arm calculates the vertical.
Oh, okay. Well then, I don't mind.
Excavator now.
I've got about an hour. Really parched though, so I might grab a drink whilst you're doing that.
Okay. Hello, Callum. Or how do you say that? Okay, the build should be going up momentarily. Do. The sync is complete. Let's see if the build is actually recognized. It is recognized and it's pending, so it'll build it here in a second. And it started. There is the link to the latest build. That is a static page. That's always the latest build. Like the automation I had to go through to get this set up was a pain. To have it automatically figure out that GitHub had a new commit, automatically increment the build number, both in Jenkins and in my code based on Jenkins. But now that I have it, I really, really like it because it's so much easier to do everything.
Yeah, it is.
It was worth the probably day to day, half day worth of effort that it took to get there.
Yeah, if I could, I would use Jenkins for everything I build.
Yeah, and there's cases where I'm not sure that it would make sense completely to use Jenkins, but for this, it's just awesome. Let's see, I need to move this model forward so the back end of this is within the bounding box. I need to move it forward quite a bit, actually. I call it about 3/4 of a block, and then that puts this up to there, so then the bounding box, because the bounding box is not centered at all. So let's do that. I need to grab both, but how am I gonna do this? Shoot. So let's move this one forward 0.75 like that. And then why is that off from its origin? Shoot, I'm gonna mess this up. I know I am. Link. No, all. Grab y negative 0.75. There. See if that fixes it. Save. Export to OBJ. Got the y in the right position. Triangles. Export. Reload Minecraft.
Back.
It's still building for some reason.
Did you just
Oh,
say
wait.
quack?
Yes, he did.
No, back.
Okay.
I said back.
It sounded like you said quack again. I just assumed you did. Okay, the latest build's there. I put the link in
It's gone
TeamSpeak
to
by the
that
way.
stage, has it?
Yeah.
Yes, it has. You should quack a little too much.
Did Gazer say something? It must have been quack.
No problem. I have you all fooled constantly. You don't know which way's up or down anymore.
That's right. Is he a duck or is it Gazer? I don't know anymore. Oh wow. That's good there. It sticks out a little there. If I move it back, say 0.2 maybe? Get that centered up. Grab Y. No. Edit mode. Grab Y. 0.2. Grab Y 0.2.
Hey, Reddy. You still there?
Hello. Wavefront. That one.
Yeah, Tech, if we actually get into a project together, maybe we could use Mylan as maybe
Use
for all
what?
the tasks. Mylan.
I'm not even sure what that is. I'm assuming it's a build environment.
Mylan is basically more like a task type of thing where it keeps track of features and such.
Oh, so it's more of a GitHub replacement?
Not really.
Okay. I guess I still don't know what it is then.
It's basically team management
Okay.
where teams can communicate what's going on with a project.
Huh.
Mostly.
It's specific for software development though?
Uh-huh. For example, you got that Mylan right there in the corner there. It says connect to Mylan
In the corner or what?
of Eclipse. Well, on the right hand side.
Oh. Huh. Well, that's cool. I've always used GitHub has issues, and you can put a feature or whatever you want. I guess whatever you want to tag it as, because you can call it whatever. So
Yeah,
if
Mylan,
GitHub.
yeah, Mylan, tags the file mostly.
Yeah, but if you do this, if I've created this issue, I can actually assign this to someone specific on within GitHub, and then when you go and close an issue, as long as you reference which like in your commit that closes that issue out, if you just say closes number 5, which is that issue number, it puts a link between the two then on GitHub, so you can see that this specific commit of code, this version of code fixed this issue. And then if that issue ever comes up again, you can see what the fix was previously and troubleshoot it a little easier that way. I'm really into GitHub.
Yeah.
And like the labels, if you wanted to do an enhancement or whatever, and you can also just add a new label whenever you want, you can do all that type of stuff right in here. So it sounds like that's what you're saying Mylan does.
Pretty much.
And then in addition to that, my build server. So this is the build server. If I go here to the specific build, if I go to say this version 31, and I go to this commit, which triggered that to be built, I can see the code that made that version. So all of it's all referenced and linked together. So if you have an issue with your server that's using build 31, this is the set of code that, or the changes that went into 31 versus 30. So it's really nice from a troubleshooting perspective to have all of your code and everything builds all that stuff in one central place and all linked together and to navigate it around. I'm a GitHub convert. So let's try this 0.7. I think we'll probably do. I think that's what I was working on. And debug. See, if you did it in Mylan, then like you created a task, you wouldn't be able to link the commit in GitHub
Myelin,
back to the Myelin, right?
yeah.
That says that
I don't know
that's
exactly
been
how that
added.
works, but I just got a little glimpse of what Myelin does. But it's very, very powerful.
Does it have its own source code um, repository or version control system? Because it might be the same
Uh,
type of thing.
Probably the same thing. I don't know.
That looks like that might be a good
It,
bounding box for this.
I can't remember exactly all the features.
So the front's off a little bit, but I think that's okay because you're not really going to be running into things too much on the front side. Because the blade's going to just clear its path for you, right? What are we going to do about the height of this thing? I can't see where I'm driving.
Put yourself high. You have to be above the blade at least. Well, see above the blade.
Well, yeah, I need to lift myself up because I'm sitting inside the machine still.
Maybe
like-
make a seat like the original.
Yeah. Plus, I can set my Y offset a lot higher. So let's say.
Whoa! What is it?
Oh.
I'm in the excavator,
Mhm.
and you know the yellow cab of the excavator, not that
Yeah.
the model's done or anything, but you can look through the yellow cab and see no water, as in
Yeah.
you can see the land as if there was no water. And I saw the temple thingy from 1.8 that I haven't actually seen before.
Oh.
And these monsters don't seem. Yeah, and now I'm going to use the excavator to get in, because not only do I'm not dying from the water, but they don't want to kill me because of creative. Wait, I'm in creative. I
That's-
don't even need the excavator, but still.
Yeah, the water is not
I
gonna.
might change to survival to see if anything happens or not, like if they try and kill me.
Bounding box might need to be bigger. If you haven't changed that already.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Well, I have changed it. It matches almost
Okay.
perfectly to the size of the machine now. If I bring up the bounding box and rotate it back here, the back is spot on. The sides are spot on. The front is off a little bit, but I'm gonna just leave that if you can run the front of the machine in there because you're gonna be breaking blocks in front of you more than likely anyway. So that's as close as I can get it. I mean, I could try and push everything back a little bit, but then it's gonna be off the other direction, and then it's not gonna be the right width if I try and fix that. So it's got to be off somewhere, and that's probably the best place for it to be off is in the front because, like I said, you're gonna break these blocks out here. So. Next up is, I think I've got the height about right. We need to put a seat on it still, but that's simple enough to do later.
The excavator, when it stops looking at a block and you're, say, trying to drive forward, the crane is always behind you, trying to catch up with the blocks that you're looking at. Yes?
Yes, because the way overall that it's working is you look at a block, and then that excavator
And that's
arm
the last thing.
tries to keep continually going to that block. And if you don't look at another block, that's where it's going to try and go. So it'll point behind you when you're driving away. And then if you look at a block beside you, it's going to try and move from where it was last at up to that block. So I need to add some type of far distance calculation to it that says if you're more than this many blocks away, jump a
Try
bunch
to
of
look.
blocks at once and jump towards the target a
Oh, yeah,
lot
jump.
to
Ooh.
get closer
Nice.
and then start moving because
Or
it's
maybe increase the speed of motion.
that it's if it's really far away, yeah, so it catches up. That's another way of doing it. That's very true. What else? There's also a case where if you look behind you, move your mouse up in the air, then spin around and look down at the other side, that arm's gonna like cut right through you. So I haven't figured out how to limit it so that you can't have it go through the center yet.
Well, you
But-
know that it's not going to be, it's not going to be perfect at the same time. There's
Yeah.
some things that you might have to live with.
Exactly. And another possible solution to that is, it's basically sending out from your eyes, it's sending out a ray, so a vector in 3D math continually until it hits a block. If I make it so that it stops when it hits any entity too, the bounding box of an entity, then that should fix it because the bounding box of that excavator should stop the thing from.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In theory, but
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't stop the excavator, then it'll stop for you, hopefully.
yeah. And you know, worst case
It's just
scenario,
bounding box.
it's got a little bit of derpiness to it because hey, I'm the
do.
first person to actually do an excavator in Minecraft, right?
Yeah, exactly. And when you're inside the excavator, do you render a bounding box, or are you the excavator? I don't do modding.
When you're in the bounding box, do I render the bound? Or when I'm in the excavator, do I render the bounding box? What do you mean?
Not you, as in, do you have a bounding box? Does the player have a bounding box when it's
Yes, it
inside the
does.
excavator?
Yes, it does. If you hit F3 and B at the same time on your keyboard, you'll see the bounding box for all machines. On that particular excavator, I probably set the bounding box very small because when I was originally doing it, I was using some vanilla code that did stop on the excavator, and I was technically inside the bounding box, so where I was looking was right in front of my face.
Yeah.
It wasn't ever where I was actually trying to target at. So I
So
changed this
that's-
bounding box for
Oh yeah,
now.
I can see the.
I still think you should bring up the bounding box one more on the bulldozer.
One more where? What do you mean?
One more block
Which way?
vertically.
You know what? That makes sense because I don't even have to do a full block either. It's 2.5, let's say. It's floating point, so I can do whatever. Wow, how's that for a guess?
User joined your channel.
Hey, Alco.
Hey,
Oh, Alco, I mentioned your name on Reddit the other day.
Alright,
I hope you don't mind.
so feel free.
It wasn't like specific to you. I just needed a player name to use an example for someone I killed. So like somebody was suggesting that in my mod I add or I suggested should I add a laser miner to it, and was asking the question, should I do that or should I keep it to only realistic things? And somebody said, F yeah, freaking laser tanks, man. And I said, you know what? I never thought about killing other people with it, but that'd be pretty cool. And then I put in there, Alco was vaporized by Techstack with a mining laser or something like that. So, I was just being silly and having fun.
That's cool.
Hmm.
Your stream's not on, by the way.
It's what?
Your stream's not online.
Are you on YouTube or Twitch?
Oh.
I take it you're on Twitch.
Survival, and the excavator isn't digging.
Uh-oh.
Because I've only tried it in creative one now.
Well, so have I. Excavator, okay. Boom.
Mind you, I have got serious mining fatigue from those evil zombie things, or flying fish. I don't know.
Flying fish.
talking about.
Oh,
Remember
the Guardian you're saying,
Yeah,
right?
There we
yeah.
go.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
no, I
big
can't
Guardian.
do it.
Oh, that's why you can't break blocks, probably, because you got mining fatigue, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I still can't do it that well. Yeah, it's not instant. Take out one block.
Really?
No.
I'm in survival and I'm
Slow.
doing it.
Okay.
I have to nullify that one actually when you're in the bulldozer and such in your machines.
I can't do it. And all my things have gone away. No mining fatigue, of course.
You holding control?
Oh, there we go.
I figured
All control.
I figured it needed a button to actually activate the jackhammer function of it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
just driving around, you'd leave huge holes in the world as you're looking at things. So that's why you have to do that. You have to push a button to
Alright.
turn it on to break the blocks.
You don't have to left click. No, you do have to left click.
No, you don't.
Right.
Just point and hold control.
Oh, that's amazing. Didn't even
Mhm.
notice.
So
It just took a while for the thing to get here.
if you wait for the arm to catch up to where you're at,
Yeah.
okay, and like you're on the left side of your screen, you hold control. It'll keep digging because it'll just keep going in a straight line where you're looking. But B, if you move it to the right, it'll break every block between those 2 points. Or the blocks that it passes through, I should say. So you can
Yep,
just kind of
yep,
swing it
that
back and
is
forth and be
like
ahead of
it.
it the whole time.
Crazy.
Yeah. I'm not sure if
No,
I'll keep the transparency on the frame, but I probably will keep the transparency on the arm itself. Because
Yeah.
the frame, like, you're sitting down too low in it, you need to be up a little higher. And I'll probably make it a different size, and it'll be more like the front end loader where it's got just beams and stuff and not a full cab.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how you're gonna mine downwards. Yes.
And that's where I'm saying it'll be a
Because
different
cab
size
thing.
cab, so that might help. It might be a smaller cab where you can actually see down, or maybe it has a glass, air quote, glass floor in it, but there won't be anything actually there. That type of thing. Because I mean,
I was
that's
able to.
a real thing with real excavators. They have basically all the way to the floor, and maybe sometimes on the floor itself, a window.
Yep.
And I can't fly because I'm in creative.
I can dig like. That's a lot of blocks I can dig down. That's good. 5 blocks. Is it? I'm gonna check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow.
And some of that's going to change because you're going to be sitting in a different spot when it's all done, right? So you
exactly.
might.
So you might
be a
only
little
be able
different.
to dig 5 or whatnot. Because we're very close to the ground at the moment.
Exactly. And I forget where I did the limitation at. It might be. It's probably on the look. So, like, how far away from where you're looking is, I think, where the limit is. So, if I moved you up, then you wouldn't be able to see as far down. But then again, being able to dig straight down isn't a bad thing.
Nope.
It needs
Should be able
animation.
to. The crane should be able to curve. And you wouldn't be able to attack straight down. You couldn't see through the floor anyway.
Yeah. Do you like that the arm is basically split in two on the first segment, and then so the red part's 2 different pieces, so you can see through it?
So the red, okay, the red part's 2 different pieces. Can you see that? Though? Oh, do you mean the? Ah, I see. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because I think
Instead of
that
one solid.
yeah, that helps.
Realistic anyway.
It helps
Well,
you
not
actually
sure.
see what it's doing, I think.
Yeah.
Because otherwise
If they
that
were
blue
solid,
one's
you would
gone.
be able to see where it was. Yes.
Yes, and so I'm not 100% sold on the fact that they need to be transparent, but I kind of like that it is, because it does make it that much easier to see where
Yeah.
you're.
Yeah. And for now,
working.
you might as well make it transparent because it's a one small variable.
Yeah, it's already done, so it's easy to keep it that way.
Yeah. Not a problem. Need you back if one thought, oh, I'm getting killed.
That's interesting.
Because
My
I can get killed inside a
pivot point must be off.
thing.
That's something I didn't even notice before. The pivot point's not quite at the point where it's perfect on that, so that could be why it's off slightly. It's probably close enough, though.
I do like the excavator.
Good. Because it was kind of
There's no
you're
real
doing.
way to go down before.
Well, you can with the bulldozer, though. I mean, the bulldozer will let you break the block
Yeah, but
beneath.
Can't you do? And
Can't
then,
do.
Of course, you can. I mean, cut through stone, and then of course you can
True.
load it. But
True, you can't cut
you
through
need
stone with
something
the
that,
bulldozer.
that can cut
Yes.
both, because you can get an intermix of stone and dirt some places, and it would be a real mess.
Yes, I think the
You just have to
excavators.
explode it all.
So the bulldozer is probably good for clearing off all of the overburden, which is what it was
Oh, yeah,
intended
yeah,
for.
yeah.
The loader's really only good for possibly clearing overburden if it's the only machine you've got, but also loading up all that blasted stone. That was really the intent of that thing. The excavator is going to be great for just starting a pit.
Yep.
no doubt about that. And then,
And other things, it can be used for everything, really.
Yeah.
They could make a trench. Could do many things.
oh, can I
Don't really know what.
point at this
Yeah.
block and then just drive backwards? Oh, wow. I'm not quite, it's not quite keeping up with me for some reason. Why is it not keeping up? Huh. It's kind of working, but not perfect. I don't get why. I must be moving too fast for the arm.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm moving too fast for the arm. And there I made it too deep. But I guess you could do a decent job at it. It's just to take a little trying.
So with this version, the bulldozer is only doing a 3 wide gap, not a 5.
Yes, I haven't changed that at all yet. Because I needed to get the scale of the model right before I determine where I have to break blocks at.
Yes, yes. And I'm not sure, but that bounding box could be inside the wheels. Well, I know it doesn't look right compared to the model. It's just that when you're trying to turn up a hill, for instance.
The bounding boxes
mine's
on
focused.
any Minecraft machine or anything in Minecraft is always a square and it's not rotated.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean that. I
Okay.
meant, make the square walls as in the width of the bulldozer.
And I
Closer
have in
inside.
my version.
Yeah.
'Cause
Okay.
I'm making changes to the bulldozer as we talk, kind of thing. So like right now, it's pretty much right on the back of it. The bounding box stops well before the blade. In fact, there's a little bit of the front of the engine compartment that's outside of the bounding box, but I think that's okay because you're gonna break blocks with the blade in front of it anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all close. And then as far as the width's concerned, it's pretty much spot on with the not the wheels but the arms. So you can't actually run into something on the side of it.
But that's
Dra-
if you're completely straightforward. But then you're
Yes.
you're trying to make it extremely realistic, I guess.
Yeah, and even at a 90-degree angle, when I drive this, or not a 90-degree angle, a 45,
45. Yeah.
it's going to be close.
Hmm.
It's going to be as close as possible for something this big. I can't make a bounding box that's not square in Minecraft. That's
I know. You were saying.
yeah.
Okay. So.
It's like if you put a cow down or a sheep too, they have square bounding boxes even though they're rectangle.
Good old Minecraft.
See, look at him. His back leg sticks out of his bounding box. His head sticks out of his bounding box. That's Minecraft. And I understand why they did it. It was probably simpler.
Yeah, that way you don't have to calculate multiple x and y z points.
Yeah. And then, if you rotated it on top of that's the real reason that they have to be square instead of a rectangle. Because you'd have to rotate it then. They don't have to rotate it like this. It's always the same box. So, anyway. So the bulldozer needs to have its guts ripped out of its code.
And it needs to take out leaves because it can't do anything.
Needs to take out what?
Leaves.
Oh, yeah. We'll get there. That's easy compared to what I'm about to do to it, because what I'm about to do, it's kind of scary.
Yes.
So,
Is it going to be the blade and whatnot as well, or what's
the blade moving. No, the blade moving is not that scary. I've
done it?
Yeah, I've done an excavator. Pfft, this is nothing compared to the excavator. the math and the excavator. I explained it at the beginning of the stream. Like,
Yeah.
it's calculating the distance from the point where the front of the excavator is at to the point you're looking at, cutting that distance in half, making a triangle out of it, a 90-degree triangle out of it, figuring out the angle right up close to the excavator for the first arm. Then from that single angle, the what is it, the cosine or whatever that is of that angle, I can figure out every single other angle I need. Because I've cut it in half with a 90-degree angle, so every triangle is 180 degrees. So you take 90 minus, or 180 minus 90, minus whatever that first angle is. That gives you the second angle. Double that, and that's the full point of the second one then. So
You'll have every. Okay.
yeah, and then there's another angle that's calculated based on the height too, but that's the same basic thing. You only need one trig function on there.
Okay.
So bulldozer's code's going to convert to this. This function's going to stay for now because I just want to use it for reference, but I'll get rid of it later. The blocks that it's going to break for now is going to be the same as the loader for right this second because I just want to hurry this. And we need to change this to 5, no, to -2 and less than 3. That should do it. Oh, I need to set the offset to where it's looking. It's at 3.5 right now. How does that compare to the... let's put the dozer blade down. And the loader. How does it compare? Boy, they might be able to use the exact same set of code, guys. They're close in size. Okay, let's reload this. Ooh, there's 8 people watching. Hi, everybody.
What, the bulldozer and the what? Can you use the code?
The loader.
Okay.
Like the same code as far as how far away
As
from
in, yeah,
the center
how far.
point where the bucket's at, because they're about the same size.
Well then. Forthwith.
There must have been a lot of people stopping in and watching this stream.
Yeah.
Because it says I've got 8 people watching right now, and the average watch duration is about 7 minutes 45 seconds, but there's been 107 playbacks, so 107 people have come in. Right now there's only 8 still here. Just kind of interesting numbers.
Yeah, it's interesting how
Oh my god, sorry, I didn't mean to
many
cut you
people
off.
actually view. Yep.
That is awesome. The the hole this thing can make. Okay, I need to make it so it goes higher too. That's pretty simple. Because it needs to do a too high path.
Oh my, I'm watching you do it now. Epic.
So I should do it in another for loop, I guess. For int j equals 0, j is less than 2, j plus plus.
Just seeing you use the bulldozer test the width, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah. I'm happy with it being that wide.
Yeah.
Plus j. So that should take care of breaking the current block and then the block above now. Oh, I gotta restart because I didn't run it in debug mode, dang it. I can edit the list of blocks that's allowed to break by changing this stuff here. That's cool. We also need to calculate the Y position that it's going to break at based on the angle of the blade and set its upper and lower limits and animate it too. I think I'm going to have it pretty dynamic so that if you were to... There we go. Now we're cooking. It's even better taking out 2 at a time. Too high. Like, this thing's just gonna flatten the land in no time.
Like a real bulldozer should.
Yeah.
It shouldn't stop for anything, especially not dirt. But well, stone. Okay, fine. Yeah. Oh,
Whoa.
I can. Okay, yeah, that's epic.
Watching the bulldozer just like tear through everything.
As it should. Right?
Yeah. I would just be floored to see this model. I think.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, time for animations now. So I need the model, I think it is, part.
Oh, we could have flat land.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole point in this, right? I mean,
I
it's
know,
meant
but
to make
we
it
want
flat
it to
and
be
down
this
to
small.
stone if you want it.
Yeah,
Those are the two
Oh.
functions of it.
a bit different.
So,
As in
oh,
the small bulldozer.
my
It makes-
farmland's all hilly. I need to make it flat. Get the bulldozer.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Becoming a reality, though.
Yeah.
Becoming a reality. It is becoming a reality.
You don't need world edit anymore.
Now that might be a little extreme because you still have to drive it around, and once this mod's done,
Fuel.
you will need fuel. And
I don't think it's gonna be cheap.
yeah, I'm thinking at this point in time. Oh, I need to put back in the tree break function. Oh, that's got to be fixed right now. At this point in time, it might be a good idea to make certain machines use fuel a little faster than other ones. Say the bulldozer because it's massive and heavy.
Heavy. Yeah.
So,
The crane, obviously.
oh,
Well,
the
yeah,
crane.
we're keeping that.
The crane is too big. It needs to be scaled down if we keep it
If
at
you're
all.
keeping it, yeah.
Yeah, and someone had suggested something good. They said on the Minecraft forums that I should make a mobile crane like I've got, and then a stationary crane. So they're called tower cranes in real life.
Yeah.
They just are basically a steel frame, and then it's got a beam coming
Yeah.
off of it that rotates around. You can
And you assemble it.
yeah, but he was saying for building, and I think that's a good idea. But I don't get how a crane in Minecraft can help you with building. If it's I'm gonna pick up a block and move it, that's not really helping you with building anything because it's faster to just go break it with a pickaxe, run over there where you want to put it, and put it down, right? It's simple enough to
Because
do that
you
in
have a
Minecraft.
massive inventory size yourself.
Yeah,
Now-
Realistic.
Now, if you add like I-beams and such into the game, that'd be pretty interesting.
I agree, but I don't have anything like that. I'm not sure how was a good idea of how to do something like that because you still have to constrain yourself to the fact that you're in a block world, right? I can't just make a thing be 10 blocks long without it actually being made up of 10 individual blocks. So in order to do that, I would have to add something that, or you'd have to create it in the world, right? And you might as well just go place it where you're going to place it.
Yep.
So I like the idea of using it for building because that's something I would like it to do, but I don't know how to get that done. Like what would
Yeah,
be
'cause the only reason you
good
need
from a gameplay standpoint?
is because you have that gravity issue and because the items are too heavy in real life and
Yeah.
you don't have those issues.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, you
Yeah.
could always make it a entity that pivots as you like move the crane. When it put in place, you could press a button and it will like weld it per se.
yes, that's what I was just thinking. Like
But-
when you place it down, it has a damage value of something, and when you get the crane in, wait a minute, the crane's not supposed to do that anyway. But
Then that would just transform it into like a block.
yeah, but the crane doesn't magically transform a broken well, not a broken block and not a finished block into a finished block. That's like placing a placeholder down. Say you go and make the crane go here, and it will build the tower. But I don't see that being realistic because it's like fixing it.
Oh my
Unless it's a placeholder, it's actually a placeholder. It's just
geezer, you just You said the right combination of words. Thank
Yeah.
you. So
Like the drones in no, New Mattercraft that have that like placeholder block thing where it's going to build. You have that, except you place down the placeholder, it builds the thing, maybe, or it projects the.
the
I don't know.
the
You have a
crane.
blueprint.
Exactly, a blueprint. It's basically the same thing as what ancient warfare builders did, right?
Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Place the crane down in the world, give it the right blueprint, and it will
And it'll build it
automated
itself.
build it
Oh my
itself
And
as
it'll
long
go
as you
around
supply
the
it with the blocks.
Oh my god. And it's stationary, it doesn't need to move.
Exactly. A tower crane that is a builder in the world.
That done.
Now, that's really exciting me, but someone in chat has said something as Red Pro said, a function for the crane would be that the crane would move a player around.
Yeah. As I was suggesting, but
With the
it can move the
crate thing?
vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play around.
I could see
It could be like an
crane
elevator.
moving vertically, yeah.
Yeah. Down to say another level, but you can make it like a stationary like elevator pivot thing.
Yeah, that's what I was
You need
thinking.
An entire
Crane for it. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. If I needed a vertical transportation, I could come up with one in the game probably a little simpler.
Yes. That doesn't.
An elevator.
Yeah.
Like a mine elevator even. That's just kind of
Yeah.
rickety looking and all that.
I got some ideas already if you build that functionality of a stationary crane.
With the crane?
Yeah. Basically, just make a huge skyscraper with glass and all.
Yeah, and it will go from the bottom, go from the down to the top. I mean, base to the
Yeah.
top of the building, building up the walls. And it goes around. It finds a block like the excavator would. It positions the arm of the block and then builds up.
Oh boy.
It's a lot of math, but it'd be worth it.
Oh no. It's the anticipation of having that in the game.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter the work behind it because
That's not.
you'll want to make it happen.
Oh yeah, but I'm not so concerned about the math of the animation now that I've got some other math under my belt that does a similar type thing.
Other things that you'll
It's the how do you get a blueprint in the game to tell it what to build?
There's other problems there.
How do I store that blueprint inside memory and on disk and stuff like that? It can be done. Don't get me wrong at all, because you guys remember
Let's do it.
I don't know if either one of you's seen it. Did you ever see Demon Depths?
No.
Okay, so Demon Depths was a bucket mod that I created that was on the Project Red Dog servers when I was still running, and it basically created an infinitely connected world, completely overrode the vanilla world generation, and it was all based on the fact that we built basically, I think it was a 2 chunk by 2 chunk, so 32 by 32 block area modules, and made alternating modules to be placed, either a connector or a unique. Connectors had open doors in specific spots on every side. Ooh. Connectors only connected at certain, or the uniques only connected to those connectors, so you could always have an infinitely expanded maze to go through, a dungeon to go through.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We actually made that, and it worked. And there's some tricks to the math involved in far as figuring out what chunk should have which, either a unique or connector module and all that stuff. Got it all to work, and in order to do that, we needed modules to build. So we created a creative server and then created a plugin that stored all the blocks inside the module.
Yeah,
basically,
so like
I've figured out how to do it. It's a pain in the butt to do though.
Yeah.
And I need a better way to do it from Forge, because there's also going to be blocks that aren't part of vanilla. I was only dealing with vanilla then.
Hey,
So
Jeff,
I
you
need a
got
better way.
John,
Yeah.
they're asking for a server feature.
Getting a idea could possibly be putting the viewpoint of the wrecking ball in the console when the player enters the crane.
So you could switch between views, maybe.
Or do you mean like a log of this
I was-
player is in a crane trying to break stuff.
Something like that, probably.
Let us know what you meant by that. I know there's gonna be some stream delay there before you get this message, so.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
That'd be good if you had like a camera. I wouldn't say camera. Maybe a camera on the tether ball connected to the wrecking ball, and you could switch between the camera. I have no idea how to do that, but that would be cool.
I could probably do something like that if I really wanted to, but
Yeah, but that's with the swinging wrecking ball anyway.
yeah, and I don't like the way. I mean, the wrecking ball at the end of the crane now is derpy. It just hangs there. It doesn't sway. It doesn't do anything. And Trey just joined the main channel.
User joined your channel.
Hello, Trey.
Hello.
You are on stream. I am actually streaming. Just to let you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, the bulldozer. No, the wrecking ball was kind of a less important thing at the moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I created a to-do list of stuff I need to do today while I'm doing this, so I want to get at least some of that stuff done. So what was I on this thing? I needed to add the tree breaking. That's what I was going to do. Back into it.
Too many good ideas coming up.
Yeah, I know, and that's great that they're coming, so
Yeah.
don't let them stop.
I'm gonna have to tidy my room, so gonna lose some inspiration there.
So I've already calculated BP, so I can just do this. I think that'll make it break trees. If I can get under one. I need a big tree. Till I can...
Given an explanation.
Hard to explain. When you enter the crane, the view changes to be at the end of the crane.
Yeah.
It would make
Yeah.
you kind of look as though you're flying, but still constrained by the limits of the crane arm.
Yeah, exactly like I was saying, if you had
Oh.
a camera on the wrecking ball, and the wrecking ball was moving, and you were at the viewpoint of the wrecking ball, basically.
Well, I could probably figure out how to place the player actually there. That would accomplish what you're talking about. It would look derpy
and then
because
the
everybody'd
controls
see you
would be-
floating through the air.
Or maybe you could make him invisible.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So the player doesn't have to constantly run up and down the building or skyscraper. Oh,
Maybe
I get what your point is. That would make more sense for something that's building instead of just a wrecking ball. Because the wrecking ball that we have now, here, I'll just show you on the stream. I tried doing a crane, and I'm not happy with it at all. For one, it's too massive, which is easy to scale down. Don't get me wrong. So there's the derpy crane, and you don't even sit inside the cab because it's derpy. See, there's the cab, and I'm in the middle. And then you can drop this wrecking ball down, but it's too effective, right? There's no real physics involved in it. I don't know that I want to get into the physics calculations of a swinging wrecking ball. And that's kind of where the problem is with it.
Oh, you know what you could do is make a remote control for the crane or vehicles.
Sure, but that doesn't solve the problem of the crane is broken by the fact that physics.
Yeah, I know, but still.
It doesn't actually work like a wrecking ball does. It just breaks blocks wherever the ball is. It looks really cool, don't get me wrong, but it's not right for Minecraft. Having something like this is dangerous.
You know, it's just the thought. You know, like for example, we got applied energetics remote control for accessing
Yeah.
inventories. Well, maybe something that would control the swing of the arms and such. I've seen that like in the real world. They got like automated remotes.
Yeah. I think adding a automated remote would be fairly simplistic for everything but the excavator right now. And I say not the excavator because the excavator has a more complex control. You have to look at a block kind of thing. So there's that. But also the way that Minecraft works is I do an action on my client. I push a button on my keyboard. It pushes forward, okay? That message that I push forward needs to get to the server, and the server actually takes an action to move your player forward, okay? And then sends that message that says, hey, your player moved forward, back to your computer to actually move you forward on your screen. So there's a back and forth. And that back and forth meant that I had to, on all of these entities I've created, get a keyboard handler that says, I'm pushing forward, I'm trying to turn right, I'm trying to back up, I'm trying to raise the bucket, lower the bucket. So that's all separate from the actual entity itself. So making it so the remote control works would just be I need to somehow link it to that entity, so I get that entity's ID.
User left your channel.
Then everything's there for being able to control that entity once I get that entity ID. I just need buttons on a GUI that say I'm clicking the forward button, I'm clicking back, I'm clicking left, I'm clicking right. And it would send it to that entity, and it would work.
Yeah.
So you
So
could
kind of-
you could remote control everything, and maybe that's something we'll add as an upgrade or something. But you're still gonna have to have a player doing the remote controls, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. People were asking me when I first gave a hint that this mod was there to add computer craft, or be able to control it from computer craft.
Automated
Oh, man.
bulldozers. Wow. You can just
Is
see like a quarry being built on its own.
is there an API for computer craft that is open so that other devs can use computer craft? Or maybe I'll have to use
think
open
the-
computers.
It must.
Oh, open computers would probably do it, and it works the same way as computer craft as far as the code's concerned. So I could create a block in the world that say remote control. You put it in a special item inside of it that links it to a specific entity in the world, and bam, you control that.
If I'm
Okay.
mistaken, Computer Craft has the API built right into the jar.
It does? Okay. So is it documented
Yeah,
somewhere what it
because
is, though?
many mods use it. Like open peripherals from them.
Yeah, well, open
But
peripherals.
yeah,
Okay.
that could be like a future.
Yeah, that's not something that I'm going to get distracted on today, other than maybe looking to see if there is one, which there's never mind. I follow the guy that makes computer craft, Dan200, on Twitter, and he said his site's down today, and I'm experiencing that, so I can't look to see if
Yeah.
there is one.
I just got that.
Okay, so I need to figure out if this will break a tree. So let's back up.
So yeah. He was saying the wrecking ball was just a word and he was not sure what it was called. Maybe he was meaning that if you're inside the wrecking ball, or the entity at the end of the crane, you could move up and down the building and then jump off. It would be like an elevator.
Well, I think what he was saying was if you've got this huge... So let me build something in the world here. You've got a huge crane, right? Like a tower crane. Going up like this, and then the boom arm comes off the side. And then from that boom arm, you've got the actual rig at the end of it, let's call it that goes down, right? Put your camera view at the point of that, so that as you're moving around trying to pick something up, you're seeing the end of the crane, not
Yeah,
from
because
the operator's tower.
That is an issue.
Depending on the
Right,
size,
operator's
yeah.
Tower, yeah. Okay.
But I think with the tower crane we were talking about, so far it's a blueprint printing machine, basically.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And you wouldn't need to get in it,
Brain.
just power the crane and go, right?
That's
Yeah.
let's call that the stationary
The tower crane.
crane or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the other crane called a wrecking ball.
I was thinking
Hold on.
maybe you can have like blocks called welding points. That would help
User
design it.
disconnected from your channel.
Help does do what with it?
You have a block called welding points. You have to have like 2 points to be able to weld, like for example, an I-beam on there.
So the idea that you place some blocks down, but they aren't functioning until you've welded them, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like making might be a future development type thing because
Yep.
it's making something that you've you're doing harder because it's making 2 steps to building whatever you were building. Like step 1 is placing it, and then the second one is welding it together. So maybe that could be a future thing. But what machine would do the welding? You could like individually hand weld it like construction does these days, but I don't really know of an automated welding machine.
Well, I was just thinking in the crane, just place it there and it automatically weld.
Okay, so it places a block and then welds it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
function-
that's like the 2-step problem that
Oh.
I was saying. Like, maybe you could do that in the future once you've got it to place the block. That's the first step. You get it to place the block, whatever it wants, and then later on, you could make it more difficult or work, I suppose. But yeah, I can see you can mow down leaves now.
Just
fun.
adding the code for the trees fixed leaves, because that's part of its way it works. It can break the leaves too, so. And it just
So that
takes out
building
big chunks of them.
Just fun now.
What if there was a crane that could just pick people up and like throw them and just send them flying across the map?
Call it the troll crane.
Hashtag throwing help.
Well, it's
That's not the
haphazard
word
now.
we used.
Come on. It's haphazard now, not help.
Forever known as help.
Yeah.
Yeah, help is a guy that we usually pick on because he usually does the things on
Pick
the
on?
server.
He deserves
Uh,
it.
Yeah, he asked for it basically. Come on, this is help.
he does
And help
things
if you're
that
watching. Hi.
is not legit.
He's acting all, oh, why are you picking on me now? Because he hasn't done anything of late, but he deserves it. Anyway,
We lost Trayer.
oh no.
Trayer helped a lot with the coding on Project Red Dog for all the bucket programs. Like, I started him, and then he kind of wanted to get into learning how to do bucket and stuff. I'm like, sure, go for it. And he like cleaned up my code and added a lot of config options and just put a lot of polish on him. So it was nice having him help with it.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't noticed, I kind of do a lot of prototyping really fast and then get ADHD or whatever and switch to something else.
So the cleaning up might be necessary.
Yeah. Actually taking it to completion is good. Where it's got polish
that
on it.
bulldozers can turn and chew blocks, which I'm liking.
Well, yeah. All I'm doing is checking to see where that blade is, and it just breaks wherever that blade is.
Yeah.
That's basically how it works. Actually, let's get some F5 mode going in here. It's too big. I can't see it good enough. I want to make sure it looks appropriate where it's breaking.
Actually, in real life, you really usually don't see the blade in front of the bulldozer, I think.
Huh? You mean when you're riding on it, you can't see it?
Yeah.
Well, you can't really see it in real life. Or in this either. You can barely see it out the sides because the slope of the thing. That's about it. So you kind of get a feel for where it is. I'm just saying, am I breaking the right blocks right now? That's all. And it looks like I am. It would be nice if the model was a little smaller than... It's basically 5 wide right now. So if you get
Yep.
off on your angle at all, you jump up a block. In your cut. See, like that.
Yeah, we could
Can't
if
rotate it.
the blade was like slightly narrower, but it still ate away the same amount. Like, if you hit the block, say you hit the block with the blade 20% through the block, it would still take it out, because then it would cause a few less issues when not angled straight forward.
I could make it so that the model was this big, and it still breaks 5. Or 7. It doesn't really
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
It's not actually looking at the blade inside the model. It's just saying,
Yeah,
go out to
Slightly
here in front of the
increase it slightly.
thing, and then break these blocks on each side. Break 3 blocks on each side is what it's doing.
Yeah.
So it's
All right.
it's
Hey,
from
you
the
got a
center point of the model
question?
straightforward. What's that? Can you disable the step assist for the machines if the machine is currently mining or operating? That's
Yeah, he
interesting.
doesn't want the up or down.
Could I? Let's take a look at the code. That's a
That'll
good
be a lot
idea.
of
Go ahead.
that'll be a
Maybe-
lot of stopping if you did miss it, because you are missing it now and again, and you are having to step up to avoid it. So
Maybe-
if you had that no step assist, then you just be stopping a lot.
Be stopping a lot, you think?
Yeah, unless it took it out. So maybe breaking that block. But no.
Well, actually, in real life, if you hit something with a bulldozer and it can't go through it, it will just stop it.
Yeah, but it can't not go through it. It's just that the blade misses it, and it's behind the blade.
Yeah, so like right now, if I go... okay. In 15 minutes for you guys. If I were going forward in a straight line, I can break blocks, right? But if I get off by just a little bit and I drift off so that the bounding box hits the next side over, I have to back up, straighten up again, and then go forward again. I guess it's not too much of a hassle.
Yeah.
But I would like the idea, because that works for 90-degree angles. If you're going at a 45, you're doing a little dance up and down the whole time, because you're not within the bounding box of everything. You really can't run this at a 45-degree angle the whole time.
No.
You just can't.
So people will just have to learn to straighten up more. But that makes it easier to straighten up if you have it breaking more blocks to the side of the bulldozer, giving a wider gap between the bounding box and the blade.
Yes, and that's actually what I did with the loader. The loader, I think, its bounding
It's narrow, yeah.
box is narrower than the 3 wide that it's going through, if I remember right. No? It was something I did it to.
Okay, well, that's good, yeah.
Yeah, because
That
this one
will
you
help.
can get off a little bit, and it's not as bad. But I think the step assist is a good idea. If we can disable that, it might make it somewhat better. Because look at that.
If you
That
do a
path was
step
awful.
assist, yeah, you can maybe do like a function button or something that would disable or toggle it, maybe.
Yeah. So let's look at the main class that everything's calling from. And look at its server update. Should be like right in here.
Maybe you could have a, not like a toggle, switch, not a button, say, because you don't have an operating switch for bulldozer going forward. It's going forward and it's breaking the block. There's no operator button like control where it goes down. But if you had a
Correct.
toggle switch,
Yes.
which disabled the step assist, that would be useful. You just have to toggle it back on when you actually wanted to go up. And
Yeah.
it could lift the bulldozer up above the ground so that it wouldn't wreck the blocks when it stopped operating.
I'm not sure what you meant by that last part.
Yeah, same here.
Say, like, if you... When you hold spacebar, you're supposed to be breaking the block above, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, when you get the arm to move. But if you're not wanting to operate and you're wanting the nose to be able to go up and down blocks, step assist, then you could have the
Oh.
bulldozer's blade be default in the upright position, because then it doesn't break the blocks that it would be rolling over.
Oh, well, you could just hold space and put it up though too. That's how before you got out of underground, right? You would just if there was a gradual enough slope, but you still needed to break the blocks, or whatever, you'd hold space. It'd put the blade in the up position, and you would always have one block to ride up, because it wouldn't
but
break the lower block.
Say you didn't want to destroy any of the terrain you're at now, you just want to transport yourself to the destination to destroy stuff. Then the step assist could disable the breaking of blocks, enable the stepping assist, and put the bulldozer's blade upright, and you wouldn't have to hold the spacebar. So it's like in transport mode. It's like moving the bulldozer to its
Okay,
destination.
gotcha. What do you think that check? Good idea.
I kind of of the opinion, just messing with this at a 45-degree angle, that I just need to make the bounding box of this bulldozer slightly smaller than the actual model, and then all these problems go away. Because when it's at a 45-degree angle, that corner point, and eventually you'll see this on the stream, that corner point sits out in front of the blade.
Yeah, so it's not breaking it.
It's not breaking anything, it's just going up.
Yep.
And when that happens, that's very frustrating. So I think I need to have the bounding box, you know, not a full block smaller, but a half block, maybe a little less.
Shorter at the front.
In every direction, just smaller. Because then you can rotate around inside the areas a little bit easier too. So let's try that. I think that'll help with the step assist thing too, because then if you get off a little bit, there's a little bit of give. The model will show itself drifting into the block. You can compensate before it actually steps up it. So right now it's at 4.7. Let's try 4.2 on that bounding box and see if all these problems just go away.
Just curious, can you suffocate yourself in with the new model we have? Since you're above it, the bounding box?
Yeah, you probably could.
Yeah.
You could drive your head into something that was an overhang. So, you asked.
I thought I meant ask and mention. Just
So let's just put some blocks down so I can drive on something. And then
I have to start doing stuff. So I'll listen, but I won't be here unless I'm, inclined to make an opinion.
gotcha. So there you go. I'm suffocating. You can't do it, but you're gonna know you're gonna be doing it because you can see your head driving towards it, right? So you'd have to do it on purpose, pretty much. Okay, I don't think that change for the bounding box actually went through.
I just can see some people do it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll do
I'm
it too.
Thinking about it.
Okay, so it did change. Okay, so now if I don't hold shift when I try and drive this thing, I'll stay on it. And we can get going here, get down a little bit. Let's try taking out this stuff over here. It's at a bit of an angle. It all just disappears. Same for that. Excellent.
I just thought something. Maybe that could be considered a way to see through the world, too.
Well, yeah, but there's nothing I can do to prevent. Actually, there's nothing I can do to prevent it. First off, was what I was gonna say, but
Yeah.
I think that's been fixed in this version of Minecraft. It doesn't really gain you anything.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because they render the world different. Like if you can't actually see the block, it's not getting rendered. So I think it's fence, right? If I put fence on the side, fence here and here, I can place the block there and there. And
Well, you might want to disable
maybe they fixed
the
it.
bulldozer. Maybe item pickups.
Item pickups, why?
Because it's putting it right into your inventory.
Well, let's put it in my inventory because I'm in creative.
Oh, okay.
Because creative has a stronger sucking power, let's call it that. So I'm in survival now. And my inventory is completely full, so I won't pick anything up anyway. Okay, so that's enough inventory space, right? Oh, let's make some on the hotbar so we can see it. Jump in here. Let's try driving this through. I very well might pick it up, but I don't see it as a bad thing. I still pick it up. I don't think that's bad.
It's kinda. Maybe you don't
Okay.
want to pick up all that dirt blocks.
Well, then just have your inventory full. You can do the old trick where you do something like this. Your inventory is full now and you won't pick any more up. I don't see it as bad for the main reason of if this thing works as fast as it does, there's going to be people creating a lot of entities on the ground if they're not picking them up.
Yeah.
And that could cause a lot of lag. So they need to pick them up. I don't think that the bulldozer should have its own internal inventory for this,
No,
because it doesn't make sense that it should have an inventory for that. A bulldozer doesn't pick things up and carry them around. It just plows through and it will push things, which we don't have in here, and I don't know that we're going to. Just somebody requested that also. But I don't know about making it push things. It's going to be a little tricky to do. So somebody was asking me, how do you flatten land? I said, well, you just use bulldozer. And they said, well, what about ponds? I said, well, you really can't fill it in. And he was talking about, well, maybe you make it like sand, like an entity. What he was asking for made sense, but I don't know that I want to go through the work of adding that just yet. And we're stuck by that overhang there, which we need to get this blade moving up and down to fix. I think what we did with the bounding box, it doesn't drastically change its size, but I think it fixes the problem of, oh, I'm off a little bit, because see, I'm wiggling it back and forth in there and I never popped up. Okay, there I did because I didn't stay with the angle. Can we go at an angle? The angles are still a little funny. I don't know if there's a whole lot you can do about angles, though. If I turn step assist off, we would just stop, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that's necessarily any better. I guess you'd have more of a chance to compensate. And let's kind of face it, if you're doing this, you're probably going to be going in straight lines anyway, because if you're clearing a big area, you're going to want to have some type of logic to it to get it all efficiently cleared. You don't want to draw or go all willy-nilly with it and miss a bunch of blocks and have to go back and all that.
Although some people like to have like curved paths, so maybe.
Yeah, but this is a brute force thing, not a finesse thing, right? So if you can make a path, you might just brute force it and then clean it up. Right? I don't know. Maybe I'm being weird. And if you notice it not breaking, I'm using the up and down functions on it right now. It technically moves up and down, even though you can't see it. So if it's not down, it's not breaking blocks, basically. Okay, let's actually animate the thing. So we need to go back to the excavator model. No, the bulldozer. Okay, in here, we don't want to do render all. We want to render the individual objects. We need to look at the bulldozer's render code. It's just translating it, doing some scale junk on it. Color, just calling render straight up, nothing special about it. Good. So we can override this render function here to do what we need. So that's the original render code. We need to call my model render specific object type thing, which is done in the excavator here, render group object. And that's not working. Why? Because this is model transportable. This is transportable, iCustom model, render group object. Oh, I actually called out. There we go. Yeah, terminate. Okay, then we need to get the names of the objects from the OBJ file, not from Blender, because Blender has a different name when it exports them. So the bucket is that. And then if we do a search for O, there's the body cube. Yeah, that's right. We want the body cube. So we got the bucket and the body. So I need to render the body first. No translation, no rotation applied to it, then the bucket. And that bucket will need not translation, rotation applied based on the attributes there. So if I look at the loader and where it's loading its bucket, it does this. I can do that. Get rid of this plus 30 for now because I'm sure we don't need that. Let's just test it and see what we get, and we'll adjust as needed. Because I'm sure that the default value is going to be in the wrong spot, and I'll need to adjust as needed. I also probably have the min and max set wrong and all that junk. Been streaming for 3 hours and 46 minutes so far. Uh-oh, Minecraft crashed. It didn't like me. I know why. I was a derp. Entity, machine, mod writable. I'll just use the generic version. I don't need the actual specific one. Then I can cut and paste code easier later. Needed. There we go. How's our to-do list looking? I don't think we've gotten very much done, but we've made a lot of progress on stuff. But I don't think we're crossing things off the list very efficiently. So this one. We got this done. Let's just cross them through, right? Straight through. Boulders needs a new model. I guess we did that. I guess we did. We're working on this still, right? Because it's bucket animations as part of the breaking code. Combine. Oh, combine. It's basic texture for 3D model. Yeah. Those two should go pretty quick. I also need to add a texture to the one we just made, the bulldozer, just so it doesn't look derpy all the time. The dump truck needs touched up. I'll probably do that one last. Scorpion can be last. We need just basic textures for all these. And you're saying if we broadcast paint, YouTube frowns upon that? That's silly.
Mm-hmm.
What about Photoshop? I've seen people make tons of Photoshop videos before.
I don't know about that.
I'll just do it in Photoshop if it's good to go.
Yeah, apparently there is a copyright strike issue for that program.
That sounds like something Microsoft would do. Surprise.
Even though it's widely distributed with no license agreement from what I know of.
Other than Windows.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, then just showing your start menu would be bad, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
That sounded a little extreme. I'm sure somebody else was doing something funny, whoever it was, to get something like that to happen. What is this code here doing? If attributes 1 is less than 30, then rotate it by Nate. What? We just want it to rotate straight up. Oh, that's why. Attribute 2. Okay, I get it. So let's get split screen going on. The loader has to do special animations when it gets so high. The bucket needs to do some special things to actually dump out. That's what that piece of code was. That's why I was checking if it was over a certain degree. So let's not multiply it by -2 anymore. Okay, now we've got a bucket that's way up in the air. But what's our attribute 1 value right now? So let's put a breakpoint in right here. Yes, you can change perspective. And add a watch to that. So we can get our value up here. It's 45. That looks right. -45. So let's remove this breakpoint. Play. What in the world just happened? It's got an up and it's got a down. And they're reversed from what they should be. Why does it only have 2 positions? That's crazy. It should have the whole range of motion. Entity bulldozer. Negative 45 is max, and that'll probably help. The min and max reversed. Ooh. We've got a bucket going up. We've got a bucket going down. I just need to set what the min and max is now. That right there should be the minimum. Whatever it's at right now, that's perfectly aligned with 1 block down.
I should think it should be like 15 degrees change on the min and max.
You might be right. Let's see what it is right this second. The bulldozer model. Yes, I want to set a breakpoint there. It is at exactly 15 degrees. How'd you guess that? I'm not that good
It's
with
just
angles.
The spatial reasoning, that's all.
Well, you've got it. 15-degree angle down is perfect. So, does that mean that 15 degrees up is perfect?
I would say so.
I'm guessing if that's 15 degrees. So there's the first block. There's where we're gonna set that at. So let's go down just a hair. No, hair more. Hair more. Okay, that's actually down just a little bit too much now. Okay, so we're close to right there. Let's see what the angle is.
Okay, that might be a
Negative.
little too much on the. Possibly.
It's at 15 though. 15 in the other direction, of course.
Yeah.
So if we set our limits, because they're right now at 45, because I didn't know what they should be. So 15 and 15.
Okay, that looks about right at the.
Oh yeah, you're way behind me on the stream.
Yeah.
I've even broken that one and replaced it and changed the code and all that stuff since then.
Okay. I was just about to say, 3 hour and 53 mark.
Okay, I've got the bulldozer changed to where it will just... Don't break, good. That looks pretty good. I don't know that I'm going to get a whole lot better than that. And it'd be breaking those
User
2
disconnected
blocks
from
there,
your
right?
channel.
Who do we lose? Oh, King. Bye, King. So, what blocks would we break? So, defaults breaks those 2. That'd break those 2. That's going to put it above the machine. That's perfect. So, you can actually run it into stuff a little ways as long as your head is not going to suffocate. I like this.
Could also like maybe break a little bit before the blade, maybe.
Well, it's not breaking right now, like, because of the way the code's set up. It'll only break it if the
Yeah.
blade's at 0, basically. Or at the very bottom, I forget which I set it at. So
Okay.
I need 3 positions for this. If it's at 0, it's gonna... Well, if it's at anything, it's gonna break here. If it's set all the way at max, then it'll break the stuff up top. That's when it'll start breaking the stuff up top. No, that doesn't even sound right. So maybe I need to go from 7 and below 7 to 15 is going to break the blocks below. 7 to -7 breaks the middle. And then -7 to
joined your
-15 breaks the
channel.
top. Hey, King.
Hmm.
Did you lose connection or something?
Yeah.
So let's do what I just said. So if the angle... So I need to do that. So if the attribute 1 is greater than 7, we'll create a new variable. So integer y offset, or offset y, bucket offset y. So it'll equal 0 by default, so I won't have to change it when it's in that middle range. If it's greater than 7, we'll set it to -1, because that's down. And then else if greater than +7 or -7, less than -7, we'll set it to +1. And let's run that. Whoa. Went full screen over 2 screens. Okay, which blocks did it break with it in the middle? Straight ahead. Let's back up. Let's lift the blade up, say there. Oh, there. Let's reset. Didn't tell it to actually use the number we calculated. Okay, that's that. Perfect. Let's make sure it gets the right set of blocks though. Two rows, 1 block high above the where it's at. And going down, it just digs a big old hole, 1 lower. Awesome, it's working. So now if I raise the blade up, I can take those out above me. I lower the blade, and I can start digging into the ground, go into the hole it makes, raise the blade up, clear off the top layer there, lower the blade back down, keep that going, back up, see what we get. Okay. I think I can dig a tunnel or a trench all the way down now. Those couple blocks are stopping me. So look, that works good. You can dig down, you can dig up. It breaks dirt, doesn't break stone. I need to make it so it doesn't pick up the blasted stone though, because that's what the loader does. I don't want it to do that. So it'll pick snow, break snow, snow layers, dirt, sand, gravel, grass, clay, soul sand. I'm gonna add one in here. tall grass because it's annoying. You might want to clear the tall grass off the land. Tall grass. I'm gonna do that with the loader too. The loader needs that. Oops, but we need the loader. Whoa, screen's not refreshing, right? Here we go. Does the bulldozer mine when it moves backwards? It can, yes. I've seen people abuse bulldozers before in the real world that actually do that. So they'll want to break stuff that's behind them, and they'll just put the blade to basically they'll just slam it into the ground as hard as they can with the hydraulics and pull, and they'll pile up dirt in front of the blade. So yes, you can do that. And apparently have a breakpoint set. Oh, I just need to save it because it had a bug. Come on, run. Run for me. Yes, the server needs to run too. There we go. So it's got a 15-degree range of movement on the blade. The animation does, both positive and negative, up and down. But it's got a lot of flexibility in there, so you don't have to be right at 0 to dig straight ahead. You can be from -6 to +6 in its range, and it will dig straight ahead. I think that's a good thing, because if it had to be exactly 0, you would never get it exact and be precise with it. And you know when it's up because it won't go up anymore. You know when it's down because it won't go down anymore. You just have to kind of guess on the middle part, which is easy enough with 6. Well, no, not 6. With 12, 13 integers to go through, right? Including 0. So if I put the blade down and go on a straight line here. Why am I not falling into its hole? Must not have been going straight enough. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I dig down and stop. Put the blade up. Oh, there's stone there. That's why I stopped. Pff. Okay, let's get a different spot. Nice. And I can't go forward. Oh, those blocks. So raise the blade. Why can't I go forward? Something under it? No. Oh, if I go forward, it would fall? Put the blade. Oh, there's blocks down there. I didn't see that. There we go.
Just saying you go to the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was saying, there goes the engine.
Yeah. Not going for that level of realism, though. But you're right, that would be pretty bad. When I was little, my dad did a lot of construction himself of his house, and he made a pond for us and all that stuff. And he actually had bought, I think he bought, I don't know, I was pretty little, but he had a bulldozer he was using to dig the pond out. And when he did it, they actually dug into a natural spring underground, and the pond started filling in as he's digging it out because all the water just started rushing in from that spring. So I didn't see it because I wasn't there at the time, and like I said, I was little. If I was there, I didn't remember it. But they just kept digging as fast as they could to get the pond to the size and shape they wanted before the dozer was underwater too much. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. It needs sound effects, right? I mean,
Oh yeah.
he needs to go vroom.
Well, and if you're like in a bulldozer, it needs the track sound. That's my thought.
Oh, I don't remember ever hearing the track sound over the engine sound because the engine sound was just so loud on it. Boom, tree gone. All it takes is one little block though to screw up your movement. So you kind of have to be aware of that. Get stuck on stuff. But this tree's gonna disappear. I guess it's good you're not inside the bounding box of the machine at all, because you can still use your fist to break stuff.
Huh,
Let's
interesting.
Let's try crossing this river here. I don't know if it'll work with the.
I
They now
guess that's
sink.
an intended feature. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, exactly. It's intended. We need a smokestack on this thing too. It has no exhaust.
Yeah.
I just realized that. Okay, so here's the moment of truth. Okay, I didn't actually fall into the water because it wasn't big enough of a gap. And goodbye trees. We can climb this hill because we're in the up mode with the blade. And it just kind of gives itself its own little path. I love that feature of this thing. We can go down the hillside on the other side. Oh no, we're on top of trees. This is a bad situation. Code red. Okay, let's go up this one. Oh no! And this is where you die. Oh good. My head's out of water. Come on. Break the right blocks. There we go.
You know, another thing that'd be kind of interesting is if you tilt the body as you're going up the hill.
So go up at an angle?
Yeah.
Actually, I had to do that in one spot once it catches up. Because I couldn't get traction to get up it really with the blocks that were in front of me, so I tilted the blade angle and it got me up.
No, I was talking about
Like,
actual tilt the body as you're going up the hill.
yeah. You'll see it in a second. I probably just fell in the river if you're seeing the same thing I am on this stream.
Well, I was referring to actual when you ascend and descend.
Okay.
Not the blade.
Yeah, the blade. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So you just turn. So you're not at a perfect 90-degree angle to the X or Z axis.
Yeah.
I'm just plowing through like everything under the sun here in this thing.
Yep.
It's fun. Just trees in the way. Okay, just go touch the tree. Bam, tree's not in the way. As I say that, I get hung up. It's not the fastest machine, but it shouldn't be, right?
Right.
I mean, I'm kind of moving slow across the land here. Ooh, derpy texture. Okay, we need to go fly off and find a jungle. Let's make quick work of the jungle, see how that works. Game mode 3. So I'm in spectator mode and can fly at super speed. Hopefully this doesn't mess up the stream too much, flying fast. I'm starting to get hungry. I might have to take a few minute break, go grab some food, and then come back.
Yeah.
Eat while I stream or something.
You always just do the BRB thing right there on the screen.
Yeah, yeah. I think I set one of those up before I started streaming. Like a little logo. Or text, I mean, not logo. That'd be too smart to actually make a picture be behind it, huh? Come on. Flying around is going to be slow. If anybody has a 1.8 seed with a jungle, that they know where it is, please let me know. It has to be 1.8, not 1.8.1. Well, just 1.8. Forge is not for 1.8.1 yet. I don't know that it ever will be, to be honest. They're probably going to skip right to 1.8.2 instead. That's my guess. Sure does take a long time for the world to load. Add a go-kart. I actually haven't told anyone else this, Augustine, but I have considered adding a ATV four-wheeler to it. Just for person transportation. Just a rugged little fast machine that goes over the hills.
Yeah. I still think you probably should add it in that 45-degree angle when you ascend and descend on
I'm not
a machine.
sure I understand what you mean. So like the whole machine should rotate up or down based on the angle?
Well,
And not be
more
flat?
the body.
Okay. So it should actually look like it's inclined,
Yeah.
you're saying. Rendering wise, that might be possible. Figuring out that it needs to do it, it'd be pain in the butt. Because really all you have to go on is what the highest block is right now as to where its Y coordinate is. And figuring out that, you know, that particular machine, it's like a 5x5 area. So what 5x5 in Minecraft is 25 blocks. So averaging out those 25 blocks and figuring out if it's going up or down, and then also adding in the rotation, it gets a little hard. That's why I don't think anyone's done that.
Just thought, because it's something.
Yeah,
you
it would
obviously have a
look
block
cooler.
that. You obviously the bounding box would eventually touch that one block, and it would signify it has to go up. So I would imagine it triggers an event.
No, it doesn't. Not at all. It's not the way it works at all. I'm just telling Minecraft itself, the vanilla, that I want to go to these coordinates, which I can't demonstrate very well in Game Mode 3. So I'm telling it I want to go to here, and then it figures out that it collides with that block that was there and bumps me up one. There's no event hook whatsoever.
Pro Red just found a seed for you, bud.
Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's on. Is the jungle right there? Hopefully. Yes, it is. Look at that. And there's melons right here. Awesome.
That's one thing I know you haven't tested on is melons.
I might have. What do you want me to test on?
Well, that was a joke, but
Oh,
bulldozer
yeah.
and melons. I don't think you've added anything for that, did you?
I probably didn't. Rendering bug. Dang it. If I knew what that was, that would so be gone. That's so frustrating. There's just nothing that tells me that it's happening. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how well I'm reproducing this. There, it's finally back. Okay, so let's just go through this jungle real quick. Gazer, was that you I heard? Are you actually back?
Yeah, I'm back. Well, not for long.
Oh, okay.
In 5 minutes. And then I'm actually off.
Okay. Well, I've got the blade actually moving up and down now. And it digs
Good.
accordingly.
I glanced a few times at you getting the blade going down.
Yeah.
Or not.
And the way it works is there's like 15 degrees up and 15 degrees down that it'll work or move. And then I'm like climbing trees here. That's scary.
When it's in down mode and you reverse,
It will still
it's not
scrape the ground.
supposed to take the. Yeah.
I like
No,
that
I
it
don't-
does.
Yeah, it should do that.
Yeah. I've
I
seen
was just
people
thinking about it.
have bumpy ground and use a bulldozer in the down position like that. Just slam the blade down as hard as they can against the
Yeah,
ground, where it actually like
that's fine.
lifts the front of the dozer up a bit, and then they'll drive it backwards and scrape the ground a little bit. It doesn't take off much, so it's exaggerated here in Minecraft, but you only have one block you
Doesn't
can work
matter,
with here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how far does it go down? 15 degrees is one block down, or
Yeah. Yeah, we examined it. It looks like it's about one block down, so.
that's good. As in, you do take, yeah. So it can do 2 or 3 high generally forward, 2 high.
So it's always going to break 2 blocks vertically. So there's either, it's still the same type of deal. So there's the block it's on that it's going to break. Or I'm sorry, the block in front of it directly is where it's going to break initially. Then it breaks the block above that. Okay, that's its default.
Okay, so if you go down, it will go down and then on level.
Yeah,
on
so if
top.
it's digging down, it'll break one layer down plus the block directly in front of it. If it's digging
is
up,
great.
it will
Go up 1.
go up 1 plus the block above that. So it's always breaking 2 blocks high. It's just a matter of where's that first block at.
Is
So-
entirely realistic.
Yep. And like the model itself works out really good for these numbers of breaking blocks, because if you put the block or the blade in the up position, let's put it all the way up here, it's like just about the same height as the engine cover. So it looks like
Oh,
it
that's
should be
good.
able to break enough to clear itself, and it can.
Yeah.
But your head gets stuck in anything that's above that. So while it could go through just fine, you can't.
Just put your stream now and wondering if you'll use the go up and go down.
Do
Make
what?
a creeper
Oh yeah,
car.
yeah. I see the
Creeper car.
it going up. Oh, and the model keeps the spacebar going up whilst you get out of it. That's
Yeah, yeah.
nice.
It keeps the last position, just like the loader does. So the loader, I think, if I did the same
I
thing,
didn't notice that.
if I
yeah.
put the bucket up and jump out, it's still up. And the models, like if we were on the server right now and I move the bucket up, you would see the bucket move up too, even though you're not in the car
Oh wow.
controlling it.
Well, that's good then.
Yeah.
And you fixed that render issue with the loader, so I guess you've solved most rendering issues like that.
Yeah,
Server to client type thing.
Yeah, I've tried to. There's still something weird rendering wise where you place one of these down, sometimes it doesn't show. I don't know why. If it's and
Yeah.
often when you log out and back in, it fixes it. I just don't know what the cause of it is, because I've seen
I've seen many mods do that as well.
yeah, unfortunately. So I've seen where it's like I put it in debug mode and found the X, Y, and Z coordinates of the entity I placed down, and it's in the right spot and getting updated. So it's actually there on the server, but vanilla is not rendering it for some reason. It just doesn't want to. It says no. If I can figure out why, I'll fix it, but I don't know why. And I'm not sure if it's specific to my mod, so I can't really post a bug to the Forge yet until I know for sure that it's not just something I'm doing stupid.
I gotta go, guys.
Take down the big tree if you haven't taken down the big tree.
Which one's the big tree? I've taken down lots of big trees.
User
This one?
disconnected from your channel.
I'll take this one down,
Oh,
assuming it's the one you mean.
Yeah. There's such a lag that I don't know.
There's some 4x4 or 2x2s here, so bam. Now it leaves branches hanging in the air, but that's kind of what we talked about. It's only gonna expand out so far just to keep lag from being crazy, and also it helps from
The machine.
it limits it to one tree instead of the whole forest.
All the trees.
Yes, all of the trees in the whole world.
I meant that, not that tropical tree, the one that's on its own, the normal oak tree.
Oh,
The
okay,
really tall one. But it doesn't matter. It's just that I'm just watching it.
I'll get it. I went to get it. It probably will do the same thing because it's got branches. Although if they're touching, it'll grab them. Yeah, like that one there might be
Yeah.
hanging. So if the branches are actually touching and not at a 45-degree angle, it'll...
Oh god,
grab
you're
everything.
annihilating the world with that.
Yeah.
With the tropical trees. That's pretty
It-
damn good.
got most of that oak tree. It left some stragglers out there, but it got most of it. I think that's probably good enough because those kind of trees are rare, right? Those giant oak trees like
Yeah.
that. Mostly you're gonna deal with birch and just regular size oak, and it just demolishes those. I think other than some additional tweaks to the model, did that rendering bug again, there, and that's like adding a smokestack to it, that type of thing. I think the bulldozer might be done, and of course adding a texture to it.
It does look like it's working how it should.
Yeah. Now it needs a lot of testing, of course, but that's gonna come with time.
Yeah, well then, well, I don't have the time to do that now, do I?
Oh no,
Well,
that wasn't what I meant.
Go and upload the thingy. I'll just keep on driving around in it.
It's
But
one of
no,
those
it's looking good.
one of those things where if you're driving through a forest, you're gonna get hung up on leaves because your head's sticking way above the bulldozer. But you can still punch at them. Before you couldn't punch at them because you were technically inside its entity. Now you're not. You're
But
sitting
now
on
you
top
made
of it, so you can just punch them out of your way. Which
And that's, you can't just put it on forward mode and forget about it, like switch off Minecraft, well,
yeah,
AFK, whilst the bulldozer destroys an entire forest.
yeah. Which if you did that anyway, you'd fall in a lake somewhere and drown. So
So
yeah.
that's fine. You have
Oh,
to
and-
chop over a few trees, and that's the price you have to pay for being able to chop down trees that instantly.
Yep. And I've made it so that it takes out snow instead of not being able to, because before it couldn't.
Oh, this is just a random feature that might be interesting for admins of servers. Maybe a building permit item.
Oh, that's cool. It's like it gives you an area permission to build in a specific area.
Yep.
That's a good idea for what other mods have already done, but it's a good representation to a real world thing. You know, it's just a permission system, right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a good way of doing it instead of having to type commands. I like that.
So could we install an early version of this bulldozer into Techline so we can clear away some track?
The problem with that is 1.8 versus 1.6.
Oh, damn it.
And no, I'm not going to backport the code through two versions.
No, I wouldn't ask.
Yeah, that's...
Like, make
I've
it amazing in 1.8.
I started in 1.7. I went to 1.8, had a bug in 1.8, went back to 1.7. It took a long time. So going back even further would be a nightmare.
Yeah, it's just slowing down progress. So.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is so much fun. Okay, you can tell the machine's done when the mod developer doesn't want to code and just wants to drive the machine around for a while. So it's done.
Oh.
It's slowing down progress by being too cool. Okay, so what's next? We've got the code the bulldozer's
Blueprint.
mechanic. No, not today. That'll be beyond today.
No,
that
that is a big ask.
the scope for that is like a week's or more worth of time to plan it, design it, code it.
That'll be like end game though for this mod.
Yeah. Well, yeah. For playing it, yeah. And it's probably in game for me from the standpoint of adding things too,
That's
because
so much, yeah.
the complexity plus if I wait, then more mods will be on 1.8 hopefully, and I can start to make sure that it's going to work at least with some mods,
Yeah.
because that's going to be the big thing. If there's a
Yep.
way to scan in a particular region of the world, and rebuild it somewhere else or whatever.
Like Buildcraft's blueprint making architect did.
Oh my gosh, could we make this so awesome? So
Yeah.
awesome.
You know, I was just
Do you want
thinking
this to be
Buildcraft's
awesome?
logic table.
No, do you want this to be even more awesome than that? Do you want this to be like one of the most awesome mods there ever is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's already more awesome.
Okay,
It's just-
Matthew,
You know, the
you
scope for this is already past Buildcraft. It's fine.
you want to help out with this, right? Or am I asking
No,
a
no,
lot?
I'm
Okay,
helping.
and you've done web stuff before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can code. I can help.
Okay. Well, I've done what I'm about to ask too myself. I've used Google's App Engine before to make a web service basically. So let's say we make a web service that hosts all of the blueprints that people have made.
Ooh.
And
That
then
is good.
you build the crane and you say, I want Techstack's crappy hole in the ground because I like Techstack and I want to build it in my world. And the interface for it attaches to the web service, downloads
Yep.
the list of
Yep.
blueprints from the web, and then actually
I-
makes them.
Yeah, I
That
was
would
gonna
be
suggest
cool.
that, 'cause that's what Buildcraft was lacking, a way of
Sharing. It's all I'm
transferring
talking
your
about. Yeah.
blueprint. That's it.
That would be so cool. And people watching the stream, comment if you think that's worth it or not, because there's a lot of work to do that.
Wow. That is a lot of work.
It is. I mean, it's creating another whole program basically just to handle upload, download, listing, all that type of stuff of the files. And I guess, plus we'd have to make it versionable. So like 1.9 comes along. The web service should still work, right? But you don't want to upload a 1.9 block blueprint and
Yeah,
use
so
it in
we'd have to
1.8. So we have to take things like that into consideration.
Which
Just
is, still
Doable. Yeah, and then also, well, we're in. Okay, somebody said yes with the exclamation point in capital letters. We would also be able to upgrade the blueprints, right? So it's on 1.8, and 1.8's file format's a little different than 1.9 from the mod standpoint. Well, because it's a web service and we have access to the database,
Then they could,
we write the upgrade, and not everybody has to go create the blueprints again.
Yep. And that is a program in of itself. As
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
The web-based thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not so hard to do.
that's doable.
It's not hard to do. Like I said, I've worked with Google's App Engine before. I love working with it. It's really nice. They've got a smaller sized edition that's free. So as long as we didn't get really popular with this mod, we should stay under the limits of what their free stuff is, and we wouldn't have to pay, is what I'm saying.
But then if it does get popular, then donations to the point where you can get the paid stuff.
Yeah, donations at that point would pay for the web hosting service that allows that all to happen, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you don't have to think about the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I've already got a website service already set up. I can probably put it there.
That would probably be one of its own. You
But
do
but would it
something
handle
sort
the load? And that's why I say Google's App Engine is the
Oh,
right
yeah.
place to do, because
It-
App
this-
Engine. App Engine can handle, it's scalable, completely scalable. They start up more instances as you have more traffic, automatic. So you get more servers based on how many people are using it.
Oh, that is good.
I believe, yeah, I believe this is a cloud structure for
Okay.
the host I have.
Okay. What is it?
iPage.
iPage. Never heard of it. I'm actually kind of curious because I was talking to somebody else about stuff along those lines, and we knew of Google App Engine. I know of Google, or not Google, Amazon's web service, and the Microsoft Azure, I think it's called. But I really didn't know of anything else that was worth using, really. And that's just because I didn't know. Doesn't mean that there's not anything.
Link
But
in
iPage. Okay.
Newspeak chat.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, that sounds
Oh,
great.
but they're just a host. They're not a cloud.
Yeah, they use a
Yeah.
cloud structure though for their servers.
But they'll cripple. They will fall. Like you. It's not distributed, is what I'm saying. And Google App Engine, seriously, like if you get 10,000 requests per minute, and Gazer, if you gotta go, you don't need to listen to this if that's what you're
No,
trying to
it's
say.
fine.
Like if you get 10,000 requests per minute, they will just run 5 versions of your software on 5 different servers for you to handle all the traffic. It's automatic. So,
But yeah, from today, well, from this streaming, got a few great ideas.
yeah,
Let's create a sub project there in GitHub then.
it's true. We would need something to hold it.
Yeah.
wouldn't we? I guess we need to work out some details on it first. And like I said, this from the mod standpoint, the crane tower builder thing is last on my list and will keep being last on my list for a while if I add new stuff, because it's going to be complex, very, very complex to figure out
There would
how
be,
to save the blocks for every mod.
Like in terms of getting the mod out there as well, you have all these vehicles that are all amazing in of itself. Finishing them off would be best to do first, and then
Yes.
when you get to the game ender, the stationary builder, that is amazing, the idea of it. Then when people look into the mod, and because of that stationary thing, because it's getting traction possibly, then they'll see also these finished vehicles that are along with it, and it's like it just adds to the
Yeah.
awesomeness.
It'll be more of a
Instead of
complete
like
mod at that point.
half did,
Yeah.
like half done bulldozers and just a half done crane.
Exactly. And, current state of crane, it's getting removed unless I find a better feature to use it with, because
yeah,
there's
I mean
nothing
the
to
tower,
do with
sorry.
it. Oh, yeah. Exactly. So,
Yeah, the crane's kind of turned power now.
yeah, while there's it's great for playing within creative right
User
now.
was moved out of your channel.
And yeah.
That was weird. It's not great for playing in survival yet, because,
Oh no.
you
It's
can't
like
make,
a placeholder for an idea.
yeah, you can't make blasted stone right now. There's no way to do it. There's no drilling rig. You can't drill holes in the stone to make the holes to be able to fill them with blasted stone. So that's all missing. The ore processing is missing. There's blocks
Yeah.
there and placeholders for it, but it doesn't do anything. So if you were to go through and say, okay, create this recipe, you'd be very disappointed when it didn't do anything. Plus, also, there's no fuel usage whatsoever. So all
Yeah,
of
so
these
there's still a,
well overpowered machines are extremely overpowered right now, because there's no drawback to using them once you create them. The initial cost is all there is. So,
that makes sense. Put that at the back. Game ending.
yep.
Done. That's great then. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Good luck.
Okay.
That
Thank
was
you.
great.
Yeah, I assume that if I did a web service like that, it will take a few months to build.
Oh,
User
then
disconnected from your channel.
it's too hard to do with whatever service you're doing. With App Engine, it should be done in about a week or 2. 2 to get the first prototype out, and then you debug it and troubleshoot it from there. Like App Engine is really easy to use because like they have APIs for just about everything you would need to do already, and I guess the hardest part of it would be getting the service to work with Minecraft so that they talk to each other efficiently.
I'm kind of good with WebSockets.
Oh no. So even that you don't want to have to be writing the actual API or WebSocket calls. Like just use a regular web service over HTTP. That way, if somebody wanted to write a web page front end in front of it, they could. Like, oh wow, that's how we do it. Okay, so in addition to having an awesome mod that actually places them in the world with the crane, right? Well, we have the web service that hosts all these files and all the information about them, but there's nothing stopping us from, say, uploading a screenshot with it so that when the person wants to browse through the list of buildings that they could build with their builder, right? They could see what it actually is going to build. Okay, there's all that, but then also, what's to stop us from creating a website that maybe has a couple ads on it so that it pays for itself and pays for the web hosting part that lists them as well, so that you could search it through your web browser, because that might be more efficient to do.
Yeah,
And then say it gives you a number or something, a unique number that identifies that particular build in game. You paste that in there if you don't want to have to look it up in game, and then that blueprint is used. So it's a blueprint library web service that also has a web page that can be used from the web.
Yep, that's basically what you need to do. Is you have to have a web interface.
And I'm just building Minecraft for no reason. Okay, so it's... Go ahead, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I'm good with server-side programming. When it comes to client-side stuff, for example, like building 3D models, that's a different story.
Sure. And if you couldn't tell, I'm not that good with making 3D stuff either. I can run Blender, but I'm not good at making it look like real-world objects that much. I mean, that generically looks like a bulldozer. It has all the pieces there, right? But there's not a lot of detail to it that makes it look really good. Somebody showed me on Reddit a model that I think it was Railcraft. They wanted to add a steam shovel to Railcraft, but they couldn't get the controls or something, he said. Anyway, she showed me the 3D model they had. It looked really nice. It did. I'm sure somebody put a lot of hours into making it. Possibly with web service for sharing blueprints.
Yeah, you gotta have a web service when you do stuff like that.
Between servers /
That part will take a while to do. Is that
the whole thing.
developing of the
Yeah.
web service? That's what I was talking about.
And that's a piece I don't think that it would, but maybe that's just because of my knowledge in IT and doing. I don't think there's a lot that needs to be done in that web service. It needs to save a file or a clob to the database that is.
You got the UI stuff. You got some form submissions and.
But
functionalities
as
to
a generic web service without the web front end, if it's Minecraft is your client, and this, so you scan in the world with those blocks, and it just sends a bunch of requests to the server that uploads the file, right? Then that server just saves it to disk, and then Minecraft again. It might have a listing service, so you'll need a list from the web service of all the blueprints in the database, or from some type of searching on it. So there's a little bit of that, but there's no GUI again, because if it's in Minecraft, if you're just looking at the first piece of it, and then the
My experience though is like
downloading them.
a UI is very, very important.
Oh,
Even
a UI is, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
to do the first piece of it though, we don't need the website. The website would come whenever we're ready to do the website, and that's only there to make it even easier to see them, because when you have 5 blueprints on the service, it's going to be real easy to find them through Minecraft, right? But when you have 5,000 of them, that's when you're going to want to be able to have a better GUI to search through them, to list them out a little bit better than what Minecraft can display. Things like that, get a picture on it of what it is you're building. If it just says, here's my tower, or here's my wall, that's easy enough inside Minecraft to just list it out. But if you start adding pictures and other things like that, it'll be a little harder. So, I've done too much talking. I need to get some food. I will be back in like 5-10 minutes, maybe. I'm gonna make a
Yeah.
quick break here, and then I'll be back. I'm just gonna
when
keep
it
the
comes
stream going.
when it comes to websites, all I say is front end is big thing to worry about.
Yep. Not gonna argue with that one bit. And what I
Yeah.
was saying is that we just don't need the website immediately once we get it set up, because we will need to work through all the technical details of how to scan Minecraft in, how to
Yeah, I was thinking about like a text format, or we can also do vector scans and such.
but like it's going to be difficult because of all the modded blocks. We don't know what they need to save, so we're going to have to like scan the world, find the block, call its functions that it writes to MBT data, and save that off onto its own thing. Get back the MBT data off of each individual block in the world, each, not entity, I guess, just blocks, huh? But there's a lot to it, I think, to save that, and then each individual block's going to need X, Y, and Z coordinates saved with it. It's going to need its block ID, its metadata value, and then any other data that's needed to be saved for that particular block.
Yeah.
And even then, it still may not work with every block, because a lot of mod authors, because they want to save additional information that's beyond the 16 numbers that is metadata, or not metadata. Maybe, yeah, metadata. They write a file, a DAT file to disk, and those blocks won't work at all. I'm not going to try and write a special plugin
Yeah,
for every
with you.
single mod. I guess we'll just have to say those are not compatible. I don't know what else to do.
All right, enjoy your meal.
Yeah, I'm going to grab food and bring it back here. So I can keep the stream going. So, be right back.
Microphone muted.
Well, peeps, I am out of here. I'm gonna leave you guys with Techstack there. This was Quirky Lee, by the way. You'll probably find me on YouTube as well. Right. See ya.
User left your channel. Microphone activated.
Okay, guys, and I'm back here. Hopefully, I unmuted my mic properly. I'll just say something in chat. Hopefully, you can hear me. Let's get rid of this. Be right back. Message. And what else? Okay, Matthew. Oops. Okay, so let's check out our to-do list here once again. The sheet. So we did that. Let's go ahead and commit this to the internet, I guess. To GitHub. These changes. Oh yes. You came around for a while. I think you were on our server for a bit, weren't you? Just like you were checking us out and stuff. Like around the time Project Red Dog was up, right? The Ancient Warfare server? Cool. So how you been? We replaced that server with other things that aren't public yet. They will be. Eventually. Some of the other server members have been working on getting those up and running. All built out. Cool, thank you. Just realized I need to edit the model for the bulldozer one more time to add a smokestack to this thing. Let's do that real quick. So let's add. Still doing the YouTube thing? I thought at the time you were making videos a lot. If I remember correctly. Oops. Scale Y. Let's see. There we go. You know what? It's the old-fashioned dozer. It probably doesn't need much of a stack, right? Let's get a wireframe mode. It just needs to have one. It doesn't have to be great big. Doesn't need to be doubled, so let's delete this. Not really, but I want to restart and make some. Yeah, I hear you there. I went through a big major dry spell on my channel and didn't upload anything at all for a long time. And now I'm just getting into doing live streams right here on YouTube because it's just easier to set up, and you know, I just record and I don't have to edit it and all that stuff. It may not be as interesting to watch, but also at the same time it's interactive. It's a little funner for me too to do this. Hopefully it's fun for you guys too. Let's see, remove those doubles, please. Remove doubles. There we go. Get rid of them all. Okay, so now let's go back into edit mode and add this cylinder in. Scale it. I think you came in from around Thaudius, wasn't it? Right? Wasn't that the person that was recording all the time that brought a bunch of people to the Ancient Warfare server. His channel did, and then thought he's kind of disappeared on us. I don't know what was up with that. If he just had a bad experience on the server or what. But I haven't checked his channel out in a while. I probably should. See what he's up to. He seemed like a pretty cool guy. Okay, so now it's got a smokestack at least. We can call it, or an exhaust, so we can call it complete. Let's export this to this file. Type export. And added smokestack to bulldozer. Let's push those to the internet. Let's see what our build server handles 2 syncs at the same time. Or 2 pushes. Oh, I need a texture on this. Shoot. I should have done that before. Good thing I didn't close it. Okay, there's going to be our texture. So, unwrap, scale it down. That size, I'm going to want that to be all black. Oh, no. Yeah, I'll just leave it all black for now. I just want a basic texture. Placeholder. Okay, and then all of that. Unwrap. Get it on the same texture. Unwrap. I don't know why they're all in one point. That's awful. Smart UV project. There we go. Scale those down. Move them up here. We'll make those yellow. Paint mode. Tool. Our yellow color here. 100% strength, big radius, so we can get this done quick. Bam, yellow. Let's go over here, change this to textured mode so we can start to see what we're drawing. Cool, got yellow. A nice yellow bulldozer here. Back into this. Select all of those and all of those. Smart UV project. Back into view mode. Scale those things down. Grab them, put them over here, and we're on the wrong texture again for some stupid reason. There we go. Let's make these gray. Real creative here, huh? Bam, that's a little pink actually. Okay, and then let's make this arm a specific color. I don't know what yet. So L, all of that. Let's make it the same yellow, actually. Smart UV project. Okay. Put it on the same texture. Go out of paint mode, back to view. Select all, scale it down. Grab it, put it over there. Cool, we're yellow. Okay, and then the blade should be like some kind of silver color, right? So, all link, all scale. Put it on the right texture. Scale it down some more. And actually switch objects over here to this one. Okay, so we don't have anything in this upper right hand corner, that's what I was trying to see. Tab, so we can grab this. Put it over there. And go to paint mode. And what color in paint mode should we make this thing? The front. I guess some kind of silver-ish color, right? Sure, that will do for now. Oh, we need a seat! Oh my gosh. How many things on this thing am I going to forget? Need a seat. So let's add a seat. add a cube, scale it down, grab it on this axis, scale it down more, grab it up, go full screen with this thing because I'm tired of zooming back and forth. Okay, there's that. Let's subdivide these here. Perfect. Hello. Coop. How are you today? Extrude. There, we got a little basic seat for Steve to sit in, right? Okay, so let's go back out of this. Grab all those faces on that object. Back to view mode. Right texture. And okay, so let's unwrap. Scale it down. Put it there. I'm very smart. Why are you saying that? And thank you, I guess, but what's the reason? I haven't yet. I don't know that I won't, but it's not high on the priority. Right now, high on the priority is getting things working in game, doing what their job is supposed to be so it can actually be played. However, I've thought about adding it to the loader because you're sitting inside the loader. It would make sense to just see it there, right? It just adds to the realism of the whole thing. I don't know that they'll actually rotate or turn if it's steering wheel. I don't think that I'm actually going to make it rotate in response to your wheels. But then again, one day I might get bored and just do it. I don't know. I'm an old fart. I'm in my 30s, let's put it that way, and I've been doing computer stuff since, over half my life. So, I just have a lot of experience. If you're young and are saying computers are hard, just give it time. Learn as much as you can, if that's something you're interested in. You know what? I'm going to look up on the internet RGB value for leather. Okay, they gave me a number. Let's see. So, shoot. It wants it as a decimal. So, 146 divided by 256 is 0.57. So let's put that in here. 123 divided by 256 is that. And 81 divided by 256. Cool, thank you. Any more, like this type of thing's probably what I'll be doing a lot more recently, at least for a while. I'm really into learning how to do Minecraft mods. I've played them for, well, a couple years now probably, and I've just gotten to the point where I need to make my own. There are specific things that I have learned from playing mods that a lot of the mods today take you, the player, out of Minecraft. They automate things to the point where you don't have to play. And what that ends up happening is there's a curve, right? Where you have to do a lot in the game initially And as you continue to play, you have to do less and less, and you're less and less motivated to play, although you're getting more and more things in the game. Thank you. I think there's other people that do it, but they do it more as a tutorial type thing. I'm not trying to teach people. If somebody wants to learn off of what I'm doing, great. All my code's open source on the internet, so you can go find it if you want to look at it. Don't copy it, obviously, but it is open source. If you want to make a change to it, you can follow the rules of open source and do that. I'm just doing this for fun. You know, I get people on my TeamSpeak server that are my server members, and we just talk about Minecraft and games in general and have a good time while I'm doing this. So it's fun. Okay, so let's export this one with the actual seat this time. And the texture. Okay, so let's reload Minecraft. Oh, we didn't save the texture. Gotta save it. Save image as. Up a directory. Go up, please. There we go. Machine mod, nope. Code, Minecraft, machine mod. Wrong drive, there we go. All code, Minecraft, Techstack, source, main, resources, assets, machine mod, models. There we go. Bulldozer PNG. I do have a Minecraft server. It's not public. No instance of Minecraft I have running on it is public yet right now. We did have a public server at one time. The plan is to have another public server. It will be a Traincraft server. But it's still being built as far as the world. There's some basic main lines and stuff some of the other guys wanted to have done. Really, it's like my server members wanted to have that as a public server, so I agreed to do it and host it on my server I have on the internet. My other instances are all private. They are whitelisted, so. And then, of course, there's my test server for this thing I've been messing with for my mod. That's just hidden. If somebody gets on there, they can mess around, but they have to have my mod to do it anyway, so it's gonna be kind of hard to do. If you look, my mod is out there to download, but you have to kind of look hard to find it. Because I haven't publicly said where it is or anything yet. Nor do I want to yet. I don't want to announce that it's in a specific spot and get a bunch of people playing it because I'm making so many changes so fast to it. And there's a ton of bugs in it. Okay, so we have a seat. It's gray. I thought I'd made it brown. I did make it brown, didn't I? That's interesting. It's gray, but I'm okay with gray, I guess. And this is brown. I think we got the wrong things. I'm not okay with the blade being brown.
User joined your channel.
Hey, Jess. How's it going? Are you muted again? No? Okay. Must be on your side if you are. Oh, I know why it's brown. It's Techstack's heavy machinery mod. You'll have a very hard time finding it. It may not even show up on Google. Because again, I'm not ready for people to start playing it a lot. Jazz, if you are talking, I cannot hear you, and I'm not sure why. So just letting you know. Oh, okay. As long as you know you're having a problem, you're not sitting there talking to me. Huh. Maybe relog. Maybe your mic's not picked up right, TeamSpeak
User
or something.
disconnected from your channel. User joined your channel.
Hello? Well, if you're talking, it's not working. I hate it when computers do that. It seems like, I don't know, once a month somebody logs in that has that problem. It's very annoying. Like, do you have a special headset or something? Like, I have a Turtle Beach headset, and it plugs into USB, and sometimes I have to turn it on and off, and then it will recognize that it's there. Maybe your mic sounds are turned all the way down in your control panel? Okay. So the model model bulldozer. We need to change this right here to be bulldozer. Oh, anyway, I was talking earlier about how I thought Minecraft mods, most of them set up automation and then take the player out of the game. I'm hoping mine kind of keeps the player in the game a little bit more, makes it funner, lasts longer. Because, you make a machine, you have to drive the machine around to actually use it. You have to actually still play. So hopefully that keeps the engagement level up a little higher, not just so I've made my AE system and my everything else. So
Yeah, can you hear me?
yes, I can.
Oh, so I set it to like continuous mode, and I might just try changing it back to thing now. I'm just keep working on it.
It's
I don't
interesting.
know, for the time being.
Well, I just hear you talking, so if you leave it on that mode, that's fine. It's not picking up any background sounds. I got the wrong texture name somehow. Oh, that's why. I'm a derp and didn't spell it right.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just set a different push to talk, and now it's working. So who knows?
Oh, somebody wants to see the machines in this mod, so I'll give you a quick rundown of what I've added so far. Some of these may get removed or changed severely. Since what I've showed you, Chaz, there's been a lot changed.
Yeah, what did you do?
The bulldozer is more appropriately sized now and very awesome.
Cool.
It's a little bright yellow though. I need to change the color. That was not intended. So let me just show it off here. It's corrupt. Okay. It now does a 5 wide path because why not? It gives you a bit of a reason to use it over the loader because the loader can also break dirt and sand and stuff like that. It does it too high because when I made it bigger, it just looked like it should be breaking too high. So I did. The blade actually moves up and down on it now. You can see it physically moving. Get from the side here so you can see it better on the stream. That's basically it. It's just got a lot better model and behaves better. Still pushes down trees.
Yeah, it's nice.
The kind of newish thing that's still in the prototype stages, which I'm trying to find the stupid placer for. Conveyor, blastostone, excavator. I was challenged by someone to make an excavator in Minecraft because it's rather complex to do because there's this arm off of it, right? And the arm has a shoulder joint and an elbow joint, and they move independently and have to go to the block, right? So that's a lot
Yeah,
of
that'd be hard.
trig to do that, basically. Well, I figured out how to
Yeah,
do it.
loads.
So it actually will adjust its angle accordingly, and point to the block that you're pointing at with your mouse cursor.
Oh,
Because
that's awesome.
I wanted to keep the controls as simple as possible. All of my other machines have 2-button controls, and up and a down, your sprint key and your jump key. This has the mouse pointer to tell it where to go, and then the control key to actually break the block. So if I go ahead and start mining with this thing, you'll see that it's going to break everything under the sun. Now, I said excavator, but it's an excavator machine with a jackhammer attachment to it. That's why it's able to break stone and break things at the speed that it does, of course. So that's the newest, most complex thing that I've had to add to it so far, just because of all the math there.
I tried to get the GitHub stuff working and the Forge stuff working, but I couldn't get it working. It's just being weird. You know, whenever I do, like, I've been able to get it to correctly download stuff, but whenever I try and set up the workspace, I do, like, you know, like great old W, you know, Eclipse, it just doesn't do anything. It just, the Eclipse folder is still empty.
Really?
And I've tried setting the Eclipse, you know, that is a folder anyways, but it just doesn't do anything if I do that. So it's just weird.
So I do Gradle W Eclipse. Let me just pull it up here. So I'm in my Gradle folder here. Gradle W Eclipse PC, like that. And I'm showing you this so that you can see what it actually comes back with. It does this for a while, and then actually it says build successful or something like that, I think.
Yeah, so I'll be seeing that in a second on the stream.
Yeah. Big delay. Sorry.
Yeah, it sends messages and stuff, but it just doesn't, when I check the Eclipse folder, it actually doesn't, and it says build successful, it's just nothing inside of the Eclipse folder.
And I think by default, I don't think there's a whole lot there. So while that's running in the background.
So then where are you supposed to set the thing? Like, how is that supposed to work then?
So there's basically a Minecraft instance inside there for me, but that's after I've been testing with it, right? Your data is not actually, your project's not inside the Eclipse folder. But what you want to do when you load Eclipse up, let me kill it now so I can show you. So I close Eclipse, yes, exit. And when I launch Eclipse, it's going to ask for a workspace. You want it to be the folder where you have Gradle plus the word Eclipse at the end. And that's all you got to do. Hit OK.
So the entire folder, or just the Eclipse folder?
So the path that you want in there is the location to where you have Gradle installed plus the /Eclipse folder underneath that.
Yeah, so the Eclipse folder under there, there's nothing inside of that. And when I load that up, it just gives me, it's just empty. I mean, I'll try, but it's, I don't know, it's weird.
So when I load it up, if I close all the Java files I had open from before, when I first loaded up, I got this window inside Eclipse. And you just need to come over here underneath your Package Explorer. So if your Package Explorer is not seen, you're going to look like there's nothing open. So like if I had this open, it doesn't look like there's anything loaded, right? So view the Package Explorer under Windows, Show View, should be somewhere here, Package Explorer. And inside there, you'll see a Minecraft folder. And in there is where all your source code's got to be.
Okay, well, I'm going to open up Eclipse in a second, and I'll see if I can do that.
Okay. So I think we were showing off the mod, right? I don't know if everybody's still there that wanted to see it. What's corrupt? You talking about TeamSpeak still? Jade? If you're still there. Oh, and that model for the crane or the excavator is going to change severely. I hate it. But
Yeah, no, looks a little bit crazy at the moment, but you'll fix it.
yeah, I'll fix it, and it was mostly for development only because like I needed it to be different colors so I could figure out what object it was by just looking at it inside the game, which part of the arm and all that.
So I've got there. What do I do with the Package Explorer? Like, is there a menu I can click on or something? What is it?
Do you have Package Explorer up on the left? Is it
Yes.
an option that's there? Okay, so under there you should see a Minecraft folder.
There is none.
That's really, really weird. And your workspace was the folder that Gradle was in,
Yep.
and the subfolder of Eclipse.
Yep, subfolder Eclipse.
Huh.
You know, I'll try doing the running it again because like the other day, it was giving me a Java heap, memory error when I was trying to decompile the source. Like when I was trying to do the setup, developer workspace, and I just opened up my computer the next day, tried it again, and it worked. So I'll just try this command again. Who knows?
Try the setup decomp workspace again before you do Eclipse. That'll probably help because it might be that it's running the Eclipse command properly, but it doesn't have the Java or the Minecraft source and all that decompiled for it to actually use. Because it should create a project for you, and you don't have to do anything. At least that's how it worked for me.
Who knows?
It's also how Palomar explains it to work. That's how I learned how to do this with Gradle.
Yeah, no, and I watched the install video and everything. I know that they give you in the README. I also read the entire README, but it's not really. Who knows?
Yeah. Huh. Oh, game rule.
Also, what version of the mod are you using on the test server?
I've done a lot of automation since then, since we talked last. So as soon as I do a commit and a push up to GitHub itself, I set up a build server called Jenkins that automatically compiles it for me and basically makes the mod ready. Well, the test server automatically goes out and downloads the latest version of that. So if you were to hit this address at the top here, the TS Craft server with 8080 at the end, you would find a page that looks like this, and you go to Techstack's Heavy Machine Mod and just grab the latest build from here and download the jar and put it in your Minecraft.
That'll be the most recent, and the server will always have that. It's pretty good.
The server will have that, and if it doesn't, all we have to do is stop and restart the server, and as soon as it goes through a restart process, it will pick up the latest version.
Do you suppose you could paste that link in the TeamSpeak?
Yep.
Thanks.
No problem. In fact, the server is not on that version right now, so if you're able to log in with whatever version you have.
I have the most recent one that was on the GitHub, and it was, as of a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And it was not letting me join then, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
GitHub is
right now.
The GitHub release version is way out of date now at this point. Since I switched to this, I would like it to be able to push back to GitHub the build that it makes on Jenkins, but it doesn't. So.
And if you, no pressure, but if you get a second, if you just want to restart the server and then update it, that would be fine. I don't know if who knows, but yeah.
I'm logging in to do it now because it needs to be
Alrighty.
updated just to see if there's any issues there. 1 second. Bing. And it should be the latest version now. I mean, if it's not for whatever reason, just let me know, because that means that it didn't successfully copy the file for some weird reason, but it should have. Okay, so I showed the. Man, that's an ugly yellow. I gotta fix that yellow. The ugly yellow bulldozer. I showed the excavator, which is just a placeholder.
Green.
Yeah, I know. It's like a chartreuse color almost. Here's my loader, and the loader will pick up items. It has its own internal inventory. If I raise the bucket up here a little bit, and you go out in front of it, you can actually see the items that are in its inventory, which it is capable of holding anything in its inventory, any item or block. See, they're all in there.
That looks nice.
The dump truck is another one we want to show off. Right here. Put that down. Again, it works in conjunction with the loader. If I go over to the dump truck, raise the bucket up, the loader will actually drop its items out, and they will render inside the dump truck. If I raise the bed on the dump truck, it will still show the items in the proper location, and I can drive this thing off, lift the bed up all the way, dump the items out. Now, the idea behind that is we're going to dump those into some type of processing plant, right? So the processing plant is this primary crusher that I've got set up here, which is a cone crusher, which is a real thing from the real world. It looks just like this pretty much with a cone inside it that kind of vibrates around and crushes things up. It will spit items out on the side. Oops, wrong thing. Conveyor belt.
Sorry, did you say that the command is to set up decomp workspace?
Yes. And it's like camel case capital letters on each word and all that
I just
junk.
wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that wasn't a different one.
Nope, that's it. And these conveyors will push items along. They are very early in their development, so they don't have a texture even. They'll eventually have an animation on their texture, is the idea, and maybe not move items quite so fast because that's a little ridiculous, right? But anyway, that's how it'll do. Then they'll go off to another block, which will be a screen, which is, again, a real item from the real world that sorts things, different size stone, basically. And the idea is that will be a sorting machine in my mod, so you can send things different ways, off on conveyors again. I didn't mention, but this crusher here, once it's actually fully done, will pulverize your ores into dust, effectively doubling, possibly tripling. I haven't decided yet how much you get out of your ores. The really cool part of all this is, and I don't have my drilling rig made yet in game, but the drilling rig will make this drilled stone by drilling through stone, imagining that. So, blah, 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 blah. It replaces it with drilled stone, okay? Just bear with me for a minute. Then you'll be able to pump in explosives into those and make it explosive pack stone. Okay, well, you'll put some of these in the world. They will chain together if you get them close enough. That's what I'm trying to do. And then they are reactive with redstone just like TNT, except for they're different than TNT. TNT in vanilla, you place it down, you light it, it pops up into the air and turns into an entity. It flashes for a few seconds, then detonates. This stuff's more volatile. It blows up instantly. And it turns stone from vanilla into blasted stone. This grayish, dark grayish here looking stone stuff here. This stuff has gravity applied to it, just like sand does. So if I put it on the side here, it'll fall straight down as an item. But also, it's a collapsible. So what that means is if I stack it too high, it falls off to the side. So I can make a big tower out of this stuff that will just kind of form a cone shape. This is a good thing because when you place down your loader, which is able to pick up this blasted stone, it kind of just falls into the bucket, just like the real world. They make stone piles and stone quarries, and so they can pick them up in a loader easier. So let me get up here on this next level. Put my bucket back down so it starts picking it up, and you can see I'm picking up all this blasted stone we had from the mountain, and it keeps falling down the side of the mountain. Get all this stuff, take it over to your dump truck, throw it in dump truck, take it to your processing plant, and you get the idea of how this mod's going to work. So that's that side of it. There's also a farming side of it, guys, where you have a tractor, you place it down in the world, and you have a plow, a planter, which I dropped on the ground, and a sprayer, plow. It's got little teeth on it, right? Go around, hold down your control button, and you make the tilled earth or farmland. I must have dropped that sprayer, didn't I? Or planter. Give me a planter. I've got cocoa beans. I don't think cocoa beans will work in this. We need some seeds. Carrots. Potatoes. Stuff like that will work in it. So I put the planter in the first slot. 1, 2, 3 seeds. 1, 2, 3 carrots. And 1, 2, 3 potato. Oh, no, let's do a stack of potatoes so we finish off. Oh, it was too slow. Let's all turn it back down into regular farmland or dirt because it's not irrigated. Still got to apply to all the water stuff too. AK, yes, it will use power. I'm probably going to have some type of fuel that I'm going to add to this thing. You'll have to produce it in some way or find it in the world. I'm leaning towards producing it. Just because I think it would make it a little easier. Let me set the time here. So now that I've got this stuff planted, let's get this sprayer out and some bone meal. Oops. Put the sprayer on instead of the planter. See the sprayer there? And let's back up over our plants once again. And you can see they're turning into fully grown plants. And it's consuming the bone meal. So you've got a full farming suite in there. We also have a combine, which still is a little bit of a work in progress. It's on the to-do list for today if I get to it. Somewhere's the combine. Oh, duh. It's already got the texture. So here it is. It's missing its actual texture, but it will break blocks already. And you can pick them up. It'll probably put them in its own inventory when I'm all done with that one. But again, it's work in progress. Wide bed truck. I don't know if you've seen that, Jazz, did you? Sounds weather off. So here's the wide bed truck. If I put the loader, or you see there's nothing on the back, but if I put the loader in its inventory, it has a loader riding on the back of it. And you can haul it around. And this truck goes faster than all the other machines is the idea or reason behind having it. Oh, Chaz, I don't think I ever really tested it fully. Let me just try. I just jumped out. We get this thing going full speed, jump out. It still goes for a while and then stops. Yeah, and I jump back in it, it doesn't move anymore. I realized I wasn't resetting the fact that the machine thought that the player was still pushing the forward button. So that's why it was still going forward. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I've got some other kind of placeholder entities that I've got in here, but they will have major changes to them before we're done. For example, I created a crane with a wrecking ball on it, but it's way too OP to keep in the game. As you will see, as it just destroys the world with no regard for actual physics or real life, anything or another. It just rips holes in things, including bedrock. So yeah, cool. I know that's easy to fix, the bedrock piece of it, but it's too derpy in many, many ways to keep in the game. So see, there's a hole all the way through the world. But yeah, there's plans to add a crane that will be much different. But that's going to be one of the later things I add. We were talking earlier, Chaz, about adding basically a crane that builds things. So you give it a blueprint and you place down a tower crane is what it's going to be. So it's stationary. And that tower crane will build whatever blueprint you give it. So we were talking about that. Then we're talking about possibly even creating a web service that will host these blueprints so you can share them among players of my mod, but not have to be on the same server. So you could build something,
Cool.
scan it in, and then somebody else could download it and put it in their world. So,
Yeah, what if you had like a? I'm just thinking how you implement. What if you had like the crane? You put it in the building mode, and you put the template, and you could see like a version of the template, and you could like move it around sort of like ghost blocks, and you could click a button, and then bam, there it is.
maybe. I mean, I've figured out how to render blocks inside the back of the dump truck, so I guess it'd just be a further extension of doing that, right? To make it actually
Yeah.
render a ghost block of it. I'm not making any promises on that one, but that's a good idea though.
That'd be cool.
It's nice versus some of the other mods I've seen that have some type of building structure type thing. I also would like it to have a picture, like a screenshot that's taken, that could be saved along with the blueprint, so that you can see what it is it's going to build before you even pick that blueprint, so you don't waste the blueprint, kind of thing. But maybe with what you're saying, I'll solve that problem too. and someone's speaking Spanish, and I don't know Spanish good enough to know what they're saying.
I can take a peek.
I'm gonna run through Google Translate.
Yeah, no, I don't speak Spanish very well.
Sends greetings to Yonchil? I don't know what that is, but okay. That's what Google says that they said. Hola. That's about the extent of my Spanish. Hola. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde está el baño? Got the important things down, right?
Yep.
I want to make the conveyors move people too, not just items or entities too. Like, there's been a lot of ideas been thrown around. I've thought of making a big block, or not block, but a machine that is basically a shredder that you can use on mobs to kind of grind them, that kind of thing. It would be really good with roads. Several people have suggested to me to add some type of asphalt machine or something like that
that'd be
that
so cool.
would be used to place them. Now that we've got the bulldozer working in the way it does, it'd be so cool to have a road building machine now, because you can flatten land like you wouldn't believe now. You're taking out 10 blocks for everything that thing touches, basically. 5 wide, 2 high. You just clear a huge hole. So back to the to-do list, or I'm never going to get done because I'm going to keep talking about the mod. Let's see if I can find a mod to-do list. Okay. Combine needs basic texture for 3D model. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so T, let's split the screen again. Go to image editor, new, scale that out, and let's grab all these things here, can. Unwrap, smart unwrap. Okay. Select everything, scale it down. Just throw it into corner. Change its image. Paint it. Tools. That's interesting. Go back to edit mode. Wonder what those other objects were. Oh well. Let's make it a green tractor. Quick enough. Okay. Unwrap. View, all, scale, grab. That picture. Do we want them black? Let's make them gray. Ta-da. And then unwrap. Scale down. And for this, what color should the head on the combine be? The part that actually spins around.
Red is the color I had it be. Well, black was the actual spinning thing, and red was the body around the spinning thing.
Oh, I didn't even think of looking at the texture you made. That makes sense, huh?
I really have no idea. It's totally arbitrary, but that's, I think, what it was. You can have a quick peek. I should check.
Yeah, you've got a orangish yellow body, and then there's a red square out where the head would be. So I guess red. I'd already painted this thing green, not thinking about that, like the whole body, because I was thinking John Deere, you know.
Right, yeah, no, that's fine. I actually based it on the reference image I was looking at was of a John Deere combine, but then I just
Change the colors. Okay.
yeah, exactly.
I think they're mostly black, though, from what I've seen. Let me look one up on the internet. Like the combine head.
Yeah, no, I really don't know. I mean, basically, I just well, if you look at the combine head, so the harvester head is what I called the image, and I believe that it was just I had like the blades and the inner part of like that inner drum of the thing was black, and the rest of it was red.
I didn't even. Oh yeah, there's a separate item for the head, isn't there? I didn't think about that. Engine, dumper, loader wheel tracks, dozer, turbo engine, harvester. Oh, we don't have a texture for the harvester head. Okay.
We should.
We should?
I made one.
Maybe I don't have the right name for it in the code then.
It's called harvesterhead.png.
Textures, items. Oh yeah. So I must have something mistyped in my code. It's gonna be in this reference. No. It's gonna be in the new stupid things that Mojang made everybody do that take forever to do. The models.
What would that be?
The JSON files for every single item. There's a ton of them, especially when you start getting blocks in. I understand why they did it. Don't take my comments wrong. It's just it's a pain in the butt to do.
Yep.
Okay, so that should be fixed. Another bug bites the dust. So that means I can take one thing off my to-do list then, because I had to-dos of adding the additional textures. What less to do?
I'd be happy to make more. I just basically sat down and did it for like an hour, and I just finished the ones I did, and I was like, you know what, I'm tired, but I'd be happy to work on it some more.
Yeah, that's fine. Trust me, I appreciate you doing what you did.
Well, you know, there's just only so much like pixel art you can do before you just like your brain just starts to melt. So
Yes. Which is
like,
why I
some stuff
keep
was pretty
shoving it
easy
to the bottom
draw,
of the
but other
list.
stuff was like, how do I even do this?
Okay, now someone's trolling me by speaking nothing but Spanish in like whole paragraphs in chat.
La español. Hablar la español.
No. 9. Yep, okay. Let's see. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That was stupid. I clicked on the username.
So, I mean, the gist of what he's saying is, hi, do you have a direction? I said, well, I don't know what directo means, but it's,
He's advertising his channel.
Okay. Nice.
Blacko.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Yeah, I put it in the Google search. It says, hello, no direct, my channel where play games. You tell me rub through my channel called direct. And then he gives his channel name.
See, that's one of those things, you could totally get away with that, you know, but still.
Yeah, I've got 5 people watching. Is that really worth it, Dave? No offense to the 5 people that are there, but I'm saying is he's not getting thousands of views out of doing that. Going in and getting blocked from somebody's channel. But whatever. Okay, so I've made that black. It is a separate object. Cool. I need to give these objects names. So head. And then this will be body. Oops. And we can save it. Did I save it? Combine. Assets. Models. Save. How long have I been streaming?
A while.
Almost 6 hours now.
Jesus.
I might have to stop soon. I don't know when the family's coming home. When they get home, I'll have to stop. Until then, though, it's code.
Talk to her. Wait, sorry. I didn't push to talk. I was not talking to you.
No worries. Kind of figured that.
I was doing so good I wasn't pushing push to talk, and then I just did it.
Oh, Fiery joined. I hope he comes over here. I'm gonna blow his mind away with this mod today. I've made so many changes.
Who?
Fiery, in the main channel.
Hmm. Right, so I actually am not sure what's going on, because when I do the Eclipse thing, I don't, I deleted the Eclipse folder inside of my thing where I have my Gradle,
Okay.
and it didn't create a new one. There's nothing. I don't know where this Eclipse
Yeah.
folder is now.
It won't actually create a new Eclipse folder. The Eclipse folder should come from the Forge download you did. And then what it does is it puts a project file inside the same folder as a Gradle file, I believe. And that's really how it all works together. I'm not sure why Eclipse wants you to say, I want to go inside Eclipse folder, but that's how it works for me. I actually have to tell it my workspace is the Eclipse folder, even though the project file is one level up from that. Just must be something about Eclipse, I guess.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah. And wow, I refreshed the stream a while ago, accidentally, and now it's probably like an hour behind.
Okay, so I'm curious. What does the file look like? This one that you're saying it's in one level up.
So it's in here. Dot project. So with the name dot project, you may not see it at all if Mac works like Linux. Linux hides files like that unless you tell it to show me hidden files that start with a dot. So the way in Linux, when you're at a command prompt to get them to display, is when you're doing ls, the list command, do ls space -a, and it will list everything. That's a for all, and you'll be able to see them. So that might show you if it's there or not. But it's just a dot project file. When I open it up, it's got the name of my project, which is Techstack Heavy Machine Mod, and then the location to where like all these file substructure things are. The build command, Java builder. It's really not much to it at all.
I'll try moving it to the new. I made a new place, as I said, and I'll just try moving it there. Who knows?
Yeah. That dot project file is probably part of my Eclipse or my GitHub. Hey, look.
Probably is.
Because I doubt I told it not to do that. Although, now that I say that, I might take that back because... No, it's there. It's part of the GitHub. You may not even need to run the Eclipse section if you're going to use my mod, if that's what you want to work on. Or look at, or whatever.
What are you saying?
If you want to work on my mod specifically, you might not have to do the Eclipse command then. If that's there. You might just need to extract Forge and then download my source code from GitHub and put it into that folder.
Oh, really? That's nice.
Yeah, that might work for you. Might.
Well, I'm just gonna try doing it right now.
Okay, so I think I just exported this file. I keep jumping all over the place here. So let's run this and see if it's in game like this. It's green and black and all that. Oh, my wife sent me a message, so I need to read this real quick. Okay, and it crashed, so I did something very wrong apparently. Does not like my model. So I did export, wavefront. That's the problem. Didn't change the settings. Sees forward, negative Y is up. Triangulate faces. Model combine. There we go. Let's run this again.
Ugh, still not working. That's so weird.
Fancy. Okay, the normals are off on this maybe? No, they're not. You know, I think they are.
So is the best stuff I can get currently in terms of source code just the release 9 or whatever you have on your GitHub?
Yeah, GitHub's the closest you're gonna get to the code I have in my hands right now. I mean, if I
Alrighty, yeah.
look at my thing, I committed last 56 minutes ago. So it's behind, but not by much.
I should probably reload the page then.
Wait, so this isn't using the right texture at all. Because that's orange, not green. I should have recognized that right away. So that means I need to go to the model combine. And in here, I'm going to reference a specific, apparently the tractor model, not the combine one.
How do you download just from the, from the GitHub? Oh, never mind. Figured it out.
Yeah, there's a download a zip file or something like that. You can also get the GitHub for, I guess, for Mac for you. But,
Yep, you linked me. I'll
Yeah.
open it up. I just had to update my computer to make it work.
redid the, what's it called? There we go.
User joined your channel.
Hello. Hey, Alko.
Hello.
Hey,
What you doing?
Hey. Long time no see.
yeah, it actually is me, and I'm not dead either. It's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I was scared you went back to that old server.
Hmm?
I was scared you went back to that old server.
Oh God, no. Ugh.
Oh, yeah. There we go. That'll fix it. apparently streaming all day on a weekend is a good way to get subscribers. I've gotten 4 subscribers so far.
Yeah, makes sense.
Compared to what I would normally get on a weekend, 0. That's a lot. What? It's still not working. Okay, which one did I just break? Combine. See how it's changing color based on where I'm looking at it? I'm hearing myself somewhere. What did I do? I must have a web page open with one of my videos. I do. What is it doing? That's really weird. The same web page I've had open this whole time I've been streaming just all of a sudden started playing out of nowhere. And it's in the
That's
background.
really weird.
It is. Very, very weird. Clips. Models combine. So let's check the combine texture out. Yeah, that's right. Weird. And it's got the right model. The UV map's there. Did I not fully restart Minecraft? All combine. Try it again.
It's still not working. I literally downloaded your thing and well, so is there anything special I have to do? I mean, I just added an Eclipse folder and set that as the place for my Eclipse to look. Should I do something else? Do I have to like run the setup decomp thing?
Yeah, you'd want to run the setup decomp thing because
There's no Minecraft source. That would make sense. That would be illegal.
exactly, and also you're going to save it in a different spot than where I would. So if there's any absolute paths inside any of the Eclipse stuff, it would be different. Although I don't upload the full Eclipse folder. So you grabbed everything from Forge, put it in a folder, then grab my GitHub, put it in the same folder.
Yes.
And then you need to run this Gradle setup decomp workspace, and then probably set up Eclipse. But because you're having problems with that, I would try before you run the setup Eclipse and see if it's already working. And then if it doesn't work, try running setup Eclipse and see if it fixes it. It just seems odd to me. Zoom, if you're still watching, I just noticed your post on the Minecraft forums. That would help a little bit, but I think it still needs a lot of work in addition to that because it just basically works. There's no physics involved with the swinging ball and the wrecking ball. It just moves through the world too easily. It needs to have physics as far as, that item just hit the ground and it needs to break this block, but not the 15 blocks underneath it because it can't go through them all based on the amount of momentum it has. It needs a momentum calculation added to it. And I don't know that I want to do that because I don't know the physics calculations to do that. And my combine is still orange, and I am not sure why. I know it is not orange in the texture. I opened the texture file. we'll open this here.
It's possible that
this.
Minecraft might not be using the most recent texture. You know, if you like tried like restarting the game, I don't know.
I have tried restarting the game several times now because I thought maybe I didn't restart it all the way. Like I just exited and did something silly.
Also, the
Oh, that's right.
you could try reopening Eclipse, but I don't know if that would really do anything.
I haven't seen it do that before, though, if that is the cause.
Who knows then?
Combine texture. I almost wonder if I had the wrong render set up. It's very possible. Client proxy. Render combine entity with the combine render. The combine render uses what? Render machines combine. It creates a new instance of model combine. Renders model combine. Model combine has a get texture call, which is this reference dot model combine texture.
It'll probably die in a second.
Yeah, and it's already picked back up. Like OBS said dropped and reconnecting or something on the screen. It's weird. Maybe I hit some time limit inside OBS. Like it finally ran out of memory or something, had to restart.
Yeah, no, still not working. I tried it without the Eclipse and with the Eclipse, and I just...
And it's saying that all the builds are successful every time.
every time.
I don't know. I would search for the problem on the Minecraft Forge website, forums website, and see if you get anything there, because it has to be something specific to the fact that you're on a Mac versus me on Windows.
Probably. I
So
love Macs.
might be something
I don't have an
special
issue
with
with Macs,
Mac and
but-
Gradle.
I mean, Macs are a nice computer, but they're just... I mean, well, sort of. It's kind of complicated.
Yeah, it's not what had been the standard for so long that everybody knows how to fix within a few minutes on Windows kind of thing. Or there's millions of people that already have the same problem as you, so you can Google it and find the answer within a few seconds. What combine? Is that the right name? Wait, why is my model not showing up? That's what's wrong? Export. Wavefront object. Model combine. Why does it say MTL? That's not OBJ. Boom, boom, boom. There it goes. It's weird it's not changing the date though, to the right date. It's been going on for over 6 hours. wonder if YouTube has a limit to how long a video can be in a live stream.
Don't think so.
That's cool. It's gonna like people that are subscribed to my channel. They're gonna look at my channel and see, oh, there's a 6-hour video from Techstack. 7-hour video, whatever it's gonna be. That video will never get another view. Models. Models, okay. Have you got over mod videos that are going to be live today? What? Is this mod going to be live today? No, it's going to be under development for a while yet. I'm still working on it. If you're asking if I've shown other videos, no, that doesn't make sense. Perhaps grammar. Okay, I'm kind of at a loss. I don't get... Maybe that's the one I was messing with. Its code for what the color was? Model render. Combine. Colors? No. No such luck. Really puzzled here. Oh, other mod videos. No, this is the only thing that's going up today. I haven't recorded other mod videos in a while, as you've probably seen if you're subscribed to my channel at all. I've been busy with this lately instead. If I do any videos today, it's going to be live stream, and the only other thing I'm thinking of possibly doing besides development is possibly streaming some Planetary Annihilation, maybe later. I don't know. Depends how long I want to sit here today. Why won't this texture work? It's really weird because the texture that it's actually rendering as more closely matches the texture you made for the item because it's orange like
I'll
that.
take it.
Yeah, I think something's trying to send me a hint.
Oh, the textures are really good. You should definitely use the ones that Jazz gave you. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Oh man. This should be easier than this one. I've fixed more complex problems than this, and this one's got me stumped. Machine mod. Thank you for the sub. That's 5 today. MODILS. Combine. Combine. Model combine. Model combine. Maybe there's an error in the project and I'm not recognizing it. Nope. Okay. Time to troubleshoot big time. Gonna put a breakpoint right here. See if that ever gets called. Because my guess is it's not. And it didn't. Or did I click the wrong button? Try it again. Oh, I get it. I get it. Forgot about that. I made that change a while back. See, look, it's rendering right now. So that when it's in the back of the truck, it can pick up the texture also, because it's not a entity at that point, it's a item. So the wide bed truck, if I would have thrown it in there and put the combine in there, which I don't think I let it do that anymore, it would have rendered correctly. Let's check if I let it do that. I don't. Okay, so now the combine actually has a texture on it that's green. What's this program called? Not sure which program you're referring to. This is Minecraft here that I'm playing right this second. If you're talking about this, this is Eclipse. It's a integrated development environment. And this is Blender. So if it's not one of those, let me know and I'll tell you what it is. Okay, so now the combine needs to only break plants. So entity combine, its break functions in here. And we can steal the break function from something else instead. It does have an inventory, interesting. I need to make that inventory bigger, because why not? No, let's leave it at 9. Wait, let's compare its size to something else.
Great, now we got somebody talking in Russian in the chat. I think Russian, now I'd be incorrect, but it looks like Russian. Something weird.
Okay, cool. Google translate that for garbage. That's what it translates to.
Yeah, I saw that.
What language is it? Is it Russian?
Yeah, I detected it as Russian, yeah.
I'm sorry, what did it translate to?
That is that for garbage.
That for garbage?
Yes. I'm
That's weird.
assuming that's a bad translation. It's supposed to be like, that is garbage or something like that.
Who knows?
No speaky Russian. I have no idea how to even say that, even close to anything like Russian.
Google Translate to do it.
That's true. Rain. Oh, okay. There. Weather, clear. ridiculously long time. There. That better? Hey. To what? USA. Oops.
User left your channel.
Goodbye. McDonald's. What about McDonald's? It's McDonald's.
I realize there's an issue with my engine texture, which is that the engine block happens to be basically exactly the shade of the little thing that, you know, when you like the background of the inventory.
I'm trying to find it here. Which one? Turbo, sprayer, wind gear. Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'll fix that.
Huh. I do not speak Russian. However, I have Google Translate.
You should say that to him in Russian.
So English to Russian. And then I should turn it back and just see if it does the same thing. I always try and do that.
Yeah, you know what I love to do is I love to just take some random sentence and then just like switch it through about a million languages and then translate it back to English and just see how much was lost.
Yeah.
I mean, often it'll just be nonsensical. You know, it just will completely lose any resemblance of what it actually used to be.
This one was actually really good. I do not speak Russian, however, I have Google Translate, put it into Russian, and then had that translated back, and it says it back perfectly, and even added the comma that I was missing originally.
Google's got your back.
Yeah. He says building. Not sure. That might be a bad translation there. That's probably what's wrong with the camshaft too, huh? The camshaft just looks like 3 lines because it's the same color as the background again, just like the engine.
Yep. Yeah, that would be it. Well, it's actually, I think I can see it looks slightly different, but not very much. What you could do is you could just go in there and just like open up in almost any photo editor and just like adjust the darkness or whatever by like a tiny fraction and it would fix it maybe. But I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, or even just putting an outline around it in a different color would do it too.
Well, but I don't know, that kind of looks ugly. I tried that with some of the textures and I was like, yeah, no, that kind of looks ugly, so I didn't.
Kane, I think that's how you pronounce your name. Eclipse is super simple to use, but you need to know how to program. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
It's a development environment.
It's
so
basically just text
here-
edit, you know, just
exactly, the
editor.
text editor. So here, if I want to open this file, I
It's
double click
fancy.
on it, and it's right here, and it has all the code highlighted in the right color for me. That's the benefit of using this over like Notepad. So there's things like that, and then if I right click on stuff, there's menus that let me do things like
Well, it also does suggestions, it'll like suggest Java
Yeah.
functions and things you can use. But
and
you
that'll
have to
come
know
up
how to
just
write
from
them.
typing. So if I do this dot, it comes up with everything that's fits for that object. So this is an object, and here are the properties of that object that I can choose from, or methods. So stuff like that. But there's not a lot of teaching that needs to go into doing that, because you just type and it comes up. Nothing to do. It's like an autocomplete. Okay, so this thing, I was going to compare this to the bulldozer to see how wide I need to break blocks for the whatchamabob combine. Halo. That's a video game. I think you meant to say hello. Hello. Maybe, maybe not. Wow, those are about the same width. Which means that combine probably needs to be a little bit narrower. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, because it's actually a little bit wider than what. I'll just go with 5 though. I'll break 5 blocks even though it's a little wider because you don't want to mess stuff up, right? So it's also kind of a troll thing to do because your bulldozer can break 5 blocks wide, but if you need to take your combine down the same road it just made, it's too wide. I guess the bounding box of it isn't that big though. It's actually very tiny and needs adjusted. But 5 for now. So I can steal the code from the bulldozer. Here. Go to there. Combine. Break all these blocks. There. But only do it if it's a type of plant. So how are we going to figure that out? Get block. Get item. Hello, whatever dinged at me on my computer. How long have I been working on this mod? Since around Christmas. I started working on it. I had 2 weeks off work for Christmas. Basically spent those entire 2 weeks working on the mod. Of course, when I wasn't with family doing things, and then been working on it on the weekends and at night after work occasionally since then. So 2 months, almost 3, something like that. We don't want to check if it's plantable. How can we tell if something's a block? If it's a growable, I guess is what we want to really know.
I think it extends, it's growable or something. I don't know.
But will the block extend growable? Or is it
I
the
think so.
item that extends growable? Let's look at the code, I guess. Terminate. Or wait,
I was looking at because my thing does successfully decompile the code. It's just left in a temporary folder. And so I basically, I looked in there and I was looking at like the wheat or whatever, and it extends. This block is growable and it has some various stuff, but I don't know.
Okay. So that's plantable. That's a plow. That's the planter. Where's the sprayer? Here's the sprayer. The sprayer is looking to see if the block is... No, I have too many plans for it to be nearly finished. Near to being released as a early alpha, maybe. I might start... Like, it's not really playable in survival yet. Once I get it to the point where it's playable in survival, I'll make it so people can have access to it. Like, you can get in the machines in creative and all that, but not all of the machines have recipes. They don't take fuel to run them. There's no negative side effect to running them. Looks like I just did apply bone meal to it, but that doesn't make sense. So it's checking if the stack is instance of item die, If it is, it checks to see if it's a white die, because that's how bone meal is defined inside Minecraft. It's actually a die. Then I look at... Okay, that makes sense. Then I did... Oh yeah, if it did use the bone meal, it just tries to apply bone meal to every single block. And there's a, if it can't apply it, it doesn't. So let's look to see if it can apply it. How is it checking if it's a growable, right? So yeah, if the block is an instance of iGrowable. That's what I thought. Get block instance of iGrowable. Set the block to air. That is not right. We'll go back to the dump truck. Oh, the bulldozer. I'll do that first. Ah, that's what messed up my Eclipse project, I bet. So my Java editor, save action, format. Code style? Formatter? Yeah, it's already set. Weird. My formatting's not getting applied when I save. So that will pick up the inventory, put it inside its own internal inventory. Perfect. Then we need to add a container, I guess. Let's go ahead and do that. And it's going to be at size 9. I think the loader's a size 9. So we'll do this. We're talking on TeamSpeak. We have a private TeamSpeak server. Okay, there's the container. Need the GUI. I am adding a GUI to the combine. GUI combine container. Graphical user interface. GUI. Then the handler. Nope, not that. I'm missing a piece. This one. GUI handler. I need to add another reference for
I'm
that.
just trolling through millions of posts on the forum, trying to find any info, and I just can't find any. Yeah, I see a lot of issues on Mac, but it just doesn't.
Yeah,
find
if,
anything
if
showing.
like I could watch it happening, I might be able to figure out what it is, but I don't know of any way I can see what it's doing for you. Because
Well,
like it's
there's like no errors or anything, and I can show you a screenshot of the thing, but there's like no errors in when I run the thing, and Eclipse just doesn't have anything.
I don't know. It's really, really odd.
I'll send you, and I'll put a screenshot of my Eclipse thing up in a second.
Okay.
You know, it's just weird.
Certainly can't hurt to take a look. Yeah, it's a pretty big program there, Kane. I really like it. I mean, I know I kind of downplayed it a little bit ago because it's so easy to use, but it does a lot for you. It makes things really easy.
And by the way, Kane, we're not talking over Skype.
It's going to be able to. Even if I don't get the free time to be on stream, I will more than likely be working on the mod anyway.
Okay, I pasted the Imgur link in the thing, and you can have a look, but there's just nothing there.
Yeah. I could see the folder name at the top, so it says the proper location, it sounds like, but the thing isn't there. What do you see that in the package explorer on the left? There's that little minus button, and then there's like 2 yellow arrows pointing left and right. Click that.
Yeah.
See if that refreshes your workspace. Did it do anything?
Yeah, I'm clicking all those things, and they do nothing.
Okay, try right-clicking over in that area. That white space. Do import and see if you can import a project from disk into there. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot.
Import where?
Import a project. So import
Yeah, but from where?
Java. Where is it going to say? From the same folder, basically. So under general, there's an existing project into workspace. And then,
Sorry, what?
so under, you right click, you go to import, it'll pop up where it says import, select an import source. So under general, there's existing project into workspace.
Uh-huh.
And then next, and then it says select root directory. I'm assuming that would be the user's, your name. I'm not going to say your name. Documents, Techstack's heavy machine mod. Try that one in that browse window.
That's a good idea.
Just to see if it works. It may not do anything, or it might give you an error message, but the error message might help you troubleshoot too.
The funny thing is that's not even my name, it's my dad's name, but either way.
Okay, not gonna say it either way.
Yeah, it's fine. And this was his computer, and then he edited it down, so I'll take it.
Do you have a program called Green Luma? Cracked screen. No, I don't. Never heard of Green Luma. Oops. There we go. Okay, so now if I hop into one of these combines, which there's way too many of. Hit E, nothing happens. Yay. Probably because I need to finish off the code, huh? Probably under client, handler. Nope, it's under the networking code. Network. Server open GUI handler. Here we go. GUI combine entity combine. Yeah, that sounds right. And then I can do it under here. Hope we're good there. I should do it. Do I have to register that? No, I think it's good. The stream's been going on for 6 hours, 41 minutes, and 25 seconds. Has anyone been here since the very beginning besides me? That's watching. Hey, it has a GUI. Yay. Oh, yuck. It picks up items. It breaks blocks that isn't supposed to. Oh, well, that's why. How long are you sitting in Eclipse before you say that it's not working?
Me?
Yeah.
It's been open for like a million years. I don't know.
Okay. Because I before I've had it happen where either it doesn't show the project, or it shows the project but it has a lot of errors in it. And if I just sit there and wait, the errors go away and the project appears because it's building and compiling it in the background. And then after the initial time on that computer, it doesn't do it again. But if you've had it open for more than 5 minutes, it should have shown up by now. Well, that didn't do anything.
Okay, so I now have like a big old load of stuff in the package thing, and it's just called Techstack's Heavy Machinery mod, and it has, you know, some various things in there, but the problem is they're just like not. It has like all the stuff in there, but there's no like source code.
Oh. Okay.
It's weird. I'll show you what I have now. I don't even.
Well, that if it doesn't say Minecraft, then it's wrong because it's supposed to be a project of Minecraft. Because
Yeah, no, then it's just wrong. I know.
yeah, because if you run just my source, it's not going to do anything. It doesn't have a main program for it to
Yeah.
run. It's
and
not.
I tried just
Minecraft.
Activate it and just said, yeah, there's no main, there's no nothing there. There isn't. I can't run this.
Yeah, exactly. Huh.
Yeah, no, I give up.
We could try a Google Hangout where you show what's on your screen.
No, it's really okay. I mean, I just love to work on the mod, and if I see anything glaring or obvious, I'd love to work on it, but I kind of can't, so it's okay.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's not even like I really have anything to add, so it's okay. I mean, I can look at stuff, but it's not like I really would actually have enough, I guess, I don't know, sort of modding experience or really anything to offer about modding that I could successfully implement anything, so.
But look where I was a month ago, 2 months ago, whatever it is.
Well, I know.
So.
But, I mean, it doesn't really matter that I don't know how to mod if I can't mod anyways, so.
Do you want to someday be in IT?
Yeah.
Do you
Well,
want
that'd be
to
interesting.
possibly program?
Sure.
It's a good way to get your feet wet then.
I'd love to, and I have modded before. I said I made my own mod. I've done stuff. My computer's just being a pile of crap, so I don't know.
Yeah. That stinks. Kane, yes, you do need other programs. The main one you do need is Eclipse. You need to get Minecraft Forge and download it, put it into a folder, unzip it into a folder, I should say, and then from there run the Gradle stuff we've been talking about, which you need to do Gradle W setup decomp workspace, assuming you're on Windows. If you're not on Windows, you need to run your version of it.
Well, I mean, the key
For
thing
your
is
OS.
basically there's a Forge source thing. If you download the source thing
Yes.
and you unzip that, there'll be a README file. Read the file, watch the video,
Yes, that's even
and
better.
you can probably pretty much you should be able to mod if you can code Java.
Yeah, and Palmar does good videos on getting set up on it, basically. But getting it installed and set up is not the hard part if you don't know programming. Knowing programming is the hard part.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know programming. I don't even know if I'm in debug mode anymore. So time to start again to put it in debug mode. I don't want him in a max angle for this one because it's just a combine head. It will always break blocks in front of it if they're plants, or growable plants, I should say. I also probably should make it so it only gets plants that are fully grown. That'd be good.
Yeah, that'd be a nice feature.
Yeah, because right now it just gets any growable plant. They just all pop off. Okay, so how can I tell if it's fully grown? Go back to the tractor, I guess. Back to apply bone meal. Is still growing. That's off the growable itself. It's still growing. It takes a world. It takes a block position. Yeah, block position, a block state. Okay, so it is growable, so we can cast that to a growable. I growable. I growable equals this. Okay, so now we've got that. We can take that I growable. Check if it's still growing. What is the program to get the README file? It's inside the zip folder of Minecraft Forge's source.
Yeah.
Just
I'll
uncompress it.
I'll get a link for that real quick.
Is it readme.md or is it readme.text? I can't remember.
There's only one README sort of thing, anyways.
If it's readme.md, just right click on it and open. You might get asked what to open it with. You can open it with Notepad. This is all
Actually, I
it
can't
says,
paste
actually.
links, but what
Wait,
you're looking
that's
for.
mine. That's my README. Never mind.
Yeah, I can't paste links in the chat, but what you're looking for is files.minecraftforge.net.
Yeah.
And you can even just Google Minecraft Forge and find the files there. And you're just looking for the source version of their, do you want to select version 1.8 and you want to get the, I don't know, you probably use the latest one. You're looking for the source, and you download that and you unzip the file, and then you just do it. You watch the thing, and then you should probably be able to figure it out from there, hopefully. Well, if you can't, then you're probably not going to be able to mod, but we'll see.
So So I need to get the block and grab its block state from that. Dot get block. Dot get block state. So we want to do, if it's not still growing, do this. Legal cast a 3 block state. Oh, what am I doing?
Well, by the way, I've been meaning to ask Tech, but what are you doing in terms of modded servers that you're running currently? Do you have, like, what do you have in terms of different ones?
Okay, so we've got one that no one plays on. That is an old 1.7 pack that we put together ourselves, and it just kind of died due mostly to lag and lack of interest after everybody just kind of got bored with it.
Right.
That was still running, but like I said, nobody plays on it. We've got a FTB Ultimate, the old version we played on before, that pretty much everybody's done with it, but like me, Laza, and Matthew. Just because we just kind of keep still going back to it, because I want to build a fusion reactor on there eventually, but I don't plan on it every week even anymore, because this is eating up more of my time. There is a Direwolf 20 1.7 pack. That's where everybody's playing right now. We also have Cuttercraft still out there that has just been running forever and a day. It's on 1.8.1, I think, right now. Either that or 1.8, I can't remember. And it's just plain vanilla at this point. Because there's no more snapshots right now until they do the first for 1.9. There's an Agrarian Skies server that Alka wanted at one point, so we set that up, and then everybody played it for a couple weeks, and I don't think anybody actually plays on it anymore. But all those are out there running on the server. If you want the IPs for anything, just let me know. I'll put them in TeamSpeak or shoot you an email with them.
Yeah.
You should be on the whitelist for everything, and if you're not, you're supposed to be in them, so we can get you added real quick.
Ask.
Yeah, exactly. The Direwolf 20 is probably a couple weeks to a month old at most. So everybody's still pretty actively playing on it. I've assumed the other channel, that's what they're talking about if they're not playing Smite lately. Everybody plays Smite except for me and a couple people. A lot of us play Planetary Annihilation. So we've kind of expanded out to being more than just a Minecraft server, because some of us got bored with Minecraft at various points or seen something new and shiny and went to it.
No, I don't play Smite, so we got that in common.
Yeah.
But I know plenty of people that play Smite.
Yeah, and like we all still hang out in the same channel unless like there's some other conversation going on while they're playing Smite kind of thing. And then it's like, okay, the Smite rage has started, because that's usually how it ends, because not everybody's the best at playing Smite. And it just sounds like they're all just raging after a while from playing it. So, but then we'll split up into different channels when that happens.
Alrighty, yeah. Well, if you want to paste the link to the Direwolf 21 in the TeamSpeak, that'd be cool.
Direwolf 20.
So obviously make sure that nobody on the stream sees that. Well, that's whitelisted, but still.
Yeah. Okay, so that part of it is the same for all the servers, and then you just need the colon and the port number, and this is the port number for that specific one.
Alrighty.
And I believe it's the 103 version of Direwolf 20. It's whatever's recommended out there.
Okay, yeah.
Unless they've come out with it. Just make sure you're following the rules, because this one's a little different than all the other ones in the past, because they all wanted to stay together and actually build a town this time, kind of thing, and share resources, all that kind of stuff. So I think Treyer put on the wall in the initial building that you'll spawn right next to a rule board that you can just go in there and check it out. But like we're trying to make it a little fun, and they said, if somebody's breaking the rules or whatever, we'll banish them to the spirit world. There's, I guess, one of the mods adds the spirit world to it, and it's hard to get out of. And they were saying that you have to accomplish some goal to get back out of it and not be banished anymore. So
That's reasonable.
we're trying to be fun with the strict rules kind of thing. It's not like, oh, you just get banned from the server for life. It's just, oh, you go have to have
Yeah.
some fun playing a different type of game. Okay, so it doesn't break seeds that aren't fully grown now. Give me some bone meal. Boon meal. Yeah, I'd recommend watching the install video. I haven't seen it myself, but there's some weird things that can happen. That's part of what Chaz here was running into. He got some weird stuff for his specific operating system. So you want to make sure that you've got it all down and right. Plus, my goal in doing this is not to show how to mod, it's to show off my mod and talk about this and just have fun, not necessarily teach how to set up your dev environment. I'm all for more people modding though. Ta-da. Cool. Combine's working. I wouldn't mind adding the boom arm to it to drop the items out or whatever. But not yet. I don't have a green wagon and all that. I'd rather fix the stupid texture on this bulldozer because it looks ridiculous being that bright. Bulldozer. What in the world? Why does it look this way? Solid. Oh, okay. That's probably why. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Image open. There we go. Okay, so now I can just change this thing, T, paint mode, tools. I think there's an eyedropper, yeah. So I can pick that and then I can sizzle it over to orange. And then save that image. And reload Minecraft yet again for the 4 trillionth time today.
That looks pretty green to me. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, never mind. I was looking at from the. That was weird. I was looking at I'm standing up, and when I looked at my monitor, it sort of looked like it was green, but when I got
The right
sat
angle.
back down, now it looks right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Plus, like, it looks a different color in Blender than it does in game because that yellow was really strong in game. There we go. That's more of an orangish yellow. It's still not perfect, but it's better than what it was. So I'll leave it for now. yes, I have a private Minecraft server with... Oh, that's the other thing, Chaz. We have a Traincraft server. I forgot to
cool.
mention that one. It is going to be a public server at some point. That's kind of where Zarfide's attention has been. I don't think he's been playing on the Direwolf 20 server at all. He's been trying to set up the Traincraft server.
It's nice.
Yeah. We've got the... I don't remember if you were around for the Ancient Warfare or not. But
I
we
was
had...
just there, like just as that was kind of when I was last involved.
Okay.
A little bit.
So you might remember the... there was a protection plugin we had, My Town. We've got that on there so we can protect our lands and stuff inside there on Traincraft.
Yeah, no, I remember that was going to be a thing. I never actually played on the server, so I don't know the mod, but I'm sure it's a
Yeah, it's like
pretty
Towny.
standard
If you've ever
protection.
played Towny before, it's...
Definitely Towny.
Yeah. It's basically a forged version of Towny, so... Okay, back to the to-do list. Combine needs basic texture for 3D model. We can cross that off at least. Code for Combine needs block break mechanics. If you're subscribed to my channel, I think you said you subscribed to my channel, I'll put a video up when it goes out. So no worries there. I'll probably also post on my website, projectreddog.com, that it's there. And unfortunately, I would say how long I think it's going to be till it's out, but I don't know, because the other guys are really the ones that are working hard on getting it ready. I've been distracted by mods.
Great, now my FTP client is acting up. It just doesn't launch, so that's nice.
Maybe you just have general computer problems, and it's not specific to anything.
Who knows?
Why would FTP mess up? It doesn't.
Well, it's
Actually-
weird. It does all the launching messages, and I haven't watched very closely because I've been sort of spacing out while I'm waiting for it to load. But like 3 times now, it's just suddenly just disappeared, and there's been nothing to happen.
Oh, well, the launcher takes a very long time to load the Direwolf 20 pack. There's some mod in there that's like doing some weird calculation or something, because it takes, like, no joke, it could take 5 minutes to load. There's even a message in the log, if you look through the log, it says, "Don't close this, we're actually still working."
Well, it like does the launcher closes out. I think it's weird.
Huh.
Like, I haven't quit anything, but it'll just disappear, and then it won't do anything.
Well, do you have it set up so that the log doesn't show in the background? You know, there's a separate
No,
window that's
I
like a
have the
console log.
I have
Okay.
the console. And yeah, it's. I mean, I'll look at it and see what happens when it actually closes. But currently, it's just I don't know. It's weird.
Huh. Because that's the window that has the message in that console log there. So let's see. Let's get some more tilled ground here. Okay, and then it's playing a little bit of everything. Make sure it works with all of them. So carrots. We've got
It just dies.
seeds,
That's so weird.
potatoes. What's building blocks is foods. Tools. Brewing. Oh. Yeah, I guess. Melon seeds. Pumpkin seeds. Try netherwort if I can. If you had a PC, I'd be telling you to run a virus scan. 'Cause your
Yeah.
computer seems to be acting pretty funny. But you might still want to consider it, actually. Sure, there's
It's
viruses for
possible.
Macs now.
There are, yeah, they exist.
I have no idea how long it would take you to make your mod and publish it because A, I don't know if you know how to program. B, I
Depends on
don't.
what you want to do.
Yeah,
I mean, I
B,
could
I
make a
don't know.
mod in 5 minutes that would just, change dirt to, you can craft dirt into diamonds, and that would take me about 3 seconds to make, but,
Exactly.
that's not really much of a mod.
Is there really only wheat, carrots, and potatoes as growable items in Minecraft still?
Yeah.
I mean, I know the melon stuff, but those are separate blocks altogether, and I don't think my thing's going to work properly with it. It's probably going to take the whole, the stem with it.
Yeah, that'd be kind of weird. Could make a melon harvester. Who knows?
Even that would be weird. You'd have to make it so it's like the right width or whatever.
Yeah, who knows? What was I gonna say? That's not a sign. Have you thought about doing anything with trees, like making? I mean, obviously you can chop down trees with a bulldozer, but have you thought of any sort of planting for the trees or like other, arboriculture? I don't even know if that's the right word. Tree-related things.
I wanted the planter to be able to plant trees, but for some reason they're not recognized as a a growable or whatever they're called. Maybe it's plantable. They don't extend iPlantable for some stupid reason, so it wouldn't plant them just by default. I was gonna go back and revisit it, and then I never did it.
Nice.
Yeah, do you see that? It got the stems for the pumpkins and melons, but not the pumpkins and melons themselves.
Yeah, weird.
Because they're growable. And it's not getting nether wart that's fully grown either. So that stinks, but I don't know if I'm going to worry about that. Although it would make sense if you had a big nether wart farm, right? That you'd only be able to harvest it with this thing.
That would make sense, yeah.
Because, I mean, I think the recipe is probably pretty expensive for what the function of this thing is. Let's face it. I mean, it just breaks blocks in front of you that you could break with one swing of your arm anyway.
How much does it cost?
Let's look. Where's my mod listing? So this is the crafting recipes for everything. The combine needs all this stuff. The engine, transmission, wheels, chest, harvester head. The harvester head is, make sure that recipe's right. Takes iron gear, which is 4 iron, and then 4 plus 2, another 8, so 12, yeah. So it's going to take a total of 68 iron. That's just the iron
Dang.
cost. Everything else is pretty cheap except for the wheels. Wheels are slime blocks around an iron. So you need 8 slime blocks, which is 9 slime apiece, so you need quite a few slime blocks. But I didn't want to have to add rubber, and slime blocks just make sense because they're bouncy.
Mm-hmm. I think you should look into making some sort of like oil and refinery stuff, because I think that would lead you in a lot of directions where it would be pretty easy to, what other things, I'm just thinking you could do asphalt, you could do some of the fuels, you could do the rubber, you could do maybe even other things that would come up as you look into refining oil. But I mean, I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
I agree that the fuel's needed at this point because the machines are getting really close to being done themselves. So the fuel's going to be needed so we can start powering them actually and having a cost for running them and getting that kind of bounced and tweaked a little bit. I was leaning towards more along the lines of some type of biofuel that you can produce because I'm trying to avoid world gen where I can. Not so much from the standpoint of I don't know how or think I can, but I'm just trying to avoid it so that you can just open up a vanilla world and play with it. And also, it's not any additional lag and all that kind of junk.
Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking, like
Yeah.
some type of fermenting sugarcane, or maybe add corn to the game some way where you can get that, and then that corn is
Like ethanol or whatever.
exactly, you can turn that into fuel by fermenting it and all that kind of stuff. So there's that, but
You could split it up into 2 mods so that you could have like with world gen and without world gen, but that would also be complicated.
yeah, and the other piece of it too is I kind of want it to just sorry, somebody's typing in chat too. It's distracting me. I'll answer your questions in chat in just a second.
There's a 3D modeling program. That's all you need to know, really.
Well, you can do more with Blender than that. You can make movies. You can edit video.
Yeah, but that's the
you
gist
can
of it.
you can technically make a game with it, but
Yeah.
And no, you don't have to pay to publish your mod. I'm assuming that's what you meant instead of play to publish your mod. I kind of want like to be able to work with Buildcraft's fuel and oil and
That would be good,
stuff instead of mine. So I kind of need Buildcraft to get up to 1.8. So that's why I'm like,
Yeah, well, I mean, you could implement an alternate way of refining fuel if the Buildcraft oil. But I don't know.
and that's kind of why I'm saying I just want to use biofuels for now that you can produce, and then just leave the world gen for oil up to Buildcraft. And then when Buildcrafts comes around, I can just add in support for using their fuel, and they've got all the stuff in there themselves for refining it and the world gen and all that, or whatever other mods add fuel or oil that works with Buildcraft. I did the gears the same recipe as Buildcraft so that it would just be compatible, but yet I had to add them to my own because I know Buildcraft's not going to be here for a while.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing about when getting started modding around when the game updates. All the work you have to do it yourself, kind of.
Yeah, and it's not just like, and that's the other piece. If I'm relying on Buildcraft's oil, then when 1.9 comes out, if I update in a week's time, and I'm not saying that will happen, but if I did, I still have to wait for Buildcraft before I can release, and I don't want to have to do that. I want to keep my mod completely independent, if possible, of others' features, but yet still compatible with them. It might be a little bit much to ask for. I don't know.
Well, I think there's a lot of mods that are like that, but I think if you're going to want to do anything with oil or fuel of that sort, you don't have to necessarily rely on it. You should just have to have some sort of way of making the fuel. It might be less efficient or harder or not really the preferred method, but you can work it if you don't have Buildcraft or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe the fuel from Buildcraft in my mod will be slightly more efficient than making biofuel or something silly like that, so that there's reason to use it. If that even makes sense, even then, I don't know if we'd want to force people to do it over
that does make
ethanol.
Sense. I mean, in theory, it actually, I think it might. I don't know. Engines can be designed to run with biofuel, but most engines are designed to work with fuel, and the ethanol is actually not really doing anything for them. And in fact, the entire reason we put ethanol in our fuel is not because we want to or because we need it. It's just because we have corn subsidies that mean that we grow a load of corn that we don't really need anyways. And so
We've got it just laying around and we need to use it. Yeah.
Right, and which is just really dumb, but
yeah,
who knows?
I get where you're coming from. But for this, though, it just makes sense to have something that you can use a plant to make fuel. What that plant is, I don't know. Maybe I should just say I'm going to add corn to the game. Okay, so let's say I add corn to the game because I've got a lot of farming stuff here. How can we get corn?
Without... You could go to the old-fashioned hoe dirt, like hoe grass with a hoe, and it occasionally drop seeds. We'll throw back to I don't even know when that would be. I don't know when they removed that, but I know when they added tall grass. I don't know when they added tall grass.
Well, tall grass will still drop seeds, though. That's the thing.
Well, Well, I know. I'm just thinking you could make it. You could add it so that it drops from tall grass, or you could go back. You know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it existed in alpha, as early as alpha, and it was, you know, sort of, you know, I went a good way in beta. I think we had it in beta 1.6. They added tall grass and removed hoeing grass to get seeds, but you could go for a little throwback with the whole hoeing grass. I don't know.
Oh, when you say grass, you mean dirt with grass on top of
You
it.
throw with grass on top. Of it,
Okay,
yeah.
I thought you meant the tall grass blocks. Okay.
No, yeah, that's the thing.
But doesn't hoeing grass just turn it into farmland?
Well, yeah, but back in the day, you would get seeds sometimes.
Oh.
They removed that to make it so now you punch tall grass. But I'd say it was maybe beta. I mean, I know when I started playing the game, it was, you know, beta 1.2, and I know that was how you got seeds then. And I think they removed that mid beta. But yeah,
Wonder why.
it felt like it was just sort of like a messy thing. Like when you hoe, I mean, just, you know, it doesn't work anymore. But yeah, it was just one of those things where that's basically, you know, I mean, I'm watching it on the stream. It's basically what you had to do is you just keep hoeing the grass like that, and it would, you know, it would just occasionally drop seeds.
That is kind of hokey.
Who knows?
Huh. How would I go about doing that? I would need some event hook to know that the grass has been hoed. That'd be one thing. I don't know that Forge has it, but I also haven't looked. What else is there? I'm not ruling that out as an option of how to do it, but I'm just trying to think, is there a better way? I think Red Power was break tall grass and occasionally it drops its seeds for corn.
Yep. And I think most other things have something like that.
Maybe we could make it a little bit more adventurous than that, though. Maybe we could make it so that...
You can do dungeons. You have to go into a dungeon and get the seeds from inside of a chest.
That's a good idea. Didn't think about that one.
That sort of ties you in with
Random
world gen.
chest.
You may want
Yeah.
to put it in all the like strongholds, mine shafts, and in dungeons just to make it extra. Or you could just not.
Yeah.
Find some other way.
Well, I'm thinking, you know, what if we break seeds and you get it that, or tall grass and you get a random chance of getting the corn, like other mods do, but force you to be in a specific biome, a biome that corn would like. I don't know what that biome is yet, but
That's not a bad idea.
that way
Something
you
really
have
dry and like hot, like Savannah or something. I don't know.
that way you kind of have to be in somewhere unique, you know? Well, Savannah's, in my
Yeah, that's
opinion,
I
is
don't
like
know.
Africa, but corn's
That's
not
sort
native
of-
to Africa. It's native to
That's
North
It's
America.
sort of frustrating though to have to go to a certain biome. Like I don't know. Like I feel like that would be frustrating as a player.
Frustrating?
not sure.
Really? I think of it as a reason to go explore.
Well, I don't have an issue with the reason to explore, but I just feel like that might get annoying if you're like, oh man, I need to get grass, you know, I need to get this corn stuff to get started on your mod, and I just can't find X biome. It would just be sort of prohibitive. I mean, it's not like it's some far deep down the tech tree you have to go on some adventure to get this, but it's like to make the fuel to operate all your machines, you must get this.
That is kind of a troll move, isn't it?
I mean, it's reminding me of Terra Firma Craft, where, like, you know, certain ore only spawns certain places, and if you don't have ore, the game is pretty much just, you can't do anything.
Yeah. Oh, the bunny likes my carrot. The bunny likes me. You gonna follow me around forever now? Or they don't do that anymore, do they? That was only the snapshots. Where you could, like, make him a pet. That's just used for breeding now, I think. Go make more bunnies. The snow is melting on my house today and it keeps falling off the roof. It's really loud.
Yeah, same here. You in the Northeast?
Midwest.
Okay, yeah.
We got dumped with snow.
Yeah, I'm in the Northeast. We did too. We're getting more this weekend too. It's crazy.
Are you? Ouch. I'm sure we'll get some more in a week or two.
Yeah, so far I've already missed 4 days of school. We pretty much had a short week every. It's like falling every day perfectly on like the week. So we had like a 3 day weekend, a 3 day week 2 weeks ago, a 4 day week this week, like last week. I don't know. We just keep getting days off of school, and it's just crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I think we're probably gonna lose Monday, too. So I mean, I'm not looking. I think I'm looking forward to that, but it's also kind of crazy because it's sort of cutting into my summer vacation.
Yeah, exactly. That's what ends up happening, at least around here. So if you miss, I think around here, if it's more than 5 days.
Yep, that's the same here.
Yeah, so if you miss more than 5 days, then you have to start making up for it. And then if they miss enough, like they have 2 hour delays is what they go to before they just decide to cancel. And if they have so many of those, then that counts as a full day missed. So they can add them together and get over that limit pretty easy. Especially this year because, like, we live in the city, so they don't cancel school as much as delay it. And they've been delaying school a lot. Like,
That's kind of weird. Yeah,
once a week for the last month at least, they've delayed.
In the city where I live, well, I don't live in the same live near the city. In the city there, they have kids that walk all the time to school, and so they're a lot more like they cancel school more often than we do because I just live sort of near in the suburbs near there. But they've already canceled school, I think at least 5 times. My school district only canceled it 4 times, but I think the one in the city near I live has canceled 5 times, and they're already kind of screwed if this week works out to be, as it would seem to be, kind of snowy and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And the reason that the country schools have canceled is because around here, if you go outside of town, it's all farmland. So it's all wide open spaces where the wind picks up speed and blows the snow around and drifts real bad. So they get the worst of it when it snows because it just keeps blowing in and drifting them. The road shut over and over again, so they can't really keep up with it then, keeping it off the roads and stuff. Yeah. I'm thinking the best biome to do that, if I were going to do that, would be plains.
That's reasonable. Yeah, no, I just Savannah was the first thing popped into my head.
Yeah, plains is flat, so corn would have plenty of sunlight, right? And then it's not too dry for corn. Corn needs a lot of water. And it seems to me like plains is a pretty common biome.
It's relatively common, yeah.
And I think, don't quote me on this, but I think either in the previous version of Forge or this version of Forge, they added a biome dictionary to Forge, like kind of like the Ore dictionary, where you can define what a biome is like, so that you can be compatible with other mods that add new biomes. Yeah, so I already found about plains just now, since I said that. So, and also the other thing that's good about plains, it has lots of tall grass in it to increase your chances of getting it once you find it, right? It's not like it's completely barren. And maybe I could do it in other biomes too that are also kind of open, because I want something that doesn't have a lot of trees, because those usually have more grass anyway. But the sunlight thing. But like plains would be the best biome to get it in because it would have a higher drop rate. But yet if you found a savanna, maybe a savanna has like half the drop rate of the plains.
Right, there could be a couple places.
Yeah, that way there's increases your chances of finding it, right? That's the whole idea. I don't want to make it so hard that it can't be done.
Right, you just want to make it realistic too.
Yeah. So let's do that. Let's see if I can figure out when the player breaks a block and that block is tall grass, and then go from there as far as being able to drop seeds.
You could look at tall grass, and well, I mean I don't know. They don't want you modding the source code, so I don't know.
Yeah, so you need a block break event that's fired by Forge that's sent to all the mods, and I'm pretty sure there is a block break event. And I just need to hook into that, check every block that gets broke, and if it's the type tall grass, I do my code. to add in
I feel
whatever.
like there ought to be a better way to do that, especially for something like just adding tall grass dropping. But that's definitely a way to do that.
There probably is another way, and that's world gen. So like whenever a plains biome gets generated, I added my own tall grass in, and then I get full control over when it breaks, right?
I'm sure that, yeah, but it would
But-
just be sort of less.
Yeah, yeah. Because then we could do the whole world gen stuff, which maybe I'll have to do it at some point. But I'm kind of taking that as a challenge. Also, in this thing is, can I get away with adding a complete mod that adds a bunch of cool stuff without doing world gen, just to see if it can be done. Because I could very easily say, oh, I need to add copper to the game. But then,
But you kind of don't.
but you kind of don't, yeah. But then also, I want to work with mods that do add copper, because I remember I got blasted stone. So I've got a whole block reserved for, I haven't got it coded yet, but it's reserved to be able to support modded ores, like all the common stuff. Copper, tin, silver, that kind of thing.
So I'm on the Direwolf 20 server, but I can't find the rules anywhere.
Give
I'm probably
me,
just blind.
give me like forever and a day to actually load the pack up, and I'll be on there with you, and I'll show you. Unless somebody else is
Okay.
on there. Is somebody on there?
Nope, just me.
Okay,
Playing
yeah.
solo.
Yeah. It should be like, you should have spawned by a building, right?
There's loads of buildings around here. They just don't have any rules in them. There's just like a smeltery and some like random shite. I don't know.
Huh. Maybe they move spawn again.
Who knows?
How would you edit blocks? What do you mean? To add a new block, there's several steps
just
involved.
look up a tutorial. Like
Yeah.
Tech is not gonna give you
Yeah.
audio tutorials on modding. Check out. We can give you a link to Pahamar. And there's another guy that carried off where Pahamar left off in his series.
Yep, mine Martin.
Yeah. So. Yeah, the YouTube user is PAHI MAR. That's, yeah, I'm really good at spelling things. I can type that in I'll type that in the stream chat.
Yeah, sure. The other guy is mine Martin, which he spells it a little funny, I think, from what I would think it should be spelled. So I'll get you the name, because I have subscribed to him myself.
User joined your channel.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Where is mine Martin at? There he is. And here is the other guy, my Martin. See, that's why I wouldn't have found him. He's got 2 A's in his name. I would have never thought of that. And probably hacking his name. That's probably not how you're supposed to pronounce it. But that's how I pronounce it, dang it. Okay, so let's go back to this. I need a event hook. This is the input handlers. This is client side. I wanted this to be server side. Let's see, what other package can I stick this in that it makes sense? Handler? Sure. Let's do a new package. Events. And then class. How can I fix my clips? It has an error when I try to open. I don't know, guys. I don't know your error, and this isn't tech support, like Chaz was saying.
Even though I'm kind of doing that, but
Yeah.
so I'm sorry, Tech.
We'll help you with obvious stuff, but like, I can't tell you
There
the
is-
answer to
yeah,
every
there's
little
a
thing. I'm
Forge
trying to do something
forum,
else here.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a Forge forum where you could go look and see if they have any tutorials. But yeah,
And they do. They have lots of tutorials on there.
one just the other like help resources, and there's like there's just stuff just for the gradable and everything and all that jazz. So yeah.
Yeah, and they have a modder support section on there where once you've looked on the internet for the answer yourself already, and have tried things and looked at the Minecraft source code to see how vanilla does it, then that's the appropriate place to answer a question. Because if you don't do those things first before you ask the question there, they will say, go look at this, it's already been answered. Then once, if it's a question they haven't heard of before, then they'll help you out. But like they get a lot of repeat questions on there. I've been watching it a little bit, and I've posted a few questions after I've done my research, and they were more than friendly and helpful in answering the questions for ones that are valid, that haven't been answered 7 million times. Because like if you ask one that's been asked several million times, you get a cookie cutter answer. You don't get an actual, like they cut and paste from a document that says, look here, because you've already got the answer kind of thing.
That's awesome.
And they should. I mean,
But
why?
no, it makes perfect sense.
Why should they be a Google? Google exists, and it's there for the greater
I'm
good of
surprised
everyone.
they haven't just started sending, like if you ever the website, I think it's just
How do you Google that?
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. They should just make a document that they just paste like several "let me Google that for you" links.
Maybe it's because I'm streaming and have everything else going, but Direwolf 20 is still trying to load. Let me kill 1.8. That'd probably help. So I need a subscribe event to a Forge event. So let's look at Forge's code. Net Minecraft Forge event. World maybe. Block events. There we go. Harvest drops it.
Oh man, this is why you always look down when you're walking. I was looking up at the sky and I was walking around. And I just fell into a big pool of sewage. So that's
Ew.
nice.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what it's called. It is an actual thing they have in the game.
Okay, now I'm loaded. Don't be surprised. I'm probably wearing like iron pants and that's it. I have not played on here much at all. Hopefully I'm close to a spawn. I don't know.
Plan to do Direwolf a little bit?
Yeah, if you want to.
Just
Probably
gonna
not in this chat though.
Do what?
They're probably not in this stream. TeamSpeak. If you want to, I don't want to crowd up I don't want to crowd up text stream with random Direwolf 20 nonsense. So,
Oh no,
yeah.
I'm getting on here to show him where the rules are on the Direwolf 20 pack on the server. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So are you still at spawn, Jazz?
I am walking towards you.
Okay. I don't see you.
You're currently in a forest, and I'm just sort of out by this.
Oh yeah, they did move spawn then.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's weird.
Okay, so I was headed towards the original spawn. Well,
So just follow this.
yeah, just follow these.
That's weird.
So that's like the town that everybody's actually living in. That's probably why they moved it.
That's reasonable. But, of course, when you're not really,
Yeah, the list of signs for someone new isn't there. I guess maybe they thought
they all
someone's come
know that
back.
everyone's not new anyways, and they've all been, it's just one of those things that this is it's one of those things where it's like, you can create a lot of problem-solving things, but my problem is not really a problem you're expected to think of, so.
Yeah, and your problem will be solved within a few minutes here, so it's not like...
A total of that to the server has been playing on CS stuff for a while, but just was just totally out of the loop about the server. Decided to hop on randomly, a month after you guys actually started. It's not really an expected situation.
Yeah. So over
To be
here
honest,
is the
I don't
actual
even know
thing.
what's going on there either.
Yeah, I don't either. I
So-
mean, this is the first I've been on in a couple weeks.
Yeah, they
So-
got certain people doing certain things and trying not to step on their toes type of deal.
Yeah. You'll want to talk to everybody else before you build anything. Just make sure nobody else has already got it planned and all that. But here's the basic rules so that you don't get kicked out of town kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, there you go. I'm going to hop off here because I
Thank
want to try and
you.
get the, going, the grass stuff. So, harvest blocks. What's this? Fired when a block is about to drop its harvested items. That sounds exactly like what I want.
Hey.
Can it be arrayed? The array can be amended, as can the drop chance. Note well, the link harvester played or field is null in a variety of scenarios. Code expecting null. Okay, so it gives a block position. The drop chance is used to determine which item in the array will actually drop. Okay, compared to a random number. If you wish, you can pre-filter yourself and set drop chance to 1 to always drop the content of the drops array. Is silk touching is set if it is considered a silk touch harvesting operation versus a normal harvesting operation. Act accordingly. Okay. So it's its own class, and it has that as its thing. So I believe, if I remember correctly, I need to extend that class. I do not need to extend that class. I just need to set up a subscribe event. Okay. So at Forge subscribe event.
There's so many pages and stuff in this mod pack. It's 130 pages of
I
items.
know. It's a ridiculous one, but those can be fun at times too. The flying piece in Morph, they made it so you had to kill a wither.
Yeah, I read that on the sign.
Okay, but I think it, like, when the first person killed the wither, it opened it for everybody, I think's what happened.
Oh, really? How do you use morph?
So Morph is the one where you kill a mob and then you turn into
yeah,
that
I know,
mob.
but how do you, like, I should probably look at my keys, but
Oh, it's the bracket keys on your keyboard. That's how you change between them.
Actually, I guess I just, maybe because I was not on the server, I don't have any morphs at the moment.
Yeah, you got to kill whatever mob it is you want to morph
Well, I
into.
thought you said with the wither and everything.
It unlocked the flying ability. So you have to go kill a bat or something that can fly, and then you can fly. Oh, that stinks. About an hour ago, Dan200, the guy that has Computer Craft, said he filed a ticket for support from his hosting company for Computer Craft, his website, and it's now been down for 24 hours. It sounds like he's got major problems with them actually giving him support, because he's posting it on Twitter saying, hey, 8 hours ago I said I got a problem and you still ain't fixed it. Yeah. Did you hear about Minecon?
It's in London.
Yeah.
I'd love to go. I really would. And there was the one in Florida, but I literally went all the batches of tickets. They just bam gone.
Oh,
like,
I know.
3 people refreshing the page. Like everyone in my family that had I had like my grandma around and she was trying to buy tickets. I mean, honestly, I tried, and I just couldn't get them.
Yeah, I was interested in how fast they would go and all that, and I think I was sitting there refreshing myself. I wasn't really planning on going because I didn't have the time off to do it, but I could never get a page to even load. It was just like, server's not available kind of thing. It's overloaded and stuff. Is that server public, Kane? No. That's a private whitelisted server.
Unfortunately. Well, not for us, but for you.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, but it's also for the good of the people that actually play on there, because with modded, if you get too many people on, then it just lags really hard.
Really, and actually, you sometimes have new members. How does that work? I mean, I know I've seen you vote on them, but what's the deal with that?
So typically what we've been doing lately is, in order to get a new member, fill out the application, then I send them an email if it sounds like they're worth even trying to get on the server kind of thing, and they come play a PvP night with us or something like that, so we can kind of get to know them a little bit, and then everybody votes, a week or two later, and decides if they really want them on the server or if they're a jerk or something. Just from that.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
It gives us a little bit more of experience with them than just being blind and not knowing if they're a jerk. That's really what it boils down to. I know I'm doing this somewhat right. Oh, it's in that other class, isn't it? So it's in block events. That's what I'm doing wrong. Harvest drops event. Yay. And that gives us an E. There we go. Event. And boom.
I'm just having fun with Morph. I'm just walking around as a chicken just because it's really fun.
Oh, don't kill the chicken that's got a name on it.
Oh no, I didn't.
Because Air was saying, if somebody kills this new chicken, I'm going to murder him. Because, like,
that's how I get banned from the server.
he had a pet chicken, and he wanted to keep it, and somebody killed it. So he goes and gets a name tag for his new one and gives it a name. It's like Joe or something with a J. I don't know.
At least they don't think I killed it. That's the hope.
Yeah. That new guy must have done it. Even though you're not new.
No, I'm actually pretty old. It's just I haven't played.
At the moment, we do not have any public servers. We're working on a public server. So the answer to your question is no. Sorry.
Yeah, I just tested my hypothesis. Yeah, you do get killed if you are Morph. Mobs do attack you.
Oh yeah,
the hard way.
and I've noticed from the little I played on there, like if you turn into a bat, you have like 2.5 hearts or something silly. So you take on a lot more properties of the mob that you're morphed into than you used to. It used to be you just kind of took their shape and some of their abilities. Now you
Right.
get their health. So like if you're a zombie, you don't want to be a zombie in the day. You'll burn. If you're a blaze, you don't want to go in water. Things like that.
That's cool.
Squid, if you go turn into a squid, you can swim really fast in the water, but you will take suffocation damage in air. So
Yep.
be careful what you turn into, depending on where you are. Think like the mob that you're being.
Yeah, though it's sort of, it's like, it's sort of difficult to not be a squid if you're a squid, but at least, with Morph, you can be whatever you want to be.
Yeah.
The thing that I really love about it is that your camera actually changes where it is.
Yeah. And like you're actually the same size as
Right, yeah.
that mob, so if you're a bat, you can actually fit through a 1x1. Whoever it is, and I want to say it's Aichun, but I'm not sure. Did a really good job with it.
I believe it's Aichun, yes.
Yeah, it was okay.
I mean, my word's just about as valid as yours, but I have two people that are relatively confident, and their thoughts, both
Yeah.
agree. It's probably likely.
Yeah, and one of us could look it up, but neither one of us are going to because it's not that
Ain't no
important.
time for that.
Yeah, yeah. So the harvester tells us that. Okay. The current item was. Let's look at this again. So it takes an item stack, drops. I need to set my code up to actually use the break event instead of just plate breaking blocks in the world. So that it's compatible with like protection mods and stuff like that.
You have to do what?
So in Forge, you can actually set a block to a specific type or set it to air or whatever. And that's how I've been breaking my blocks, is just setting it to air. But there's actually an event that you're supposed to be calling that checks to see if you should be able to and all that. And then once you
Yeah,
get
that'd be
back
alright, yeah.
that it's right, then you can actually break it or not. I'll do that eventually. It's just for now, going for ease of doing it. Then I'll go for the right way of doing it. Which maybe the right way would be easier in the long run, but for now, this is working for me. Drops. So I just think I just need to edit that drops section for tall grass, because it's gonna give me the block position.
Oh man, it's so awesome! I just got a spider more. I'm just climbing on walls. It's good stuff.
Get block. If
And they really have a pretty reasonable amount of health too. I just feel like Superman.
X dot tall grass.
No space key required.
So it's tall grass then vent drops. Oh, that drop chance. I want drops. That's why it's not working. Okay, so now I need an item stack. So for now, for testing, let's just make it drop a stack of what?
Diamonds.
Sure. I was gonna make it drop one of my items, one of my items, but that's even better because I don't have to sort out my stuff.
Yeah, no, that's good stuff.
Items dot. There's gold in them there grass, or diamonds in that grass. Okay. Okay, wait, let's restart Minecraft and put this in debug mode, see if my code's even getting fired first, because if it's not, then I'm just going to waste my time breaking grass all day. Debug it one step at a time. Oh, that's disappointing.
It's not working.
Dinnerbone on Twitter has said he's going away, then he's flying somewhere else. Blah 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 blah. Don't expect snapshots or Minecraft news from me this month.
Aw.
Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't mean there's no snapshot at all. But
Well, I mean, it sounds like it, but who knows?
it sounds like it. But there's still Jeb and
Yeah.
Grum and Sarge to do it. I'm not like there was a big stink on Twitter and Reddit whether or not the Mog Miner is still with Mojang or not. And I'm not gonna make a claim one way or another because he hasn't officially said. But on his Twitter account, he said, "Does anybody know of a good game dev company that's looking for employees or something like that in Sweden?"
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's probably not working for us.
Yeah, and then the stuff they posted on Reddit, it really sounds like he's not, because he's not showing up as an employee on their website and different things like this that they found on and posted on Reddit all week. So he very well may not be, but that's kind of disappointing if it is, because he was the guy that knew how to do rendering code really good and all that. And if he's not there, then that stinks.
I wonder what did they fire him or something? That's weird.
I don't know. Like everybody's just speculating and guessing, and the guy's been quiet. I can't blame him for it. You know, especially if he got fired. Why would he want to announce it to the world? Hey, I got fired for doing stupid thing X, Y, and Z. You know,
Right. Who knows?
because then he's just not going to get hired ever again by anybody. So
Right.
call history. Yep, I knew there was an initialization event somewhere. There we are. I got to register my class with FML for it to work. Oh, copy that, please. Might be time for a reboot soon because my computer is starting to act funny. Yes, I want that one. Save. Somebody's speaking Spanish.
Hablar la español.
They said something along those lines.
Well, that means.
Do you speak Spanish? Yeah, but I believe it's some type of question because of the first word, and then español is the end of it.
It probably means do you speak Spanish?
Quien habla español is what it is said.
I'm not sure. You might want to check that though, because I mean.
Oh, they probably just dropped the H off of habla.
Yeah, because it's pronounced without an H.
Ah.
And it's with an H, but it's it's not. Yeah, who knows? It's like hola versus hola.
Yeah.
Sounds really dumb if you say hola. So whatever.
Or it's somebody that doesn't actually know Spanish and they're just guessing how to spell it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
pretending to know
you're doing
Spanish.
it wrong.
Yeah.
I remember watching this really funny thing. There's this stuff called civil forfeiture that can happen with like vehicles and stuff. Basically, the police can like pull you over and they can just search your car and take things that they find, just because basically, they suspect they might be related to like it might be drug money or who knows what it is, and they sort of it's actually sort of falling under some people are like, this kind of isn't fair, and a lot of police departments are sort of getting in trouble for spending it on like really frivolous things, and also just taking the money without really having any reason why. But either way, I saw this just funny video because there was this guy, he's like a Kentucky police officer or something, and he's like, he was watching this news report on it. And they were saying, and it's not even, even like language barriers isn't stopping this. And they cut to this, video clip of this, police officer with just this horribly broken, just pronouncing all the words wrong in Spanish, asking, is there a lot of money in your truck or whatever. But it was just funny because he didn't know how to say truck, and he just said, he just said, "Tenny mucho dinero in su trucky trailer."
I've seen whatever that is. Was it Will Ferrell?
No, it was what's it called? Last week tonight with whatever his name is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he did a report on civil forfeiture and he included that, and it was just really funny.
That was funny.
So and I mean it's not even that far. I mean he's mispronouncing. I mean it's tiene mucho dinero in su whatever. I mean I don't remember what truck is, but it's not. It's pretty close, but it's just funny.
Yeah, that whole video on civil forfeiture, that word that he did was funny, but it's also kind of scary that that's a thing that they do now.
Yeah, I read this Canadian news article saying, like, by the way, if you're in the U.S., don't bring a lot of cash with you, because if you do, it's gonna disappear if you get pulled over. So
Huh. Yeah.
that's nice.
Well, you know, you're smuggling drugs from Canada.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, it's the most peaceful nation besides Switzerland. And I don't remember what it was, but there was like some guy who was like buying a car and he was buying it in cash or whatever. I don't remember what his reasons were, but they sound pretty reasonable. And they just took the money because they thought it was like drug money or whatever, and he just lost it.
Yeah.
But yay, our police and legal system where lots of good things happen.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Lots of nice little loopholes that shouldn't be there.
I think it was some like Massachusetts police department had like I don't know what I think they might have bought like a margarita machine or something with their civil forfeiture money. So
Yeah.
I have to go though.
Okay.
Well, I might have to. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You've been awful quiet, Matthew. Are you even there?
What was that?
I said you've been awful quiet.
That's because I've been AFK / cooking dinner.
Ah. It is about dinner time, isn't it? Probably should go feed the dog soon. That'd probably be a good thing.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta go. See you, Tech.
Okay, later. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to figure out what I'm gonna have for dinner too.
Mm-hmm. Dinner
You
is
guys were
tasty.
talking about Mexican police and such. I was over here making Spanish.
Mhm.
Over here making burrito.
Well, the thing is, it's not even Spanish police; it's actually U.S. police. But yeah. Either way, night, guys.
Like
User disconnected from your channel.
what he was talking about, it's United States police, but he was speaking Spanish. Is that one thing? The mucho dinero in El Truco or something like that. What am I doing wrong here? So that's a public class. This is a public class. It's an event handler. It just happens to be what I named it. Excuse me. It doesn't extend anything. This doesn't extend anything. It has subscribe events from Forge in it. So does this. I've registered said event with the bus handler. Event bus, yeah. But maybe I need to just use one? Maybe having two is causing problems? That doesn't make sense to me though. Does grass not cause the harvest block event to get called? Open call history. Fire block harvesting. Drop items with chance. Harvest block. Harvest block. This is block ice. This is block. Everything extends block. Block tall grass. Extends block. Extends block bush. Block bush extends block. Let's go back here. This is in the harvest block event.
User left your channel.
Well, goodbye, I guess. So does block bush extend that? Or override that, more importantly. No. Does block tall grass override it? It does. Oh, that stinks. What's the name of my mod? Techstack's Heavy Machinery mod. Well, I call super. Block tall grass calls super. Blackbush. Oh, so it still gets called. Still gets called. It's all good. Can Silk Touch harvest? Returns true from this function if the player with Silk Touch can harvest the block directly. It is not normal. It's not normal drops. Really? We're only getting this event if it's fired by... That's silly. This is in blocks. Get fortune modifier now. Get material, get default state. I don't think that's gonna ever get fired. If that doesn't get fired, that's not gonna work. So let's do something silly here. Let's look at Forge's source. Minecraft Forge. Oh, GitHub. GitHub.com. Minecraft Forge. And it's source code. And it's going to be under source. Main. Where was those classes at? Those are under Minecraft, actually. So where's this one? Forge Event Factory. Java, Forge, Events. Patches to Minecraft. Okay, that's what I want to look at. So under block. Block. Just block, right? It's blocked, yeah. Okay, that's where we're setting the harvest event. Yeah. So now let's look at 1.7 version of this class with the changes were there. And we're doing the same thing on the harvest block event. Okay, so it's the same as what 1.7 was doing, so I doubt that it's a bug, unless it was a bug there too. Okay, good enough for me. Okay, let's try one more thing, just because I'm curious. I want to take this out of here and move it into here, because I don't know if this will have an impact on it. I really don't want this to be here, but let's see what happens. We'll set a breakpoint there and run this in debug mode. So in the way I'm creating vehicles, which you can do it however you think is best, I create them as entities that extend just entity. So for example, my bulldozer, okay, I extend this, but that's also extending entity there. So extend entity. That's the easy way. There's a lot of work to do it. Don't straight up copy my code. But you're more than welcome to look at it as an example, but don't straight up copy it. And if you do, you have to open source it and all sorts of stuff like that. So have fun. This isn't about copying code. And you'll get the same response from most developers. They have their code as open source. And I'm not getting any indication that this block break is getting fired. Oh, and another tip, you need to register the event or the entity with Forge. Just look it up. It's not hard to do. Let's see. Let's move this back over here. Terminate. And run. The 8-hour live stream. Wow. Okay, gonna run it again. This time with the gonna try and break some other blocks in the game. Yeah, it's not getting fired at all. I still have it registered in the main mod class. Yeah. Weird. I'm looking it up on the internet, on the Minecraft Forge forum, if anyone's wondering what I'm doing right at the moment. See if there's anybody else that's ran into the same situation I have. Oh. That's probably the reason why. There's a different registering for block events, possibly? That would make a lot of sense to me. Because that was FML here, but we're talking about Forge stuff. Minecraft Forge dot event bus dot register new event handler. Ta-da! Bet that fixes it. Because that was a Forge event, not an FML event. I may have spelled it wrong when I put it originally. And I did. Techne. Here you go. It's Techne. have fun with it. I know nothing about it because I opened it up, looked around, and I said, I'm going to use Blender instead because I already know how to use Blender. I didn't want to learn another one. And it seemed to me like it was somewhat limited in what it could do. What vehicle are you thinking of adding to Minecraft with your mod? Look at that. Now we're getting called. Cool. Running, 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 running. Suspended. Running. I hate it when Clipsa does this. I gotta kill Minecraft. Close the program. And launch it again. Not sure exactly what it caused that. Sometimes it does that though. Couldn't restart it, the play button was grayed out. And hopefully this time, if not every time, at least occasionally, we get diamonds with our tall grass. Oh, okay. I thought maybe you had something specific in mind. Ah, look at that. First try diamonds, second try diamonds, third try diamonds. A little bit too frequent. But we've got it, we're dropping diamonds. Woohoo! And let's make sure that other blocks don't drop it. They do not. Not one bit. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's a 100% drop chance, which I don't really want. Let's see if we can change that next. Boom. You know what? Close others, please. Okay, so event dot drop chance. That's just an overall drop chance, right? Change to 1 if you manipulate the list and want to guarantee it would always drop. Okay, but I guess I can just change the drop chance by a random number, right? I'll only add it if it's a random number that happens. So new random, I think it is. Yep, new random. Random r equals new random. If r is greater than 0.5, so over 50%, we want next float. So about every half it should drop a diamond, I think, is what that will equate to. Could be wrong. We'll find out. And then we can check the biome that we're in. I'm assuming the event has a block position somewhere stored in it. Does it not? That would be awful. It doesn't. Really? Maybe it doesn't. It's just in the overall block event. I need to look at that. Yeah, it extends block event, so it probably does. Okay. So, no diamond. What? Diamond. No diamond. Diamond. No diamond. It's about 50%. Maybe a little higher. But this works. I mean, if you got corn that often, well, that's too much still, isn't it? Let's say it has to be higher than 7.7. No, 0.8. Because I think this next float would return a value between 0 and 1. So yeah. So there's a 20% chance it's greater than that. And while that's launching, can I get the position? So event dot post dot p block position dot get world dot get what event dot world dot get biome gen for coordinates. What does that mean? Gen. Position dot n, so that should return an actual biome position, right? Event dot pos, there we go. Dot biome ID, biome name, there we go. And we wanted to translate that through Forge into some type of plains related biome or something like that. So okay, so we can just comment that out for now because we already know good there. We can test this to make sure it's about a 20% drop rate. One. So I did 10 and I got about 3 of them. Let's do 10 again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I got 2. Perfect 20%, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Got 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Got 2. Perfect. So that's probably pretty good, right? You go around at the block, break 10 of them. That's not bad. And that's in this pristine biome, right? So this, if it's this biome, we'll give it to you a 20% drop rate. And no, it won't be diamonds. This is just a placeholder. Okay, so let's check the biome then. So biome, Forge, Minecraft. No, let's go over here to my item initialization stuff. I'm assuming that the biome registry is somewhat similar to the item or registry. So there's an or dictionary class. So let's see if there's a biome dictionary. Hey, look at that! Imagine that. Biome dictionary dot is biome of type, and it takes a biome gen base and a type. So what's the types then? So we can do this. This is cool. And then what's the biome type? So type. Wow. Okay, so beach, plains. Bingo. So if it's 20% chance and it's plains. Yeah, let's take that out of there. Let's just do if out here like this, so it does this one first, just so that it doesn't try and calculate a random number unless it's that specific biome. Should be tiny bit more efficient. By tiny, I mean insignificantly more efficient. Type by name. Okay. Kind of want to know where all the vanilla stuff is registered as. Oh, okay. So what defines it as plains then? So if the max height is less than 0.3 and the max height is greater than 0, it's high humidity, and its minimum height is greater than 0. Okay. This is if it doesn't have a bunch of trees, then it's considered plains. So a high humidity area. So that means savanna would not be included in that. Let's look for plains some more. Make sure I'm understanding it correctly. Looks like I've got a phone call, so I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Microphone muted. User joined your channel.
Hello, everybody. I'm Quickly, and I get to take over his stream. Nah, not really. Just joking around. Anyways, you still there? Hey, so stay tuned there. He's gonna come back and do some more goodies for you.
User joined your channel.
It's just me. I'm on my computer now. I'm not Techstack, by the way. I'm Quirky Lee.
User left your channel.
Obviously, Techstack has been doing it quite a bit. Today.
Microphone activated.
Okay, guys, I'm back here. Let's get rid of this message off the stream.
Oh, I've been hijacking your stream a little bit there.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for entertaining. I see the view count went down quite a bit. I had a phone call I had to walk away for.
Yeah.
So, and I decided I might as well go get a bag of chips while I'm in there because I was hungry. And got some water and stuff too, so took
You're really
advantage of the
going at
break.
it today, bud.
I know. I'm trying to get as much done in this thing as I can while I got the chance. So, oops, that's kind of loud on the stream, wasn't it? Be chewing
Yeah, it
chips.
was extremely loud. Yeah.
Sorry. If you didn't notice before, I was working on adding some randomness to where, all of a sudden I got a diamond from breaking grass, which isn't really what I'm trying to add to the game. I'm trying to make it so that occasionally when you break tall grass, you'll get seeds for corn that I'm going to add to the game. But I didn't have the corn added to the game, so I needed something. So Chess suggested diamonds. Makes great use for it. But it's about a 20% chance, but right now it only happens if you're in a biome that is defined as some type of plains biome.
What about barley or something like that? Or
Well,
potatoes?
I want to. Well,
potatoes.
potatoes are in game, but
Yeah.
I want to add corn because I wanted to add ethanol as my fuel source. So that's the main reason
Oh.
for now as my fuel source.
You're thinking environmental safe.
Exactly. And the other benefit is I don't have to do world gen. I'm trying to avoid world gen if possible. I'm not opposed to it completely, but if it doesn't force me to do it, I'm not going to do it because I don't have a good reason to do it yet. So I'm just trying to avoid it, lag, and other reasons. So anyway, because like I'm afraid if I add oil and then somebody uses Buildcraft, there'll be 2 types of oil spawning in the world, blah blah blah.
True.
Instead of me just being able to say, hey, go make my biofuel, and by the way, my machines also can take Buildcraft fuel, which is what I'm planning on trying to do.
Yeah.
To make my machines cross compatible that way. So I got it working in this biome. I kind of want to add it to some other biomes, but I don't know what exactly, and I'm going to add it at a lower chance. So right now in the plains type, I've got it set to about 80% chance, or not 80% chance, a 20% chance of it spawning in the item of choice,
Cool.
which will be corn seeds eventually. But what other biomes? I'm thinking like savanna, because I'm trying to think of places that corn could survive in, and set them accordingly. Savanna.
Savannah.
Because I want places that are mostly open to the sun that get sunlight to grow corn, you know.
Isn't Savannah a little bit drier though?
It is a lot drier, and that's why I'm going to give it a much lower chance to get it. So,
Okay.
preferably, you'll need to find plains, because it'll give you a 20% drop chance, right? But I might make savanna like a, say, 3% drop chance or something silly like that, so that really you want
3%,
to.
that's really low though.
That's really low, but we'll think about it. How much grass is there? So you're gonna get it. It's just you have to break a lot of blocks to get it.
True. With bulldozer, that should be probably around 10% chance you might get one.
Well, I was just thinking punch and stuff, because if this is your fuel source, you're not going to have a bulldozer to push things around, right?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, I need to go creative. Actually, I'll go this, and let's
Hey there,
find this
Taylor.
Savannah. Hello. You're more observant of my stream chat than I am.
Well, that's why you got a moderator with you.
Did I ever
Usually
set
when
you
you
up
want-
as moderator?
No, you didn't.
How do you do it? Do you know? Because I see there's a list to do it, but it just says email. Oh wait, maybe.
You could probably type in my actual real username.
Oh, I forgot the Y. That's probably why it wasn't working.
Yes, he's making a mod.
What? It says somebody else is a moderator now. Oopsie. Made someone else a moderator by mistake. It says, okay, so QUIRKYLE. I hit enter,
Oh,
and
cool.
it says somebody else's name as moderator when I do that.
So you could try Quirky Lee, maybe if that. failed.
That's what I'm trying, and it's saying
Oh, why don't you use my old username? I'll just type it over here
okay.
into TeamSpeak.
Thank you, H2O.
I still got the username on YouTube, but it's just not apparently there yet.
Yep. Yeah, now it says you're moderator. I'm assuming
Yeah,
yeah.
they have. Yeah,
Mod
they
bar.
have not really changed the schema yet for URLs totally.
Oh yeah, like they did something a while back where you could get a vanity URL that has your name in it. I don't.
Yeah, I've got one.
Okay.
But they still use the user for some weird reason.
Yeah. They do weird stuff.
That's Google.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. It looks like I got some message from somebody in Google Plus.
Really, it could have been me liking your.
No, it's Keto. They're wanting me to add on Skype, which I don't use Skype, so sorry.
Oh,
I don't use Skype because I don't have it. I was gonna do Skype for the whole YouTube thing when I started my server and everything, and then one of the guys is like, you don't want to use Skype, that uses like 50, 60 megs of memory. Use TeamSpeak, it
does.
uses like 5.
yes.
I'm like, okay. And I've used TeamSpeak ever since.
Yes, I'm with you. If I could, I would make everybody go to TeamSpeak or something on that line.
Uh-huh.
Or Mumble.
And TeamSpeak's more of a, I want to log in and chat with anybody that's on that TeamSpeak server.
Yeah.
Versus Skype is, you're kind of always connected to it, and people will interrupt you at any given time, right? I mean, it's not a hey guys, I want to talk now kind of thing, or I want to be able to talk. It's just kind of a different user experience because of that alone. And why is World Gen in 1.8 so slow? This is part of the reason I don't want to add to the World Gen. World Gen in 1.8 is slow, it seems like.
Huh.
Maybe it's just because I'm flying so fast. I'm getting ahead of it. I want to find a Savannah.
That's weird. Oh, I'm not playing the stream on my end. I accidentally paused it. There we go.
No worries.
It was still stuck on the I'll be back screen.
Is he ever going to come back? Just need to find Savannah somewhere.
Maybe the swampland might have a chance, possibly.
We could, but I guess there is some tall grass, right?
Yeah.
We could make it pretty low. Although
Taylor-
corn likes water, right? So I mean,
Yeah. Taylor, he's actually using a single player to test the mod.
yeah, exactly. This version isn't even compiled fully yet.
Yeah.
I'm making changes to it, restarting it. So that like throwing it up on a server at this point doesn't make a lot of sense because it's changing
Yeah.
so fast.
Thanks, H2O. You just basically said full stream.
Yeah, thank you. Well, if you guys are new to this stream and haven't seen the whole thing and you want to see what this mod's about, a lot of this is still a work in progress. So about what I'm going to show you, a lot is going to change. You see there's missing textures and stuff like that. But watch this. Bulldozer. Bam. Bulldozer in the world. Just right on this thing. It breaks blocks. It knocks down trees. It has an animated bucket which goes up and down. And just wreaks havoc in the world. As a bulldozer probably should.
Oh, I really do like that new change that we've done today to it.
Yeah, with the blade moving up and down? Or what? I fixed the color
Just-
too.
Just the width. I kind of like glimpsed what you did to the color.
Yeah. Like it was ugly true screen or something. Oh, it's
Yeah.
stuck on there. Okay, so there's that. And then we've got a tractor, which I probably won't go through every single thing in this thing, but just to give you an example, we've got a tractor. You can jump in the tractor. You can put an attachment on the back of the tractor, which actually renders in the world then. And then you can plow the land. There's a planter. Yeah, I've made this.
Yeah, you actually need moderators when you actually stream on YouTube because it's hard to keep track of the chat.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to read it as I'm talking about stuff. So it's got a plow, it's got a planter, it's got a sprayer, which basically bone meal stuff. Those all work. There's a wide bed truck. Let me show that because that's kind of unusual. Oh, it's kind of derpy being in there. There. Ah. So it's got a truck bed on the back of it. And if I put a machine, say the tractor, into the truck bed, it actually renders it on the back and you can haul it around. The truck is faster than the other machines. That's the benefit of using that. You're more than welcome to record my mod. Unfortunately, it's not on a server that you have access to right now. This is single player because I'm actually running this from my development environment right now. I just made changes to it a few seconds ago. There's planter, primary crusher. So we're gonna have ore processing in it. This is a crusher block. That type of crusher really exists in the real world. It'll basically macerate your items if you're familiar with IC2. Maybe double or triple the items. Here's where the fun comes in my mod. So let's go over here to this land. I'm gonna have a drilling rig machine, which will drill down into the ground. And you can fill it with drilled stone, and that drilled stone you can pump explosive into and make it this explosive pack stone, okay? So
Yeah,
then
H2O.
redstone on this.
Or their tech.
Oh, that's fine. Basically, if you power this with redstone, it explodes instantly, all of them, not like regular TNT, and it turns blasted or stone into blasted stone, ardite into blasted ardite, etc. Ores turned into blasted ores. So if I were to blast this coal over here, let's do this instead.
So have you made any changes to how red signal is sent to it? Like, for example, if you like flip a lever.
Well, you
Would
flip
that
a lever,
still
it would
work?
work. Yeah, that'd
Oh,
work.
okay.
It just needs to be redstone powered. So the reason I'm doing this with all these blocks is you will want to take these to that crusher I showed you a little bit ago, and you'll be able to get the item out of it. So the idea is I'm going to go make a big pit mine, and I'm going to explode it. I'm going to turn it into these blasted stone items. These blasted stone items, let's see if there's a cliff close by. There is. So if I fly over here, it actually has gravity, so it'll fall straight down. But then also, if it falls on top of something where it has a ledge, it'll fall off that ledge. It piles up. You can see here, it actually forms a pile out of the thing. Now,
Hey, Tech, you might
Yeah.
want to do a little link to your Jenkins so they might be able to get the test the mod.
Okay, you guys are sounding really interested in it. I'll keep showing
Yeah.
it for a minute here, then I'll link you to where you can get a copy of it. Be aware this is very, very, very early in this mod, and there will be bugs, no doubt about it. It's not complete. You know, you're welcome to record and put it on YouTube or whatever, however you want, but just make it be known that it's very early and there's a lot to work to be done, so that nobody thinks this is the finished mod and that it's in a crappy state, basically, because I'm aware it's crappy right now. But if you want to play with it, you can. Survival, there are some crafting recipes, but not everything has a crafting recipe. The machines don't have fuel usage right now, so it's not really ready for survival. It's basically you can check it out in creative mode, basically. So like this thing, there will be a fuel usage on this eventually, and I got to add fuel to the game and stuff like that. But there's no fuel usage yet, and the ore processing is not set up. So that kind of stuff. It's a work in progress. Very, very, very early.
Yeah. Your input, guys, probably be very useful to them as well. Probably.
Yeah, and on the description of this video, if you've come more recently, I've got the link to the Minecraft forum post that I've created, and I can't actually give it to you because this team's like YouTube won't let me link stuff, but
You could always do like a URL there on your screen too.
yeah, but it's so long.
Yeah, true.
No one's gonna type this URL in. It's crazy long. It's like 60 to 100 characters long. But anyway, you can find it on the Minecraft forum post out there. It's in the video description, like I said. So I'm gonna put down this loader. The loader looks like that, and it has an internal inventory, which is really this bucket here. And this is where this mod really was originally came from. I wanted to have a loader that picked up blasted stone, and you just drive into it, and it starts piling into it because it does fall down. And you can see it's picking it all up. And then the next step in the vision of this mod was to then have a dump truck that you could haul masses amount of this stuff. See, here's a bucket. It was pushing them down, but they're not actually showing up. So there's the dump truck. If I lift my bucket up and go over to the dump truck and dump into the dump truck all the contents from my bucket, there you go. You'll see it actually renders in the back of the dump truck what it has in it. You can see it's in its inventory. You can drive the dump truck off and lift the dump truck bed up. And when you do so, the items shoot, out of the back of the dump truck there onto the ground. And the idea there is you'll get a bunch of blasted stone that has ores and different things in it, pick it up with your loader. The loader will then haul it off to a dump truck, which has a bigger inventory. Instead of just 9, it has like 54 slots. Then that 54 slot dump truck can drive off to the processing plant. In addition to the primary crusher, I've got conveyors that are super early. They only work in one direction right now. I hope that's the right direction. No, it is not. So they only work in this direction. That will shoot items down them so that they go to the next machine. The idea is there that the primary crusher will spit out of its inventory into this belt, and then you can move them onto the next machine. The next machine probably would be something like a screen, which is a real world device that is used to separate things. So it makes sense that that would be your item sorter in my mod. This is all based on a stone quarry type setup where real world I worked for a stone quarry company. So yeah, I wanted it to be like a real world stone quarry. In addition to some of this stuff, we've got ideas for cranes that could be builders and combine. Let's go ahead and place the combine down. It'll pick up plants that you've planted with the farming machine, the tractor. Yeah, there's lots more plans coming too, which is what I was working on. So anyway, the link to this thing, I don't know how to get this for you because we can't post links into the chat. Any ideas? Will this work? Maybe this will work. Nope, it recognizes it as a link.
Oh yeah, H was actually enjoying watching somebody make their own mod.
What's that?
Oh, I just was reading
Oh.
kind of what H2O said to you.
There we go. Replace the word dot in brackets with a dot, actually. That'll get you to my build server. You'll want the latest build on there. That's got the jar file on there that you actually will want to mess around with. You'll need Minecraft 1.8. I'm using Forge. Which Forge version here? Forge build 1296 right now. So you get 1296 of Minecraft Forge for 1.8. Put that in your mods folder. You'll be able to run it. Like I said, buggy all over the place. Don't represent this as a finished mod, please, in any video. But if you want to put a video out there, go for it. Just link back to my Minecraft forum post so people can make suggestions to me. So, anyway. Okay, so back to what we were doing. We need to make an item, right? So we need to make, actually, a block. We need to make a block in the world, right? We need to make seeds and a corn block. So let's make a block. Or the item, I mean, first, because that'll be easier. That extends that. Okay, cool. So we'll just copy this one. Item drilling pipe, item corn is what we'll call it. And let's try item corn seeds instead. And we just lost all those viewers because they went to go play the mod. Surprise, surprise, right?
Yeah.
What does this chat rate mean?
Yeah, it is pretty sweet there,
Okay.
Vanos.
Corn seeds.
Yeah, me watching this has definitely helped me out too. Learn how to do this.
Where do you
Plan to
guys...
kind of help him with it a little bit.
Sorry, I don't recognize your guys' names on YouTube. Are you big YouTubers?
H2O was wanting to know if you can make a suggestion. Of course.
Of course, I'm very open to suggestions. That's how we've gotten a lot of good ideas.
Yeah, for example, I suggested 5 wide
Yeah, for the bulldozer.
bulldozer.
I guess I could type it in there so he gets the response quicker.
He's probably already got it by now.
Yeah. Well, I looked at your channels and it doesn't show you have any subscribers unless I'm looking at it wrong. says Vantos has 0 subscribers. I guess I don't even need to look at your channel. It just pops up. Yeah, both you have 0 subscribers. Unless you have another channel that you're masquerading under.
Possibly.
This is a phony one. So what's the suggestion? Corn seeds. Oh, I messed up the drilling pipe, of course.
Oh, an elevator. Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
That idea's kind of been kicked around by a couple people, I think. Suggesting that we add some type of thing that lets you go up and down vertically quick, be it a crane or something. So I guess that's a pretty good idea because it seems to be popular. Searches in the search bar, that usually works if you have a lot of virus. Not sure what that means.
Yeah, really.
Hello, Eric. Well, I mean, like, in YouTube, you're in the chat, I can point to your name and it shows me how many subscribers you have. It says 0. Oh, no. Never mind. Why is that like that? Oh, you just masquerade into somebody else? Well, how about this? I'll subscribe to H2O Delirious and the other one here. And if I see a video from you, I'll be very happy that mentions this mod. Huh. But again, make sure everybody knows it's very early and it's not a final product at all. Because that would be awful if people think this is the final product, because I'm not happy with it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've got you both subscribed. Like the ones that have 4 million and 10. So why is it you're under a different account or whatever?
Oh.
What's that,
Oh,
Matthew?
Vanos Gaming. Yeah, he does have 10 million. I just searched it.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, I can find it when I search, but why does it like link into a different account when they're on now? You just not logged into your normal account or something?
That's probably it.
I guess I have 2 accounts with YouTube too because of the whole Google Plus thing they do.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm very tempted to beat everybody to the punch on this mod of Gordon and Buzz mod.
Hey, I've already done it, guys. Sorry, I beat you all. Yeah, I searched for you guys. I found you if that's the same thing. I seen the numbers you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually thinking about actually making a public server, possibly there, Taylor.
I actually wasn't thinking of making a public server of this mod,
You
but
wasn't?
everybody else that's on my server group has told me I should make a public server of this, so I guess I should. like you're not the only one. Everybody has just assumed I will at some point, and I probably will, but it's not on my to-do list yet because I'm not close to being done on the mod. Yeah, Lainey, I'm making a mod.
Vanos, it's just YouTube. It's always broke in some way.
Well, they're two different pages. I mean, the page
Yeah.
that it links to now, like from their name, is completely
Yeah.
different than the one.
Oh,
Like, see, this is the one with all the subscribers, and this is the one that it links to when you click on them. So they have no subscribers, and they just joined today. So if you see that, look, they have just joined YouTube today, but they've got 10 million subscribers. That's not going to happen.
yeah. Right, yes, I'll subscribe to Vanos. I'm kind of curious what he does.
I'm not trying to be offensive to you guys or whatever, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking that it's probably not really the real guys. So, these are somebody created a YouTube account with the same name.
Oh, possibly.
Yeah, that's all. Because how else would it be created today, right?
Got a point there.
So I've subscribed to the legitimate channels,
Yeah.
and if they show a video, then it must have been them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So. Anyway, back to doing this thing. So we've got this drilling pipe back to the way it should be, and we need to put the corn seed here, and 16 stack, or 64 stack. Trollers. Okay, you guys want to prove that you're real? On Delirious's YouTube channel, The Real Deal, just say hi Techstack in the channel chat as Delirious, like the real Delirious with all the subscribers, that one. Then I'll believe you. For sure. So on the discussion page, I guess it's called. So in here, on the discussion page, put high tech. I'll believe you then, 100%. And just let me know that you've done it, and I'll refresh the page, and we'll be able to all see it, right?
Yeah.
So, but it has to be the one that links to this channel for me to believe it. Otherwise, anyway, back to getting stuff done. Make tractor wheelies look dirty. Oh yeah, the wheels look dirty. Yeah, and when you said that, I was thinking wheelies. That would be cool if we made him pop a wheelie. Yeah, there's no texture on, like, it just colors, straight up colors right now. I'm well aware I need a texture artist to help me out and make something that's legit. Eventually I'll try it myself if I can't find somebody to help, but I know I'm not going to be the best at textures. Yeah, we had this discussion a little bit ago. They both have 0 subs, but they're saying that the other guys, and I myself have the ability to log in as me and then as my channel. Both have the same name or look to appear to have very similar names, but they're 2 separate YouTube entities. If I look at my subscribers from one, they're different than my subscribers from others. So it's possible. So let's refresh this page, see if he said hi. Oh, he didn't say hi. Bummer. Oh, it may not be because you pause. There's like a minute delay or more.
That.
Although they're not going to find out because I just said that. So I just created a corn item. I need to add it to the game.
Wow. H2O actually gets 59K views per hour. What Heartbeat says.
Oh. Kind of have to understand that YouTube tries to hide that type of information from outsiders.
Yeah.
And that they're just guessing. Those websites that do that. But I will also say he has that many viewers. If I look at the about page on there,
Yeah.
he's got 400 million views. Do the math from May 2007 to now, and that probably comes out to be a pretty high number, especially considering it's probably started at 0 per day for a while and then ramped up. But yeah. I wouldn't start the stream. Sorry, I had to refresh this page. It wouldn't start stream. What? Huh? Oh, it wouldn't start the stream. Yeah, that's YouTube being YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if they're legitimate to prove it. That's all. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. So don't take it the wrong way. So we've created an item in here. Now we need to create the registry entry for it. And why am I doing that? Wow. More snow just fell off the roof, guys. Sounds like a car hits the house when it happens. I sound like Delirious? I've never
Really?
watched a Delirious video in my life because I didn't know who he was until a little bit ago.
Yeah, same here.
So, if I do, that's weird. I forget who it was, but when I first started out, somebody was like, "You sound like this famous YouTuber." I forget who.
I've got that too from some people I know in real life.
Can I make a computer in Minecraft with redstone? I might be able to eventually figure it out, but I don't have the patience to do that. That's my problem.
You can, but
I won't.
yeah, that's way too much. Dude, I was watching somebody make a calculator.
Yeah, I'll watch people like have a end result and how it works and understand it and all that, but I'm not gonna sit there and make one of the things. There are hundreds and thousands of blocks to place to do that.
Yes, Dirty, I've looked at your channel. And, huh.
I'm looking at it now. I can't watch
Yeah.
videos right now, but I'm looking at it. Looks like you play a lot of GTA,
Mm-hmm.
some Minecraft, Black Ops, Advanced Warfare, a little bit of everything. Cool. If you're new to YouTube, just keep posting videos is the best thing that I've found. Like
Yes.
when you post videos, you get subscribers. When you don't post videos, you will not get subscribers. That's simple.
Yep.
Like just having this live stream today, I've gotten 5 or 6 subscribers just today from one video. I know it's like ridiculously long in YouTube standards, but I wasn't getting videos before this, or wasn't getting subscribers before this because I hadn't been posting videos for a very long time. So you
Yes,
post
be
content,
consistent about it. Yep.
you post content, they will subscribe because I think YouTube ranks newer videos higher in its rankings than older videos. So just keep at it and you'll get higher. That's my 2 cents on from a person that has like a whole 400 subscribers, you know. I really know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, I'll refresh the page. And it's not showing anything. At all. Nothing. I'm not seeing anything from you, Delirious. He's not real? Or are you talking about your page? On your channel, not the real Delirious's channel.
Yeah, I'm assuming
Nope.
that's what he's talking about.
Nope, not even there.
Also, Dirty, if you ever have any questions about YouTubing, we just ask us.
Yeah, we've clearly got it figured out with our subscriber
Yeah.
counts, right? We're professionals. No, but we have posted lots of videos before.
Yeah.
We just don't have subscribers because, I don't know, nobody knows about us. Okay, so I've added it to here, added it there. It won't have an item text yet because I haven't created one. Let's run Minecraft, make sure it shows up in the game. Oh, there's one more place I need to add it to. Just realized. Corn seed, I need to add it to resources, the assets, laying this file. And it's going to be that, and corn seeds. So now I do this. What's that H2O? It's rendering as a block. Okay.
We'll do that.
H2O Delirious. Found it. And about, or no discussion. Nope. I'll even refresh it for you. F5. Ooh, it's taking its time. What? It changed. Oh, I guess I need to do newest first, huh? That would help. Oh, it says Hey Tech. So if I click on this person in there that says Hey Tech, does it take me back to the... No, it takes me to this channel, which has 0 subscribers, so it's not the same. See, this address and this address are two different things. They're two different channels, everybody. They're not the same. Uh-uh. Oh, he has a channel. Don't get me wrong, Dirty. He's got a channel. He's just not who he says he is. He says he's H2O Delirious, the one that has like 10 million subscribers or 4 million. I forget what the number was. But if you click on his thing or just put your mouse cursor over his name in chat, it says he has 0 subscribers because he's like actually a different one. Oh. Anywho. If he uploads a video, I've got him subscribed. The one with all the subscribers, right? So if he's not fake, he can just upload a video at some point explaining that he's not, I guess, right? I mean, if he's got that many subscribers, he's got YouTube figured out. So he'll be able to upload a video.
You can't do sub for sub in the chat.
Yeah, like don't. This is another tip for you. Don't go to other people's channels asking for subscribers or hey, go watch my video, because it just gets hate.
Yeah.
Is all it does.
Yeah.
It won't get you any good. Like with the stuff you're doing, you don't have like one specific game you're going for, anything like that. So it's kind of hard to say where to look for subscribers or anything like that. But if it was Minecraft stuff, you could post on the Minecraft forums. They do have a section for people that make YouTube's videos. Just do it in the right spot, follow the rules, and you'll get some. It's hard to get at start, but like once you get some, you there's an exponential growth to it. So
Yeah.
for example, you might get that many subscribers the first couple months, that many subscribers the next couple months, right? But then all of a sudden you'll get that many subscribers, and then you'll get this many subscribers, and then at some point you'll hit a tipping point where you'll just go, you'll just go, I've got this many subscribers this month. And that's just how it works, because these first people are probably the most important. If you get people that will like your videos and comment and all that kind of stuff, you need those people, because them doing that will get your video more attention on YouTube to find the next subscriber. If you aren't getting comments and likes and stuff like that on your videos or subscribers from it, your videos will just be lost in the millions of videos on YouTube. So,
Taylor, that's a good suggestion there. Can you make chicken and chicken feed?
Can you make chickens and make feed? Can you make chickens and chicken feed? But chickens,
like a trough.
Chickens are in Minecraft, and chicken feeds in Minecraft. It's called seeds. See, I don't
Like
get
a
to
trough.
make it.
That might be a good idea, though.
A trough, but how's it fit with the mod theme though? With heavy machinery.
You got farming machines?
Well, they're heavy machinery though, right?
Yeah. And you can have a heavy machine load the trough. Just like Farming Sim.
Oh, that's what it's probably coming from, right? Farming sim.
Yeah. You can compete with Farming Sim. I say there's heck.
So why is this showing up as a block?
It's okay there, Dirty. Tech and me are very understanding people.
Yeah, it's cool. Like if I had a problem with that, I already kicked you out of the channel or whatever. I'm just suggesting that I've seen other people do it on other videos that weren't mine, and they got a very negative response out of it. Instead of getting views or likes out of it or subscribers out of it, they got hate, basically.
Yep. Yeah. Posting on forums in appropriate areas is like a huge way to get people notice your videos. I every so often do that on my network that I'm part of.
Now, Matthew, do you ever put anything on Reddit, or do you use Reddit at all?
I do not.
So, you might want to consider it. For example, I know you've been making planetary annihilation videos. If you think that they're of a quality that somebody would want to watch that's really into planetary annihilation has its own Reddit, and I believe they're okay with people posting videos on there for other people to watch.
Oh wow.
So, read the rules on that individual subreddit. Make sure it is okay, because I might be wrong.
Yeah.
But then, go for it if it is. You know, you
Hey,
can also
Louis.
watch some of the other videos on there and learn from it too.
Yeah.
Hey, Louis. I'm horrible at pronouncing names.
I'm kind of guessing how you pronounce that.
Yeah. Me too. As I'm eating my chip dinner.
Hey, at least it's not a not a pop tart.
I've had Pop Tart. I've had Pop Tart dinners too, before, just not tonight.
At least it's not a hot pocket dinner, typical computer buff dinner.
No, but I had a bagel bite lunch, which is basically a little pizza on a tiny bagel. So it's like kind of like a hot pocket, right? You throw them in the microwave.
Yeah.
But yeah, the planetary annihilation subreddit's a good place to. It has a lot of potential there. I don't know how many subscribers of the Reddit there are, but it's low enough. How would I say this? It's low enough posts to the Reddit that things that get posted there stay towards the top for a while. Like if you posted in the Minecraft subforum on
Oh yeah.
subreddit, well, for one, it's not going anywhere near the top unless it's really good, and two, it doesn't stay there very long. By the next day, you're
Yeah.
gone. Even if you're getting thousands of upvotes.
Well, I admit, us YouTubers are the worst critics of our own videos. I don't think my planetary annihilation videos are worth even posting
The one I watched last,
sometimes.
you had fun with it, which makes good video, but
Yeah.
you need to get better at the game because you took a long time to kill the one AI commander. So, and that's not meant to be an insult. That's meant to help you
Yeah.
out. So I'm trying to be
Yeah, I
constructive.
know. Like you said, I'm with you. I'm not very good at that game.
Yes, you can make a suggestion. What's up?
Yeah.
H2O, are you still there? Something tells me
And
if
I
it was
wish-
the real H2O and we kept calling him out saying he wasn't, he wouldn't be here anymore.
Mr. Good 3, huh?
Mr. Good 3! Is this Good Boulderfist from Minecraft? Really?
I don't think so. 6 videos.
Is their channel just created today too? And I'm not trying to be offensive to
Yeah.
you. I'm just okay. No, they've been around for a while.
Yeah.
We've been dealing with people that say that they're famous YouTubers
Yeah.
and weren't, but insisted that they were. No, somebody posing as H2O was here. When you
Yes.
clicked on his YouTube name in the chat, it said he had 0 subscribers.
Mr. Good, he's actually got kind of semi-available for the internet.
What?
Very pre-alpha.
Yeah. Oh, I'm making my mod. No doubt about it. I've got a Minecraft forum post. That's the best way to find out when I go into even an alpha state where it can be downloaded but be buggy. Right now, it's out there. You could probably find it if you tried hard enough, but I wouldn't recommend it. You can't play it in survival. It's not finished. So. Okay, so I've got seeds in my hand for the corn, and they're actually showing up as an item in the render, so if I were to add a texture for it, it would show up properly. That's the corn seeds I'm talking about. Did it have a localization? It did. Cool. So, now I need to add the block for seeds, but I need to kind of figure out how to handle that. I guess I could do the same block if I wanted to do it too high or something. I'm trying to figure out how I should do too high. Wait, isn't his thumbnail just the default?
No, his thumbnails on his videos.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant on his channel.
Nope. That's his
Okay.
kind of logo or alias or whatever profile picture.
Maybe I'm looking at something different then. Okay.
Those I'll just get a copy of the URL. I'll post it for you to tech. Every time somebody asks.
Well, yeah, and like, go to the Minecraft forum post. That's better to have because then you can give feedback to me if I'm not online. So like, if you find a bug or something, there's links there to the GitHub page where we can add issues to the thing and stuff like that. So the Minecraft forum post is the best way, and it probably will help spread news of the mod too by doing that. So other people can find out about. We can get some driving force behind this thing as far as support for it to, I guess, A, motivate me, and maybe B, we can find a texture artist that can really make this thing a winner.
Yeah, I know the feeling there, Mr. Good.
I probably sound ridiculously old. Because I am. So which one should we do as this? We want
Yeah, I'm a grandpa on YouTube age as well.
Yeah. Thanks for making me feel extra old. I just felt old. Now I feel extra old. I'm a grandpa, huh? Not that
That's
old.
how I feel about it.
I have kids, not grandkids.
YouTube age, you're like 18, 19 when you're actually doing YouTube.
Yeah, but look at all the
Or
Minecraft
younger.
people. They're older than that, right?
Yeah, true.
Have you ever seen videos from... Oh, what's his name? I can picture his face. I just can't think of his name. Blame the Controller. He's one of the Minecrafters. Have you watched any of his stuff ever?
I've not really. I've heard of him and such.
Okay, so there's a couple videos of his that I really enjoyed, and they're ones where he's playing Minecraft just mining, but that's really not what the video is about. The video is about him telling a story from his life that really happened. So he went over how 9/11, when it happened, how it impacted his life and how he went into the military and his experiences in the military and stuff. And it was really a good video to watch and listen to all that. And yes, Jimmy, you can make a suggestion. I appreciate suggestions.
Actually, Mr. Good, he might make something that's similar to a schematic builder from Buildcraft in
Yeah,
a future release.
yeah. Potentially, there we'll have a builder that will build blueprints for you potentially. But again, that's a second. That's probably like a phase 2 or 3 of this mod.
Yeah, you may have to make an elevator there, Tech.
Apparently, I need to make an elevator. I think everybody that's made a suggestion has said something about making an elevator to go up and down. Let me ask you this: what is the reason behind the elevator? Because I'm getting a lot of people saying it. Is it because you physically want to move up and down, or you want me to move the machines up and down?
I think it'd be more like a person mover type of elevator.
That's what I'm thinking they all mean, but we'll
Maybe
see.
maybe we can do that stationary crane, perhaps that can do that.
Well, and like as popular as this suggestion seems, apparently there needs to be a standalone elevator mod.
That maybe work in conjunction with your mod there, Tech.
Well, yeah.
Maybe that might be another project that you and me can work on.
I guess an elevator is a heavy machine. You just can't drive it around, right?
Yeah, right.
So I guess it kind of fits, but I don't know. I don't know a good way of doing it because of, well, reasons. That's the easiest way of saying it, because the way Minecraft draws entities, you have to be able to see the bounding box of that entity somewhere on the screen. So I can't really make it an entity for it to be able to render if you're at the top of the thing and the block that is the elevators at the bottom, for example. It just won't render. Oh, Jimmy, we have things to deal with ore.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy. We've got you covered.
Mm-hmm.
So I've added, there's a drilling rig that's going to be added that's a machine. There's, it'll make this drilled stone. So you'll be able to drill holes into stone, turn it into something like that, okay? And then next is you'll pump explosives into it. It turns it into that. And then you will turn that into blasted, or light it with redstone. It turns regular stone into this blasted stone, which is a special mod item that I've added that you can just pile up because it falls like this, like sand, but also it collapses off to the side. Then once you get a pile of that built up from blasting, you'll put down your front end loader, drive into the pile, and of course you can pick this stuff up with a regular fork or a pickaxe too, I guess, if you wanted to, but it's funner with the machines, right? Drive into it, pick it all up. It has an internal inventory. It renders the items in the bucket as it picks them up. Then you'll put down the dump truck in the world somewhere so that you can drive them off and load them into said dump truck by lifting the bucket up, and it will dump the items out and throw them in the dump truck. I accidentally somehow got that in my inventory because I was too close apparently, but the dirt's in there. And I can drive this off, which has a much bigger inventory, so you have to make less trips. Will the explosives blow up the other ones and make like a TNT effect? They chain together just like TNT. However, TNT, when it lights, this block would turn into an entity, sit there for a few seconds, and then explode. The way mine works, there's no entity involved. As soon as you touch a redstone to it, they all instantly turn into explosions. No delay whatsoever. And if you were to mess around with this in creative and make a very long line out of this past the end of loaded chunks, it will load the chunks and explode them all instantaneously at the same time. There's obviously a lot of lag in doing that, but it will work.
You know, I kind of wish Minecraft had that same theology for TNT.
Yeah, and I think the lag is the reason they don't. It's laggy enough as it is the way they've done it. And thank you for the sub.
Yep.
Yeah, the dump truck here, if you lift the bed up, there's controls on all these machines that do different things. It will dump the items out, and then the idea is to put it into a primary crusher, which is like a macerator from other mods. It will take your ores and turn them into doubles, or dust, double or more. Then we'll have conveyors, which take items out of the block that I just said the name of this crusher, and it shoots them along the thing. This is still really early. That'll be some type of
Willy
animated texture.
Wonka elevator. Nice.
My suggestion is an elevator. When you go into the core or like a Willy Wonka elevator, you go all in all directions. That is kind of cool.
Yeah, that is. Maybe it might be something that I might
Movie
have
Star
to do.
Planet. The Willy Wonka mod. That would be awesome. The Willy Wonka mod. Add all sorts of candies to the game. All the crazy contraption. The Wonka Vaders. The Wonka Vision, where you can like make yourself really small and then really big again. Be so cool. Anyway, off the conveyor, you probably want to put something that's not in the game yet, which is just called a screen. Screens are real world things that separate different sized stones out of stone quarries, so that's going to be my item sorter for my mod. So item transportation with conveyors, sorting with screens, etc. So that's that. There's also farming and other things that will be added over time. That's a lot of it's already in here, but there's other things that are on the way.
And unfortunately, modders can't really make so much money.
Yeah, you can't. I can't make it so that you have to pay to play my mod. I have to publicly release my mod, which I plan on doing. So no worries there. The other thing is, really, you can only get donations through something like Patreon or something like that, which I don't have set up right now because I don't have a need for it. There's very few people that know I exist that are in making a mod at this point. Oh.
That Willy Wonka mod, it might be good, or at least the spoof of it a little bit.
Yeah, it would at the very least be comical.
Yeah.
Red or green Lucky Blocks, I'm not sure what that is. I have an Xbox 360, but it is basically collecting dust. Like, I got it from Modern Warfare 3, played Modern Warfare 3 a lot when it first came out with some friends, because they were really into it, and I was trying to get into it too. I liked it's not zombies mode, but there's something like zombies mode in Modern Warfare 3. Like that. It's like some type of survival. That was really fun. But I don't know. I suck at Xbox games. First person shooter stuff. Anyway, back to actually doing this. Machine block, corn seeds. I don't know what Lucky Block is. I've heard of the name Lucky Block, but I'm not sure exactly what it does. Corn. So we don't want it to be step sound corn. It's going to be... Oh, this has got to extend something different, doesn't it? Plantable. Extends. Yeah, I probably will at some point. Is it part of the Direwolf 20 pack? The 1.7 Direwolf 20 pack? I might have seen it then. Oh, okay, that's what I thought it might be. Do you make it? Is that how you get it, the Lucky Block?
No, Lucky Block is a mod that places like Super Mario Lucky blocks
Oh, okay.
in Minecraft.
That's cool.
But they're not always lucky.
Oh. Some nasties come out of them sometime.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of that's a good thing. There should always be some risk for a reward like that, right? Does it come up when you search for that?
Yes, it does.
Well, that's cool. Woohoo! There's also a link in the video description if you have.
Yeah, that too.
If you haven't been here a while, I added it like an hour or so ago, which reminds me my family's on the way home, so I might have to go before too long. Thank you everyone for all the subscriptions. I see I'm getting lots of subscriptions all of a sudden. I'm sure I'll be streaming again at some point if I do have to go. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know you could have an anvil fall on your head. That's a pretty good idea, though. Nothing says a troll block like an anvil to the head.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to find tall grass, and I need to see what extends tall, or what it extends, and go from there. Because I need mine to be transparent. I need it to be... No, I need to do wheat. Wheat is probably better. Because it's a plantable. So I need to find the block for wheat from Minecraft. Nice meeting you too. Later.
Yep. Nice meeting you.
Buck. Guess crops is the proper word. It's a stems block bush. And growable. There we go. That's what I needed to know.
Hey, Tech, you want to know a secret?
What's that?
Oh,
I see.
Killer asked that.
Sure, what's up? Are you really H2O? Is that what you're going to tell me? Thanks for a sub.
Yeah. Hey there, Mr. Good.
What's the secret? What's the secret? I want to know.
That 1 minute delay is always killer, isn't it?
I know. I don't want to wait.
The
I can't.
delay is strong.
The delay is strong with this one.
Luke, use the delay.
Oh. Me and Dirty Gamers were going around and streaming as H2O. Okay. See, I knew it wasn't them. It was pretty obvious as soon as I clicked on your thing and it said you had 0 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I wouldn't have clicked on you unless you said that you had 10,000, 10 million subscribers or whatever it was, because I had no clue who either one of those were. Implement is still growing. Okay, so I can get if it's still growing or not. That's cool. Can use bone meal. Okay, and if it's grown or not. Right? That's a void. Oh, that's the grow function itself. Okay, cool. That's simple enough to make a new plant, right? Thank you. I'm having lots of fun with it. Both making it and playing with it after I make it. Yeah. At least you admitted it. How long has the stream been going? Oh my. 9 hours and 40 some minutes. Don't be dirty now.
You've put in full day's work there, Tech.
Yeah. It's funny. Maybe I can join you if you don't mind. What do you mean? Join me how? Four hours and 22 minutes. Oh, is that how long you watched? Congratulations. That's a long time to watch a video.
Yeah, really.
Especially one of my videos. I mean, come on. Wow. I don't know if these stats are right in YouTube or not, but it says total view time 52 hours. How does that work?
Oh, yeah, really.
I've had enough people on my... I have a private server, and enough of them have said, you should make a server of your mod. So enough of them have said that I probably will end up making a server with my mod, but I need to finish my mod first before I even really worry about that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very kind of you. Cool, cool,
Well,
cool. We're doing
well,
something
for-
right, Matthew.
Yeah, really.
Of course, it could be because they were making fun of us and trying to trick us, but hey, they enjoyed it at least.
Keeps things fresh.
Yeah. It's not so boring when I'm coding, talking to people and stuff. However, I probably am not getting as much done as I would if I were just doing this by myself in a quiet room with no distractions. Oh. I don't even know if I need to set the hardness of a block that extends block bush. Yeah, exactly. It's a construction mod. It's a
Yeah.
mining, farming, construction mod is probably how you might want to categorize it. Matthew, I haven't told you something. The other day, or maybe I did and I just don't remember, so stop me if I did. The other day on Reddit and Minecraft forums, I put up a vote. And I guess I'll ask the people in stream here that are still here. I asked if I should keep this as... Oh, he's going to go away now, so he's not going to hear it. I asked if I should keep this realistic only, or if I should have the realistic stuff I have, but also add some futuristic machines to it too. What's your opinion? Or anybody watching on the stream, what's your opinion?
I don't know about that. I'm gonna definitely think as sit here.
I can give you an example. So the reason I was asking the question was the excavator was really hard and I was trying to cheat my way out of it by just replacing it with something else. Minecraft forum post is probably the best.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't think I get messages from it because I think the Minecraft forum is messed up, but I check it quite often now that I've got the mod up there. Wait, about what I was typing and it's loud. What's loud? Am I loud? I have no idea.
You know what, Tech? You could make that at a plugin or extension.
Make what a
of your
plugin?
mod.
Make what a plugin?
Like futuristic machines.
You know, somebody suggested it on the forums, and I would rather, if I'm going to make it something optional, just add a config for it. You know, maybe each machine individually is in the config, you know, bulldozer enabled, combine enabled, crane enabled, dump truck enabled. And if they don't want them, just turn it to false, you know? Oh, the TV's loud.
It's just I don't think it will fit in now with what you have already.
Well, let me explain what it was I was going to add. So I was trying to do the excavator, and I couldn't get stuff working as good as I've got them now. So that was, again, I was trying to kind of be cheap and think of something else to do instead. Anyway, I thought of a mining laser machine. So it'd be like on wheels or a track. Pretty sure you're gonna make like versions. Go to my channel and send me a message if there is a way to, other way to communicate. Minecraft forums. Um. Anyway, it's a mining laser. It would have a big laser thing on the top of it. It would shoot a laser beam out. And I was thinking there could be a high intensity beam and a low intensity beam. The high intensity beam would break the blocks really fast, but wouldn't drop the item. Then the low intensity beam would break the block at a slower pace, but it would actually be able to drop the item so you could get the cobblestone out of it, or you could get the coal out of it, or you could get the ore out of it, or whatever it might be. So it would
If you
be a
did
little bit of a
feature-
challenge, you know, kind of thing. Go ahead.
Oh, if you did feature machines, though, first thing that came to my mind is either flying machines or hover machines.
Yeah, and I was thinking originally making and Good, you're onto it already, like a beacon. Like beacon. I was actually thinking that the mining laser, its recipe would contain a beacon as one of its requirements. The beam would come out of that and probably go through an eye of ender or something like that to focus the beam down to where you actually can use it. So yes, like a beacon. Anyway, what was I saying? I thought about putting it on tracks or something like that, but the tracks are hard to animate, and I know I got it on the bulldozer, but yeah. Anyway, I thought about making it a hover machine then also, just because it's futuristic, but that might be going too far. I could see at some point somebody being able to have a laser that can burn a hole through stone and stuff like that, because we've got planes that can shoot down missiles with lasers today, so someday that'll happen. Exactly. So Good's onto it. So in addition to having the beacon, it just makes sense that the beam coming out of the beacon when refocus can do something. You also have the challenge of killing the wither to get that item. So it's futuristic but also expensive in the game because of the wither.
I still think maybe an add-on.
An
So-
add-on.
Yeah.
I don't want to do another mod that has to interact with all these things because a lot of what I've got in here extends classes. So I've got a base entity class that has most of the code, and then all of the machines are based off of that and reuse the same code in that single base class. So if I did another add-on, I'd have to copy that code, and anytime I made a change to one mod, I'd have to change it in the other, and I don't want to do that.
If you use the base class, though, it would work, wouldn't it?
But I'd have to copy the code, the base class between the two projects, I'd have to keep them in sync. I could still use the base class, yes, but I would have to make sure every time I make a change to the
Or
base
is it-
class in one, I'd have to make it to the other mod too.
For example, I've done this in my past mods that I've done for like Bucket or something. I've took a jar that I've created and used that as a library.
Now that I could do.
Yeah.
I could even make a specific one that just contained all the base stuff. That way I don't have to reference the whole other mod. Because, if I did what you're saying, I would kind of need that other mod to be a dependency then, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, why not just have it in one mod then? And just turn it off if you don't want it. I don't know. I guess I don't see the drawback to having it in this mod if you can turn it off.
Well, file size, load times, and such.
But if you turn it off, it shouldn't load anything extra. In theory.
Well, you have to process the config and all that stuff.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It'll have some latency to it
It'll have a
as
config
well.
either way.
because it has to. Because it also actually I just saw something. I think it actually has to like load the whole jar into memory too.
It does. All the classes need to get loaded. But again,
But
if I
that's the
did it,
reason why
if I
I
did
was
it as two
suggesting-
separate jars though, then it's
Yeah.
got to load that same base class twice
Yeah.
instead of just once.
For example, if they didn't want the feature, there's machines they could probably
Yes.
not load that jar.
Yes. In that case, you could save a little bit of memory.
Yeah.
The perm gen. I think that's the
Yep.
perm gen memory, which has gone away in 1.8 anyway. So I'm not sure 1.8 of Java. So I'm not sure that that's important. And dude, this is my first Forge mod, not my first modification to Minecraft. I made a couple of bucket mods before, or bucket plugins, I should say.
Yep.
So I need to, how am I going to do the graphics for the corn? I'm not sure how these block models state thingies work with 1.8 because they're funny. So let's get an example from Minecraft here. Assets, Minecraft, block states. Is crops even in here? Wheat. So it has wheat at different stages as a model. So if I go to models, is that bad that this is my first mod?
Doing not bad for being the first actual Minecraft client mod.
Okay, what in the world? So stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Where's the actual model that makes it look like it does? Oh, it's taking a texture. So is the Minecraft mining laser going to be OP since it's going to be hard to kill and get the wither and the wither skeleton heads? Probably, like I said, there'll be some type of really fast mining function with it that will just kind of blaze through blocks, and then some precision function that can actually get the drops from the blocks if you want them. That'll be a little slower. Also, in suggesting it in Reddit, some people helped me develop it a little further.
That could be very tier stuff if you did that.
Exactly, and then, you have to kill the wither, so it's not going to be day one in Minecraft. To kill a wither, you need to go to the Nether. You need to find enough of wither skeletons and you need to find another fortress to find enough wither skeletons to get enough wither skulls, get soul sand, take it back to the overworld, and kill a wither successfully, and get the wither star. So it's not going to be an easy task. You don't have to go to the end, really. I will make the recipe contain a ender pearl and blaze rods, I guess, both, because I'm going to put an eye of ender probably in it. That's going to, quote, focus the light out of the beam, kind of thing. That's
This is just an idea.
idea.
Maybe you could. This is just an idea. Maybe, for example, if you want like a futuristic bulldozer, for example, you have to include first tier bulldozers item, I should say.
Oh,
That way they have to work through to get to it.
or at least some of the components from the first tier, because the mining laser's shape I had in mind doesn't have the shape of any other machine we currently have in there, so that wouldn't fit. But I get your point. It's like an upgrade to something we already got, right?
Yeah.
I guess if it had tracks, it could be an upgrade to a bulldozer, but that's huge. I don't know. Like, let's show off the model I was working on. It's not anything fancy.
Personally, I think it is cool the way it is.
So this is it right here. This is what I was thinking of, but size and all that probably needs to be changed. Mobs, I haven't decided yet on mobs. I've had several people ask the question around mobs. I've talked about adding a shredder to the game that might be able to be used in a mob grinder type situation, so to kill the mobs for you, kind of thing. I don't know about adding new mobs to the game though. I'm not. I would need a purpose for them in the game, basically. to add them other than just be hard to use?
You can always add NPCs.
Again, the purpose thing though. What would be the point of them? You know, and part of that reason is I know adding a living entity is a lot harder than adding an entity because you also have to incorporate the AI movement, pathfinding, all that type of stuff to it. And I'm not saying I can't do it. It's just there's a lot of work there, and I've already got a lot to do to make this. So it needs to be a good reason to add them before I add them.
You always add workers of some sort.
Ancient warfare, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, this was the laser thing I was thinking of. And I don't even like it that much, but I kind of wanted some type of laser holding thing up here that focuses the light, and the light would come out of that thing, the little ball at the top of it. So, and I was thinking through how would the player sit in this? They'd probably sit beneath it somewhere, and then that would shoot from above at the block they're aiming at. So, just a prototype. And that's a secret for anyone that watches the video later. If they sit through the 16 hours live stream to find this. 10 hours at this point.
Actually, past 4 hours, they stop archiving, I think.
Stop archiving? What do you mean? They don't actually... This isn't going to go anywhere, really? Holy cow. This huge video is going to be gone. Wow.
I think they might stop at 4. I don't know how that's going to work.
Maybe they chunk it up into pieces or something, because my stream stopped for a couple times there. OBS did, and that might have been why. Let me look on YouTube, see if I got videos sitting in my queue.
User joined your channel.
Hello. Help.
Hello, user.
Hello.
It's Help. We
Oh,
just call
okay,
him Help.
Haphazard.
Help.
Help.
It's Help.
Actually, we should call him not help.
The user formerly known as Help.
Yeah.
He probably is too young to get that. Do you know what we're talking about, Help, when I say that?
What?
The user formerly known as Help.
I mean, is it a reference to something?
Yes.
Okay, no.
The artist formerly known as Prince. There was a musician that named... He was called Prince, and he changed his name to what is a symbol. That's what, you couldn't, there was no word for it. It was just a symbol. That was his name. So everybody went around calling him the artist formerly known as Prince. So there was no point in him doing that because they still called him basically the same thing forever. And then I think he ended up changing it back to Prince, didn't he? Or he changed it to something else later on because it didn't really work the way he wanted it to. It's funny.
Actually, I know who you're talking about.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Purple Rain. Have you ever heard that song?
I heard Chocolate Rain.
No. Maybe it's not Purple Rain. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Is it Purple Rain?
I don't know. I don't remember any of his songs.
I'm not a big fan of him either.
Yeah.
I just know that what his whole name change thing was funny.
All I remember is all the stuff he's done.
Oh
And
yeah,
that's Prince.
Purple Rain. It's a film.
Okay,
an
that's
album.
not what I'm thinking of then. Oh, he sings the song "I'm a Party Like It's 1999."
Oh.
How do you get 64-bit Java? From Oracle's website. No, I'm sorry. The delay is awful. I hate the delay. I have my OBS set to 0 delay, but it's all on YouTube.
Wait, you're streaming on YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that why you couldn't find that he's not streaming on Twitch?
Yes, that is why.
I've given up on Twitch. I don't get people watching on Twitch.
Yes, I'm with you. I've gave up on it a long time ago.
Or at least I've given up on it for now. So
Maybe Hitbox might be something to check out.
There are 5 people watching.
yeah, we've had a lot of people watching. Okay, to me, this is a lot of people watching my live streams because again, Twitch has nobody watching. But we
Yeah.
had several people watching all day long. I've been streaming for 10 hours.
Oh, geez.
But it's probably going to end before too long, because soon I'm going to get a knock on my door. I just know it. Plus, I'm just sitting here staring at the same screen, right? So let's look for this resource of block wheat, right? Oh, that's what I was doing. Wheat stage 7, that's the JSON file though. We want the actual resource. So textures, blocks, wheat, stage 7. Show in Project Explorer. No. Okay, later, dude. Oh, help. Have you heard of H2O? What was the rest of his name?
What?
Can't remember.
I don't know either. He's some famous YouTuber. He was in the stream. He has like 10 million subscribers.
Oh, H2O Delirious?
Yes, that's it. We had some posers in here posing as that guy and another guy that had 4 million.
Oh, wow. Oh, they're only posers, though.
Yeah, they're posers. Because like when you click on, like their names exactly matched the other ones. I don't know how they did it, but they did. And when you looked at their account, it said they had 0 subscribers. But they're like, oh, we'll just search for us. Well, yeah, but that's not you. That's a different channel.
They could probably just use one of the invisible symbols or something like that in their name.
Yeah, that's probably what they did. I thought of that too. I looked to see if like there's an extra space in the chat and everything. It didn't look like it, but it's hard to tell. Okay, so each stage of wheat has its own texture, but I think it's just a static image, isn't it, guys? The Minecraft texture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for wheat, let me grab some wheat here. Yeah, so it's like a cross shaped.
Hey, Robert. Welcome to the stream.
Hello. So, hoe. Drop my hoe.
Wow, I haven't even seen how far your mod has come.
Oh, dude. It's
And I'm
killing
just
my
watching
ways.
your stream right now. Dang.
So it is just textures. They're flat textures, but they're like made in a box.
Yeah.
Okay, good, cool. Bring the viewer count higher. Thank you. Do we have anybody that's been watching longer than Good? He says he's been watching for 4 hours.
I've been watching all day almost.
Oh, that's true. You have, haven't you? Because you've actually been in here with me.
I have nothing really better to do today.
I guess I've been watching all day too, so I guess I'm kind of throwing off the curve there. Oh.
Somebody has to be in the chat kind of helping you there.
I guess there's been 5 total people, if you count all the people that come in and out, that have watched this stream the entire time, because it says the total view hours is 54 hours. And we've been streaming for over 10 hours now, so that's 5 people watching it nonstop. But the total number of views is 376, and the average view time is 8.5 minutes. So they're in and out pretty quick.
Huh.
Okay, so I need to do this. Oh, and this is the end of the stream. We made it to the 10-hour mark, guys. I might stream tomorrow some, nowhere near as much as this, but I'm pretty sure this is the end of the stream because the family's home and it's time to be done. Plus my bottom's starting to hurt from sitting in this chair.
Well, you could stream for 2 more hours.
How?
You could say that you've been streaming for half the day.
But I can't. This is the record.
You need to break the record.
In a world, oh, in a world on YouTube where there is no delay and people can talk to the streamer at the same time they say things, that is so true. That's very, very, very annoying. Like even Twitch has a delay,
Yeah.
so
But
it's not any better. It may be a little bit less. What were we gonna say?
But they do it on purpose because
Yeah.
they assume that you're playing a game.
Yeah.
So they put the
It
delay
makes
in
sense
there.
there.
So then people can't
Stream
say, "Oh,
snipe.
look, they're off doing, like, they're off in this area on the map. And now I'm just
Yeah.
gonna go and kill them."
Yeah, and even then, like when I stream to Twitch and we're playing a game that's PvP, I'll insert like a minute delay into OBS so nobody can stream snipe if I need
Wow.
to. But I have it set to 0 on YouTube, and it still has a delay.
Yep.
So anyway, okay, time for me to go. Later, guys. The mod work will continue just at a later time. I would laugh if I was an epic voice guy.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it nonstop without laughing. There'd be so many bloopers. And if I can find OBS, I'll shut the stream off eventually. There it is. Too many open windows. Later, guys. Subscribe for more. The Minecraft forum if you want to follow the mod.